And here it is, we go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to more. Here it is, we go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there. The session starts. So we're having that. We're hopefully back to our 2 sessions a day. Well, hopefully touch wood. But at least 2 sessions today. So the second session commences your company required. That thing that happens sometimes twice a day, happening this instance twice a day. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. Please another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do. Please another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mno. Hey, ano mekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, holy, faster, never freedom. It's another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano, it's another Savior.
another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. He's another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do. He's another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do. He's another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwana mno. Hey, ano mekele maduche mefo.
And there it is right there, the Holy Holy song from the eastern part the Holy Holy song. Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. So this is now this piece is one of the number one trending articles within the Nigerian space as of today. Um, it is titled Obi Chwari. So Obi, as in the, of course, flag bearer Labour Party, Obi. So and then with a hyphen, Chwari, and it is written by a chap called Sam Omotase. So hopefully I pronounced that right. Sam Omo Omotese Omotese. It's Atseye, Omo Teye, Omoteye, Omoteye, or Omoseye. So it sounds like a Creek sort of a person from just Matseye. So that's the character that has written it, but it seems to have somewhat caused a bit of a stir within Nigerian space. OB, that is Peter Obi, and then with the hyphen, Chwari. So that already tells you the direction that article is likely to be going. So we read it together then to find out if it's just as daunting as he promises to be. So somewhat of a daunting piece, that one. So from that, and then we read some of the spillers, of course. So now this guy, a verilous prostitute, I've always said, he will it's like some sex addicted prostitute, this fella who will drop his trousers at the merest interest from anyone. Just as early as yesterday, he said he will sheath his sword as far as the OB space is concerned and leave them alone unless they assault him or his daughter. But he cannot resist, of course. Reno Mockery, of course, you already know. So he latches on to that Sam Omoseye. Hopefully somebody will correct me on the pronunciation of that name. So he latches on to that article and he gives a spin of it. So obituary, I want IPO, obituary, 1 million IPOB can't bring down Omoseye over Peter Obi. So Reno Mofri, of course, the prostitute of the Nigerian political space. Why Buhari is more loyal to Niger Republic than Nigeria? So it's a senior northerner, one of his own kind, telling us this, as if we don't already know, but he now wants to give sort of like a substance to this knowledge that is widely held. Why is Buhari more loyal to Niger Republic than Nigeria? Farouk Perogi. So Farouk Perogi in play, so senior journalist in play in this instance. APC would be satisfied with only 25% of Southeast votes. Abdullahi Adamu, the chairman of the party, telling us then that Peter Obi or not, they are coming to take the entirety of Igbo land. This is what he vows to do. APC won't be satisfied with only 25% of the Southeast vote. Abdullahi Adamu beating his chest on that one. Buhari's regime finds multi-choice, daily trust orders 5 million naira each over films on armed bandits. So that's a story submitted by Alexander Akashi, and that is a follow-on from a narrative that we've discussed earlier on. When the BBC were going after when the Buhari regime rather were going after the BBC over that expose, so they couldn't quite reach the BBC, so they've turned their AK-47 instead locally, and of course they mow down the journalists. They tell you there's free speech in Nigeria, but only when you say things that Buhari wants to hear and is complimentary to him. Buhari regime finds multi-choice daily trust orders 5 million naira each over films on armed bandits. So there it is right there. The journalism in Nigeria completely built into a pulp. Remember they did the same thing when Channels Television interviewed Imam Powerful, and there was a time that they said they wanted to be micro-editing the headlines. They were saying they shouldn't be publishing storylines that spoke about banditry and the ills in society and how the society was being just run down and hemorrhaged. So it looks as though now they are bringing out the big guns. Tinubu, not part of Buhari's regime, don't blame him. Oshiomhole, who now I think he's now front runner to be the Director General of the Tinubu campaign, and he has already started his job early. So Tinubu not part of Buhari's regime. Don't blame him or Mole. So so now we find out, of course, the little man from the creeks, he's back in play, jumping up and down as he often does. So that's the menu. So so apparently this Sam Omoseye, he has decided that the obituary of Peter Obi is imminent. So now let's now hear from the north as they read us or they sing us rather Obi's funeral rites. So the funeral rites of Peter Obi.
Nigeria sai Peter Obi shi muke son mu Obi a Peter Obi. Nigeria sai Peter Obi, Chief International Peter Obi. Sai mu Peter Obi, hey Peter Obi shi muke son mu gashi Chief Peter Obi. Sakwato sun faɗa mana sai dai Peter Obi. Kanawa ma sun ce sai dai fa Peter Obi. Katsina sun ce mana sai dai fa Peter Obi. Ko muna son Peter, ko muna son Peter. Ba mu yin PDP, ba mu yin APC, ba mu yin mai shara, ba mu yin mai kwando kayan marmari ba masu sai fa Peter Obi. Sai dai fa Peter Obi. Duniya sun sani to sosai, duniya ma Peter Obi. Niger sun faɗa sun ce sai Peter Obi. Bayan nan ma mun tashi Abuja ma kawai sun ce sai dai fa Peter Obi. Sakkwato sun faɗa sosai sai fa Peter Obi. Na gode Peter Obi, ga name ga suna na Peter H-A-R-U-N-A. Ka ji suna na aiko yanzu H-A-R-U-N-A. Ka ji suna na yanzu. Ina nan Kaduna ina waka ta sai dai fa Peter Obi. Musa Igabi local government ni nike zaune. Igabi local government ni nike zaune. Amma a can hayi na ragasa. Amma a can hayi na ragasa sai dai fa Peter Obi. Watsa ma duniya kowa ya san fa Peter Obi.
And there you heard it, Mallam Bantuti from Adamawa, Mallam Bantuti from Adamawa, telling you Daba 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 Peter Obi. So from Mallam Bantuti from Adamawa, guys, I bring you this. So this piece now making the headlines. This is the #1 trending article in Nigeria as we speak, as of today. Obi, but then with a hyphen, Chwari is just how this guy has titled it. So it goes, suddenly it is all quiet on the Eastern Front. No street heckles or flag wave. Let's start all over again. Suddenly it's all quiet on the Eastern Front. No street heckles or flag waving or mooning over a yellow sun. No hooting or baying in public. The rabble no longer raves. Few wonder what happened to Nnamdi Kanu crowd. Some may wonder if they were withering. The answer is before our eyes. The Biafran babblers are alive and well. They just swapped icons, rechristened the shrines, and rewrote the rites. They left the prophet for a secular priest. They have had a switch of battle gear. Maybe it is not quiet. We can hear and feel the cacophony. The chants and cat whirling are everywhere, especially on the phones. The Twitter bees, the Instagram grimes, the Facebook freaks. They are alive and well, but they have not been at war at the side of their icon. Who is gripping? That should be grappling. Who is gripping in detention? It is farewell Kanu, welcome Obi, at least until the new priest Peter. Oh, sorry, let me start that entirely. I'm not quite sure that I like the way that is flowing. Um, Suddenly, it is all quiet on the Eastern Front. No street heckles or flag waving or mooning over a yellow sun. No hooting or baying in public. The rabble no longer raves. Few wonder what happened to the Nnamdi Kanu crowd. Some may wonder if they are withering. The answer is before our eyes. The Biafran babblers are alive and well. They just swapped icons, rechristened the shrines, and rewrote the rites. They left the prophet for a secular priest. They have had a switch of battle gear. Maybe it is not quiet. We can hear and feel the cacophony. The chants and caterwauling are everywhere, especially on the phones. The Twitter bees, the Instagram grimes, the Facebook freaks, they are alive and well, but they have not been at war at the side of their icon, who is gripping in detention. It is farewell Kanu, welcome Obi, at least until the new priest peters out. They are at his worship. They embrace it because it does not, for the first time in years, feel like they are outside the mainstream. They are not falling foul of the law, not hurling from the fringes. They have Peter Obi as their man. He is mainstream. He belongs not to Mossab or Kano Assembly called IPOB. They can say they have a legitimate tribe and rhetoric. They may pretend to love Nigeria. They may claim to embrace INEC, cling to a political party no one in the police or DSS will harangue. But that is where it stops. They have transferred the temperament of their former master into the new one, and they have not spared any incoherent, but pardon me, but that is where it stops. They have transferred the temperament of their former master into the new one, and they have not spared any incoherence, any lack of finesse, or threat and tantrums, any show of rabid primitive cants, or any ululations. So that's a new word to me. Or any ululations. They have abused, cursed, thrown in imprecations. So this one is heavy grammar now. So let me take that paragraph again. But that is where it stops. They have transferred the temperament of their former master to the new one, and they have not spared any incoherence, any lack of finesse, and threat and tantrums, any show of rabid primitive cants, or any ululations. They have abused, cursed, and thrown imprecations. They have hugged lies about their candidates. They have pelted lies about others. They have distorted materials. Obi has turned out to be an excuse for an even closet Biafran to betray open emotions about Biafra without being accused of it. This includes intellectuals who did not show mercy to him whilst he reigned in Anambra as a Pharisaic chief executive. It is like wearing a color beneath another color. Obi has become a shelter for both miscreants and activists of the crowd. Obi knows this. He is happy to be their catalyst, to be their excuse for unfurling their bow at the system, for acting like revolutionaries. He is playing to it by acting as though he's a saint of Nigerian politics. Perhaps the purist of the Biafrans perhaps the purist of the Biafrans, perhaps the purist of the Biafran cause are unhappy, and they unleashed a past video clip of Kanu on social media. In it, Kanu lashes out at Obi as governor and stated what this essayist wrote about him over building a NEXT supermarket while still the governor of Anambra State. The video clip referred to him as a sort of sexual being on the fringe. So the video, so you interpret that so somewhat in the manner that I speak of Reno Mokri. So the video clip referred to him as a sort of sexual being on the fringe. So you know what that means, I'm sure. You can imagine an Aso Rock sweltering with rumps of evil flesh. His so-called obedience know this, but it counts for little. So I'm not quite sure what we're making of. Oh, it goes on still. Okay. They also know that this is the same Obi who emissaries were intercepted whilst a governor at Apapa by then police chief Marvel Okoyibo with over 200 million naira in cash. The matter became a cause cerebrae with impeachment dangling until the timid State House of Assembly was on the take. This is the man they call stingy because he dared to spend on himself and his family, his wife being accused of spending 1.5 billion naira on tours. The man that admitted he placed Anambra's money in his family account and was not ashamed to confess when confronted. He did not follow due process. This is the man who is speaking from both sides of his mouth for maintaining an offshore account whilst a governor. This is Peter Obi, who claimed he saved money whilst pensioners were looking desperately at their graves. So that's the Pandora Papers, by the way, which we labor on this platform quite often. I can excuse those that think being stingy is good for the economy because they are looking at how they run their family and personal finances. But no economy works in history by saving money. It stifles the economy, which we have discussed endlessly on this platform. He has not been able to tell us how he will do it or whether he has done it. We have no landmark in Anambra State to attribute to him, no enduring legacy. So this is what we all say that is at best average, but in actual fact below par. And this is what this guy is speaking to as well. I can excuse those who think that being stingy is good for the economy because they are looking at how they run their family or personal finances. But no economy works in history by saving money. It stifles the economy. He has not been able to tell us how he will do it and whether he has done it. We have no landmark in Anambra State to attribute to him, no enduring legacy. So there it is. But this essayist can understand why Obi knows that the crowd that adore him will not question him. He is therefore using religion as a bait. He is now on a weekly pilgrimage to churches. Jonathan did the same. The pastors, ever optimistic, see him as a darling. He is visiting a sectional hue of the pew. This is the man who divided the church in Anambra State in his time between Catholics and others. He is trying to push himself as the Christian candidate of the South, whilst his messengers foul the air with sanctimonious growls about Muslim tickets. I am sure Kanu will chuckle in his cocoon, especially when he contemplates what he alleges as his sinful romps in hotels. There is a divide here. He is pushing himself as a southern candidate. His core followers are advancing him as the Igbo candidate. But how do we reconcile the Biafran with an Obi who even Mossab has denied has anything to do with them? Obi is taking a Machiavellian attitude to the matter. If Biafran's impulse will propel him, he will take it. The Biafran on board believe Obi is their best revenge on the Nigerian state. They can take over the zoo by acting as members of the zoo. But this psychology is nothing new. The private man and public man may not also cohere. In their hearts, they are Biafrans. On the front line of battle, they are Obi. It is like Mr. Mani in A.B. Yehushua's novel, who calls himself a Jew but does not believe in Jehovah. He embraces the culture but renounces its mystery. One of the 20th century's top philosophers, Hannah Arendt, observes over this schizophrenia in his opus, The Origins of Totalitarianism. The Obi followers accept Biafra but reject Nigeria. They abandon the mystique of the cause. Nnamdi Kanu and have followed Obi in an inauthentic, it's an inauthentic saint. It is the pragmatism of the cause. Kanu is the unarmed prophet, sulking behind bars. Obi is out in the open, a bird in hand. Machiavelli warned against the unarmed prophet who fights without power. Elijah was armed against his foes. So was Jesus until he was crucified. They see Obi as uh, they see Obi as armed with electoral quest. It is their own version of the Trojan War. Obi is the Greek gift they will ride in the battle for conquest. They have now evangelized others from outside the southeast to give a regional legitimacy to their cause. They call themselves obedient, but they obey only one call, the sound of the east. Those and by the way, so we don't really need this guy to tell us that the Obi narrative is an ego narrative. Everybody knows that. We don't need him to tell us that the Obi narrative is an Ipobian narrative. Everybody knows that. But what this guy just adds on to is exactly what we have been saying all the way through on this channel, to then make it categorical now that this is the widely held belief that the Obi noise making is an Eastern narrative led by Ipobians. This is exactly the entirety of what this guy is saying. That is the sum total of it. They have now evangelized others from outside the southeast to give a regional legitimacy to their cause. They call themselves obedient, but they obey only one call, the sound of the east. Those in South-South have been seduced as by the cooings of Obi's voices, as by evangelism of Biafrans. Mind you, they have not abandoned Kanu, but their icon has no power for now. Obi is like Zik, Kanu is like Ojuku. One is Flair, the other one is Flair. So Flair, Flair, and then the other one, Flair, Flare. While Obi hops from church to church and beclouds the hypocrisy amongst political pastors, the nation watches as his sectional army turns and harangues others. But Obi will do nothing to restrain his rabble because he knows they are doing a good job in keeping the faithful within their own bubble where they reinforce their own self-delusion. That will last until their last calls at the polls. This is not the time to properly interrogate in detail the false intimidations of Obi's. This is not the time to properly interrogate in details the false intimidations of Obi's agenda and hypocrisies. But it is safe to say one thing: before he peters out and hurtles towards an electoral obituary, the country knows the content of the crowd and its origin. They are caterwauling groups trying to seduce without much success those outside its ethno-religious tent. So just very wordy and big on grammar. I think this guy had a dictionary right beside him, or he had a range of but the sum totality of everything that I said is just really a synopsis of what we've always said. It is Please, dear God, the Peter Obi narrative is no more than an Igbo narrative. The energy, the Nnamdi Kanu energy, simply transmuted to the Peter Obi space. Please, we know this. We know this because the accent is the same, the behavior is the same, the template is the same, even the words are the same, the characters are the same, even the groups are the same. We know this, so what are we doing? We know this. We see them countlessly on every social media platform. They used to be Nnamdi Kanu, and then they changed the image of that group, they changed the naming of that group, and then they just pivoted to Bitter B. There's countless of them on Facebook and everywhere. They were die-hard Nnamdi Kanu until about 4 months ago. Then they changed the moniker, they changed the name of the thing, and they continue in the same language. So it's just a ridiculousness and corruption. This guy just gave you a hint, but there's plenty more to come. The Peter Obi train are coming to a halt in the middle of a track somewhere, not even in a destination, in the middle of a track. Why is Buhari more loyal to Niger Republic than Nigeria? So why? Popular academic and critic Farouk Farouki has reacted to President Buhari's approval for the purchase of 1.5 billion naira vehicles for Niger Republic. He queried why the president was more loyal to Niger than Nigeria in his latest article. It has come to light that Mohamed Buhari has approved 1.4 billion naira from Nigeria's coffers without approval of the National Assembly to help the Republic of Niger buy vehicles for its government officials to fight insecurity, whilst insecurity engulfs Nigeria and whilst ASU is still on strike. Many Nigerians are understandably angry and are asking why Buhari seems to have more loyalty to Niger Republic than he does to Nigeria. Well, here is what I wrote about that in my June 12, 2021 column titled Making Sense of Buhari's Nonsense Now Senseless. And this is a pull out from that article. So this is quoting a paragraph here. It says, or take his justification for building a railway to Niger Republic, whilst most parts of Nigeria are devoid of basic transportational infrastructure. I have first cousins in Niger, he said. They are Kanuris. There are Hausas, there are Fulanis in Niger Republic, just as there are Yorubas in Benin Republic and so on. You can't absolutely cut them off. In which world does this make sense? So he isn't building infrastructure in Benin Republic, Cameroon, or Chad because he has no cousins there. And perhaps he hasn't built infrastructure in any part of Nigeria because he has no cousins there. Buhari is supposed to be president of Nigeria. It is to Nigeria and its constituents that he owes allegiance, not his cousins or kinsmen in another country. It is borderline treasonable to deprive a country you lead of its resources and wealth in order to develop another in which you are not even a legal citizen just because part of your ancestry is traceable to that country. Yes, colonialists arbitrarily imposed unnatural borders on African continent and created nation states without regard to pre-existing polities. I also come from a border community, Burgu, where I am from, and used to be a confederacy that stretches from parts of what is now Kwara State, Niger State, Kebbi, to what is now northern and central Benin Republic. More than 80% of the people who speak my native Ba-Tunu language live in northern and central Benin Republic. Most people from the border states of Lagos, Oyo, Ogun, Kwara, Niger, Kebbi have relatives in Benin Republic, just like people from the border states of Cross River, Taraba, and Adamawa have relatives in Cameroon. People from Borno, Yobe, Jigawa, Katsina, Sokoto, Zamfara, and Kebbi have relatives in Niger Republic, and Borno also shares border with Republic of Chad. But our nation states have existed for more than 5 decades and have acquired independent identities in spite of their unnaturalness. Niger Republic is a Westphalian sovereign state like Nigeria is. Buhari's emotions can't override that fact. If everyone from Nigeria's border states become president and decide to divert resources from Nigeria to develop their kinfolk in a neighboring country, what will Nigeria become? This is particularly concerning because Buhari has shown time and again that he has more emotional investment in Niger Republic because his father migrated from there to Damutkul in Daura Emirate, Katsina, than he has in Nigeria, which he leads. He might as well go the whole hog and build infrastructure in Senegal since it is the ancestral home of the Fulanis, his paternal relatives. He speaks about Igbo people, his Westphalian compatriots, with unconcealed animosity and genocidal fury, but builds infrastructure for his kinfolks in a foreign country using resources derived from a part of the country he's openly disdain he talks about Igbo people, his Westphalian compatriots, with unconcealed animosity and genocidal fury, but builds infrastructure for his kinfolks in a foreign country using resources derived from a part of the country he openly disdains, supposedly because they gave him 5% of their votes. That is not the way to run a modern state. So Buhari, of course, is a foreigner, and this goes to the question of this Mauritanian that is the running mate of. This goes to the question of the Mauritanian that is the running mate of Peter Obi. So it's the same narrative. So if by some quirk of fate that Mauritanian ends up the Nigerian president, God spare Obi, of course. If by some quirk of fate that Mauritanian becomes the Nigerian president, then we can expect the same experience that we have had under Buhari when he takes the resources from the Niger Delta to go and build his own home country, Niger Republic, much to the disadvantage of the Nigerian state. So there it is. So there it is right there. And that is the Nigerian narrative, of course. So that is the Nigerian narrative. Let's go back then to that obituary article. So obituary, 1 million IPOB can't bring down Omar Seye over Peter Obi. Omokri, of course, very quick to chime in. A social-political commentator, Reno Omokri, has condemned the death threats against popular columnist Sam Omoseye. Omokri said 1 million members of the IPOB can't bring down Omoseye. Omoseye had alleged threats to his life following his column on the Labour Party LP presidential candidate Peter Obi, titled Obituary. The veteran journalist had described Obi as a shelter for miscreants. He had said, Obi has turned out to be an excuse for closet Biafrans to betray open emotions about Biafra without being accused of it. Following the publication, Omoseye accused Obi's followers, popularly known as Obedience, of threatening his life. Reacting to the threat, Omokri said IPOB members can't bring Omoseye down. In a tweet, Omokri wrote, Sam Omoseye is one of the most intelligent men in Nigeria. We belong to different camps, but is a near genius with the pen. A million IPOB mob can't bring him down. May God protect Sam and his family from these disguised IPOB mobs. In Christ's name, you say you are not IPOB. Look at what you are doing to Sam. Is it not exactly the same IPOB strategies you used on me? So I think it is time to abandon that this so-called obedient is not IPOB ESN. They are one and the same. So let's just close that door right now. They are one and the same, and then they've padded in a few gullible minds to come and join them. From that to this, APC won't be satisfied with only 25% of the Southeast votes. So this is Abdullahi Adamu. The ruling All Progressives Congress APC has told its leaders in the Southeast that it will not be satisfied with 25% votes from the region. Its national chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, gave the charge on Wednesday night at the National Secretariat of the party whilst inaugurating an 8-man Abia Reconciliation Committee led by Senator Chris Adewiji. Using the Abia state crisis as a point of reference, the chairman charged all the leaders in the zone to rise above differences and work for the victory of the party in the region in 2023. The chairman demanded outright victory for the party in the region next year. Let Abia go and sit together. All the national elections, House of Representatives, Senate governorship, like the presidential election, we will not be satisfied with just 25% of the vote cast. So there it is. They are looking to take the whole of the East. We need the vote cast in the majority for APC. No halfway about it. If we are to win, we must try to win every state. We have to do some work to avoid we have to do some work to avoid and forget some of the prejudices and stand together. We don't want anybody to come here after the election and start crying and laying blames for our failures. I will not listen to that. This is the time to unite. This is the time to work for unity. If we do, God will be with us, he said. The chairman advised warring factions in Abia State to bury their hatchets and work for the success of the party. He warned the party leaders in the state that the National Working Committee (NWC) of the party will entertain any reconciliation in the state. Hence, they should go back and reconcile. The Adigwiji Committee has the Deputy Chief Whip of the House of Representatives, Honorable, I won't attempt the name, as Secretary, with Minister of State for Science and Technology, I won't attempt his name, and then it goes on to give us a list of names that I'm not really brave enough to attempt. So there it is. A Buhari regime finds multi-choice, Daily Trust, others 5 million naira each over film on bandit or on armed bandits. The National Broadcasting Commission today, August the 3rd, 2022, imposed a 5 million naira sanction, each on Multi-Choice Nigeria Limited, owners of DSTV, Telcom Satellite Limited, TSTV, NTA-Star Times Limited, for the carriage of the documentary by the BBC Africa Eye titled Bandit Warlords of Zamfara, which glorified activities of bandits and undermines national security in Nigeria. Trust TV Network Limited was also fined 5 million naira for its documentary titled Nigeria's Banditry, The Inside Story, whilst appreciating the need of educating, informing, and enlightening the public on issues bordering on developments and happenings within and outside the country. The Commission wishes to seize this opportunity to advise broadcasters to be circumspect and deliberate in the choice and carriage of contents deleterious of Nigeria's national security. Consequently, the airing and carriage of these documentaries contravene the provisions of Nigeria's Broadcasting Code, 6th edition, especially the underlisted sections. So it goes on to give us the sections. So section 3, subsection 1.1, No broadcast shall encourage or incite crime, lead to no broadcast shall encourage or incite crime, lead to public disorder or hate, be repugnant to public feelings, or contains offensive reference to any persons or organization alive or dead, or generally be disrespectful to human dignity. The broadcaster shall not transmit a program that incites or likely to incite to violence amongst the populace, causing mass panic, political and social upheaval, security breach, and general social disorder. The broadcaster shall ensure that law enforcement is, pardon me, give me one moment.
Nigeria sai Peter Obi shi muke
onye du iPod o meriwo n'izu onye ya abakare mama dawora olabori meri Nnamdi win the war Python that's one Python that's two na Python that's three olabori meri Nnamdi win the war Python that's one Python that's two na Python that's three olabori meri Nnamdi bụ onye du iPod o meriwo n'izu ndị iro ya abakare mama ndawora unu abụghị meri Nnamdi win the war Python that's one Python that's two na Python that's three unu abụghị meri Nnamdi win the war Python that's one Python that's two na Python that's three unu abụghị meri Nnamdi win the war Python that's one Python that's two na Python that's three unu abụghị meri Nnamdi win the war Python that's one Python that's two na Python that's three unu abụghị meri Nnamdi win the war Python that's one Python that's two na Python that's three unu abụghị meri Nnamdi.
If you want to come down, come down. I mean, let me know what's going on. If you want me to shut down, then I'll shut down. I mean.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right, and there it is. So there it is. Where was I? Let me just bring you the entirety of it again. Buhari regime finds multi-choice, Daily Trust, others 5 million naira each over films on armed bandits. The National Broadcasting Commission today, August the 3rd, 2022, imposed a 5 million naira sanction each on Multi-Choice Nigeria Limited, owners of DSTV, Telcom Satellite Limited, NT8 Star Times Limited for the carriage of the documentary by the BBC Africa Eye titled Bandit Warlords of Zamfara, which glorified the activities of bandits and undermines national security in Nigeria. Trust TV Network Limited was also fined 5 million naira for its documentary titled Nigeria's Banditry, The Inside Story, whilst appreciating the need of educating, informing, and enlightening the public on issues bordering on developments and happenings within and outside the country. The Commission wishes to seize this opportunity to advise broadcasters to be circumspect and deliberate in the choice and carriage of contents deleterious to Nigeria's national security. Consequently, the airing and carriage of these documentaries contravened the provisions of Nigeria's Broadcasting Code, uh, uh, 6th edition, especially the underlisted sections. So it goes on to give us the sections that have been contravened. The imposed penalties on these broadcast media platforms and station is to be remitted not later than August the 30th, 2022. Failure to comply with this will lead to the imposition of a higher sanction as provided in the code. Our broadcasters are enjoined to be instruments of national unity and desist from falling into antics of using their platforms to promote and glorify subversive elements and their activities. Please note that every broadcast station or platform is responsible for the content it transmits or transmitted on its platform and shall be held liable for any content in violation of Nigeria's broadcasting code. Are signed Balarabe Shehu. So of course it has to be Balarabe Shehu. Who else? So this now the last readout, and then we come into the room. Tinubu not part of Buhari's regime. Don't blame him. Oshiomhole. So let's hear from the little man. Former Edo Governor Adams Oshiomhole says Bola Tinubu, the APC presidential flag bearer, has played no part in President Muhammad Buhari's regime and as such could not be blamed for any infraction by the government. I think in appropriating or apportioning blames I think, let's take that again. Former Edo Governor Adams Oshiomhole says Bola Tinubu, the APC presidential flag bearer, has played no part in President Muhammad Buhari's regime and as such could not be blamed for any infraction by the government. I think in appropriating or apportioning blame or crediting people, you will look at their role. It is a fact that Tinubu himself co-founded the APC, but he never participated in governance. Mr. Oshiomhole asserted during an interview on Arise TV Wednesday morning. He stressed he never held any position in government. He didn't carry out any contract on behalf of government. So how can you credit him either way? Though Messrs. Buhari and Tinubu are leaders of the ruling APC, Mr. Oshiomhole, a former national chairman of the party, insisted that you cannot say someone who never in any way participated in government be credited with the outcome of the government policy or be blamed for same. Mr. Tinubu, one of the founders of the ruling party, will labor to detach himself from the failings of the Buhari regime, which he helped to install 7 years ago, even as he tries to convince the Nigerian electorate to entrust him and his party with the country's reins of government in the 2023 elections. Analysts hold that the Buhari-led APC government has failed in all the promises it made on its way to gaining power in 2015. The party campaigned vigorously on a three-pronged mantra of securing the country, providing job, and fighting corruption. So there it is, and there it is right there. So, but is Tinubu really, is not a functionary of the Buhari administration. That's just a factual statement. So that's a factual statement. Celebes, we see you. The mighty Ajale Koko, good to see you. Saki, father, how far? So Saki, father, we see you. The artist formerly known as Ovie, we see you. Ayo, we see you. Thomas, we see you. And X0, we see you. So good to see you all, lady and gentlemen. So now twice in a row we're able to say lady and gentlemen. Ovie, what are you listening to, or is this I'm always concerned anytime I see you, Ovie.
I'm happy to see Ayo. It's been a minute. Ayo, you're welcome.
Hey, it's good to see you too, Ovie. You know me. Anywhere I go, but it's good to see you, man.
All right,
brother.
All right. Since you are so happy to see Ayo, then let's go straight to Ayo then and kick it off then. So now, when the music stops and the DJ starts to pack up, it is time to go home. And I think now this Peter big noise making has reached its crescendo. So now the unpicking of Peter Obi. And by the way, before I come to you, Ayo. Sorry, Ovie, how do you pronounce the last name of that guy? You're from that side of the world. Is it Omoteye or?
Omoteye.
Omoteye.
Omoteye. But I think Celebi might be better. It's more closer. It's an Ijaw woman. What's that? Almost says it's Shekiri, if I'm not mistaken.
No, all right. So I think. Yeah, we go with your pronunciation. So this Sam Omoteye now, Ayo now, it started is somewhat unbundled Peter Obi in the manner that we all have, but he more detailed and he more final, he more ruthless, more clinical. So the obituary rights then of the noise making from the East.
Yeah. So I haven't actually read the obituary. I haven't actually read the story itself, but I have heard all the chatter around it, and I can only imagine, what it contained. Obviously, he's obviously a Tinubu mouthpiece, and I suppose he's, a paid mouthpiece, and he's doing his job, and no surprises there. That's what political operatives do. So. No, as far as the actual substance goes, it will be hard for me to comment on the substance of what he wrote, just being that I haven't actually read it. But
shall I give you the highlights?
Sure, absolutely.
The highlights essentially is all of the spaces that Peter Obi occupies. He's gone there to unpick it. So his following is telling us essentially, predominantly the core of it are Ipobians, and I think we all know this from the tone and texture of the following. A lot of people feel they are Ipobians. So he's gone to Anambra State to unravel the Peter Obi narrative, all the lootings that was taking place, to the point that they were trafficking money in cash. They were apprehended in Lagos State, but the state, and these are all public record, by the way, the state could not move against them because he had hold of the state assembly. How his wife was spending money like it was going out of fashion, the fact that he left no legacy really in the Anambra space, they wrap this narrative around this education thing. So and the fact that he's also trying to whip up sentimentality about him being the Southern Christian that people should rally around, traversing church after church to try and sell so that's really what it wraps it around.
Well, it sounds like a whole lot of profiling to me, and it's very weird because IPOB is a very specific kind of Igbo person, and we all know. Well, I do, and I'm sure most people on this panel interact with Igbos very regularly, if not daily. as friends, co-workers, spouses, and otherwise. So it's kind of ridiculous that it seems to me, and this is just the narrative that I get, especially on pro Tinubu, in pro Tinubu spaces, where if you're Igbo, then somehow you have to be linked, or you must support um, um, IPOP. It's almost a very lazy profiling, especially as no one is profiling every Fulani as a terrorist. And if there is one group of people in the country that probably should be profiled for, I mean, countries have profiled people for a lot less. You have one group of people terrorizing an entire country, and no one is profiling the average Fulani on the street. But here is a reputable candidate running for president. He's pretty much stated his platform. He is not shying away from interviews. He's healthy. He's got a pedigree, and we're trying to link him to IPOB. It's almost laughable. It's funny because I was on a space earlier, and everyone was saying, "Oh, Nigeria is still the giants of Africa." Nigeria is not the giants of Africa. Nigerians are the giants of Africa. There's a huge difference. We're very smart people, and we don't fall for sensationalism. Sure, maybe recently a lot of religiosity and ethnocentric sentiment has crept into our conversations, but by and large, every single Nigerian who at least has basic has a level of basic education knows that that's all bollocks. It's silly to try to link. So what's the next thing they're going to say now? That if he does win the presidency, this is such a slippery slope. So the next thing is, especially as time goes on and he starts to gain more popularity, the next talking point.
Are you dismissing that there are IPOBian elements within the Peter Obi narrative?
Absolutely, 100%. I have heard him. I have never heard Buhari denounce Fulani terrorists. I have never heard him full-throatedly denounce Fulani terrorists. I have heard Peter Obi denounce IPOB militia many times.
Can you send a link to that? I'd like to see that. But it's very difficult to say that. And to be clear, nobody is saying Peter Obi is an IPOBian. Nobody is saying that Peter Obi is an IPOB sympathizer. What people are saying, which is very difficult because it's so visible, what people are saying is that the IPOB energy has moved from their now incarcerated lead to a new icon, which is Peter Obi. And
listen, sorry,
it's just so.
I don't think anyone,
I'm not sure that there's any argument there, really.
No one in Nigeria right now is worried about IPOB. Okay, the only people that are worried about IPOB are the politicians and their mouthpieces, because IPOB isn't a threat to anybody, and I think we all know this. We know where the threat is coming from. We know the group of people. We know the other unfortunate, power-hungry politician who empowered the present tyrant leading in the presidency. We know who that is, and that's where the conversation needs to be. And stop trying to link IPOB.
I'm not sure that the writer was pointing to a fear of IPOB, but is necessarily and patently this is what is playing out. It's a rank hypocrisy and a flakiness to the undertone of it. So the rank hypocrisy. These people, just barely 5 months ago, they were telling us that Biafra till I die, Nigeria is a zoo, and if they identify you as a one Nigerianist within their space, they will stone you. So this same set of people. So that energy, and it is unequivocal, by the way, because a lot of us are in the space. We are on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on everywhere. And the same spaces, the same group set, the same voices that were under that rising sun banner of the Biafra flag, they have now pivoted to the Labour Party logo with the Peter Obi face. Well, I'm sure you've seen it on your Facebook groups as well. If you gravitate towards that, so the Atobian element of the Nnamdi Kanu of the Peter Obi movement is unequivocal.
So that's a move in the right direction, wouldn't you admit?
Well, it is a move in the right, but it's a rank hypocrisy, though, isn't it? And it's a flakiness.
I think we're beyond semantics. We're beyond talks of hypocrisy and similar semantics. Right now, people are fighting for their lives. I mean, the country is. I mean, I don't even think we can say Banana Republic because those countries, Banana Republic, still have some semblance of leadership. Right now, it's each man for himself. But by the way, you can't protect yourself if you're being attacked by a certain group of people, which is kind of mind-boggling to me, because one of the strongest instincts we have as people is to protect your territory, your land, your family. This is just innate within every human being. And if the government was really serious about getting rid of terrorism, the simplest way to do that is to empower individual states to protect themselves and not
and then it speaks to elements of corruption as well, which we know is very much vested in Peter Obi.
Well, I disagree. I don't think anyone can hold Peter Obi in contrast to Tinubu and pick Peter Obi as the more corrupt person. Now, that would be the height of hypocrisy that you mentioned a couple of sentences ago. That you would bring that up is kind of alarming, especially as the alternative, takes corruption to a whole different level.
All right. Are you saying that Peter Obi is not corrupt or not as corrupt as Tinubu? Just to be clear on what you are saying.
So as far as I know, he's not.
He's not.
I'm sure.
Sorry, have you studied the man? Have you studied him? Do you know his backstory? Peter Obi?
So like I think I have. I think, and I'm.
And you're saying he's not corrupt?
I am pleasantly accepting of what I understand and what I have learned about him. I'm not looking for St. Paul or any other saint to come and lead Nigeria to the promised land. I am just looking for someone with at least 50% common sense that won't drop ill or become attractively inoperative within the first couple of months just because of age or another ailment. So,
to be clear, Peter Obi is corrupt. It is factually documented.
Well, I mean, because these are words, and you
they are not words.
Well, you saying the same word over. I know what you're doing. You saying
we can go through it if you want us to go through it.
Well, and let's do that, and we can hold his record up to Tinubu's.
Tinubu is corrupt. No doubt about that.
Okay, then let's focus on
Peter Obi is corrupt.
Since Tinubu is the front runner, and you've accepted that he's corrupt, well, let's interrogate his corruption. Why don't we do that first?
But Peter Obi is in discussion, and he is corrupt.
Well,
he is corrupt.
I would, like I said, I am not looking for St. Peter or St. Paul to lead me to the promised land. But if you're comparing apples to apples, Peter Obi, Tinubu cannot shine Peter Obi's shoes when it comes to purity.
What do you mean purity? His wife was spending the Anambra state government money like it was going out of fashion.
Please, at least we know he has legitimate business. Well, even you would.
He was using the state funds to build his own supermarket chain.
But we agree. You accept that he has. Maybe he's corrupt, but he has a couple of legitimate businesses. Would you agree or not?
It was trafficking. It was
one man. Yes or no? Does he have any legitimate business?
Those who have any legitimate business.
Peter Obi.
I don't know his business is, but I know it's corruption.
But I know it's corruption. Where is Tinubu's source of wealth? Where does that come from?
From corruption.
Okay, exactly. So why are you browbeating the issue? Why are we flogging the issue?
No, but you're trying to say Peter Obi is not corrupt when I think everybody on this platform knows he is.
Okay,
He's not corrupt. One man, please.
Okay. Let's if you want us to open that book, let's open it.
Let's move on to the next topic. If you've accepted
but this is this is I will encourage you to go and read the Sam Omatese whatever. Go and read that, because what you are doing now is exactly what this guy is pointing to.
No, one man. And sorry, Ayo, let me just say something real quick. Morning, afternoon, evening, everybody. You see the issue. Like, you remember when I said something about our blessing being a cause to us. That is part of what I'm talking about. Look, I am not a part of IPOB, and I have said it on this program that IPOB constitutes less than 5% of the entire Igbo population. But you guys keep putting up this narrative, and I keep asking you guys, how many of you has IPOB attacked before? They've attacked you before. They are not in your farms. So how is IPOB an issue? Like, you have a Buhari right there, who the Boko Haram in the past said that he's going to be there. And in 2015, most of you here, even Sowore and everybody, were supporting that dude. And today he has become a calamity to us. Nobody is talking. Now, IPOB is an issue. Can we stop on issues?
IPOB is not an issue. No one goes.
Sorry, are you pivoting? Are we doing what about?
No. I'm talking about the Sam. I'm talking about the Sam. The Sam obituary. How can you even write? How can you even start a column and you put obituary and you put someone's picture in African culture? Sometimes we act like we are mental. This is a period. You cannot just put obituary and you put someone's picture underneath, and you come there and you want nonsense, and you say that people are not going to respond.
My goodness.
How many times has that coward wrote about the Boko Haram? How many times has that coward wrote about the oppression going in the Southeast?
They're already issuing death threats against him.
Please forget that death threat. When he wrote obituary, when he wrote obituary and put Peter Obi's picture there, right? What was he expecting? Is that right in any culture? Come on, let us be reasonable. We are Africans, for crying out loud. Wow. We cannot be acting like we're animals.
Nashville, that's semantics too. I mean, sure, maybe it was, beyond
that's literary license. That's play on words.
No. But the perception of the ordinary Nigerian. Forget. Look. Let me tell you. When I saw that, I knew what he was doing. But look, let me tell you, we are not that educated in Nigeria
but he's speaking to your level, not the man on the
No, he's not speaking. He's not speaking to my level, because whatever he says to some other people, because for him, he is reasonable enough. He is grown. He's a grown man. You ought to know what, if you're going to write. Okay, you're talking about are there members of Sunday Igbo Ho's group following Tinubu today?
Nashville. I think your anger might be a little misdirected. He accomplished what he wanted to achieve with that headline. Sensationalism. That's why we're talking about it. So as far as he's concerned, that was successful. Good. Now let's just.
I read the article. So that's where I'm coming from.
Right. So
I read the article.
I mean, the article is a political hit job. They do that all the time. More is going to come out.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm coming from.
And everyone knows Tinubu plays dirty. Everyone knows that. So, expect more of that to come out. But the fact is, this is how people who support Obi should see this. It shows, because if Tinubu has one thing, he has smart people around him. This guy is analyzing metrics. He's analyzing trends. He knows the person he needs to bring down is Obi, not Atiku. That's why he's focused on Obi. If anything, you should derive some joy that he's dedicating his media operatives to bringing down Obi. It's not going anywhere.
So we should dismiss the content of the piece.
We should
and continue to sing Obi's saying
in its entirety, because, I said, Obi is no saint, but
If it's not sin, then is he a sinner?
Well, I mean, come on, man. Let's be serious. Compared to what we have on ground right now, we have a power hungry. Maybe Tinubu could have been good if maybe he was 10 years younger, even with his selfish and evil worldview. I don't think he would be as bad as Buhari in trying to. I don't think him and Buhari have the same agenda. Let's just say that. But the fact is, the reason the North is so dick hard for this guy is because they don't expect him to last. And anyone who has watched his movements, has listened to him speak, how can you come to any other conclusion that this guy is not going to see through his first term? I'm not wishing any ill on him.
I'm not sure you're in a position to say that. I'm not sure you are in a position to say that.
Well, I mean, my eyes, I can see what I can see, right? I can see what I can see. This guy is not well.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Please, this OB issue has been too much on this platform, but I want to ask you a question so that at least we know the perspective where you're coming from. Between OB, Atiku, and Tinubu, who do you think is least corrupt?
Who do I think is least corrupt?
Yes.
But the lesser of two evils is still evil.
The question is, who do you think is least corrupt?
That just answered. The lesser of two evils is still evil.
Well, you just told me. What you just told me is that OB is least corrupt.
I did not say that. You gave three names.
That's what you just said.
No, you gave three names. You gave three names.
Yeah.
So why did you conclude OB?
Well, I got my answer anyway. We can move on. I got my answer.
No, you didn't get any answer. I don't know, man. It's a real case.
Your guy is laughing. You see. We have been upon this issue for the past how many months? Since this program started, we've been on this issue of IPOB, and then we graduated to obedience.
Yeah, because OB is the natural evolution of IPOB.
It appears there's a narrative.
Yes, it's an anti-Igbo platform. Yes, say it now. Say it now. If that's what you think, say it.
No.
I don't mind.
Because we are trying to, we've been extricating ourselves from the IPOBism from time immemorial. Now, you want us to extricate ourselves from being humans, because from time we have been telling you that there's only 5% or less that are doing this IPOB shit. Now we are in a political era. You wouldn't even let us land our position. We are all IPOBists.
But that's a view that is widely held, though. That is the view of Reno Mokri. That is the view of the author of this piece. That is the view of a lot of people. Come on, man. That's just you can't give. Look, leave all of that. If that is your response, if that is your response to everything critical of Peter B, then it will get dull very quickly. Oh, it's a hatchet job. It's a paid man. It's a hired gun. It's a hired pen. Let people criticize the guy. Let people criticize the guy.
Okay, well let's.
It's just too funny that he's the one everybody is talking about.
Because it's painting a false narrative.
Who is building a false narrative?
Peter Obi is painting a false narrative. He's trying to con us. He's a con man.
Listen, we have an existential threat in Nigeria currently. I don't think anyone can disagree with that. We have an existential threat, and it's not IPOB. So why are we even discussing IPOB? IPOB is not keeping anyone in any part.
No, we're discussing the solutions to the threats that you are saying we have.
So the solution to the threat, you can't take a small problem, magnify it, and then try somehow to pin a solution. A person who has narrated very logical positions and has come up with concrete solutions by without even answering pre-prepared questions. He's answering questions on the fly by trained journalists that no other candidate refuses. No other candidate has the guts to do, and then somehow try and tie him to a small militia group that he has nothing to do with, that no one is scared of, that isn't keeping anyone awake at night, and that isn't threatening the existence of Nigeria. When we know that we have so many different insurgency groups, Boko Haram, Fulani terrorists, with a government that is so unserious about addressing it, it's hard to not see that it suggests complicity. But we're here discussing
you know what?
IPOB and Obi might have a soft spot for IPOB. It's ludicrous.
You know what?
But nobody has said that. Who said Obi has a soft spot for IPOB?
You literally just said you were linking him to IPOB, and he
maybe you misheard what's being said. So maybe.
But one man, you know what?
No, don't do that now. Why are you doing that? You know that cut no eyes in this sort of conversation. The ad hominems, they cut no eyes. So I'm not want to. I'm sure you know I'm not want to be beaten down.
Somebody said here that the people who do this IPOB thing are less than 5%. And you disagree?
Well, how did I disagree?
Okay, if people who are doing this IPOB thing are less than 5%, why are you worried about it?
No. You know, I don't disagree or agree that the people, because I'm not sure where that person is, where you are getting that data from. So that's just plucked from the air sort of data, but it's not even necessarily what they are. Can you not see the point? The point being made is that the energy, the IPOB energy, has transmuted from the Biafran narrative with all of its viciousness and its bile, and it's now transmuted to the Peter Obi space.
Those IPOBs, are they Nigerians or not?
So where are you going?
No, if they are Nigerians and if that is their own way of demanding whatever they want, or if that's their own way of expressing themselves, as long as they've not committed any crimes, leave them alone.
And we make it seem like, I mean,
yes.
This is what Peter Obi said on the issue about IPOB, because he was asked specifically about this. And I mean, if this issue is of interest to anyone here, you can go look it up yourself. He was asked point blank his position on IPOB and I guess the militia, what are they called? The Eastern Security Network. And he said very concisely that anyone who breaks the law or contravenes anything in our constitution by taking up arms and forcibly trying to create a situation of secession should be dealt with. They should.
Where did he say that? You're making a lot of.
Let me finish.
No. You've made two assertions now. That is not backed up.
And I'll tell you where he said it, where I heard it. Right, and then he said not to be confused with people who have a legitimate. And this is why this guy is, in my opinion, he's honest. He's not trying to placate the entire country like Tinubu or Atiku, running away from real issues because he's too cowardly to address them. He says people who have a legitimate issue of self-determination without violence, and that is not illegal. That is in the UN chapter. You can do that as an ethnic group. And I think everyone here agrees that the Igbos are an ethnic group, a very large one. So them trying to handle their own affairs, whether you like it or not, is not against the law, either national or international. Taking up arms to forcibly.
Sorry, where did he say all this? Well, I follow the space, and I've not heard him say all that.
Okay, so it was an interview he had on Arise News. He's had several. This was the one 2 interviews ago. Go and look it up. He may not have said it in as many words as I'm saying, but the gist of can
you let Ayo speak, please? So you are reinterpreting his words.
As opposed to, of course, I'm reinterpreting his word. I can't quote him verbatim.
All right.
I remember exactly what he said.
All right. So you're giving us an understanding of what you thought he might have said. All right.
I'm pretty sure I have a good grasp of the English language, so I'm not giving you my understanding of what he said. I'm giving you an understanding.
Can I help you? Can I help you?
Please.
Okay.
Do.
He said on that interview that there are people that are that has like some legitimate issues with self-determination that he is going to discuss with them.
Exactly.
Then after that, any person that is found to be breaking the law, he used the word, will be dealt with decisively. He used the word decisively.
Thank you. You
saw that. He said that he was going to talk. He said that he even mentioned Igboho. He even mentioned Igboho and all of them. He said, I'm going to talk to every one of them. And that is the best thing to do. If that is what I was telling you.
Don't take us on that journey. Let's get back to Ayo. But I'm not taking any of that verbatim, of course, because we must be able to criticize this guy.
Absolutely.
And this guy, there's nothing that comments or recommends him. Nothing at all. This guy's a chancer, and that is what a lot of people think. It's an opportunist, but then, of course, that is starting to unravel somewhat.
Bro, come on, man. You know these names you're throwing at him. At least he's answering questions, right?
What questions has he answered?
You tell me what Tinubu's position is on Igbo.
We're not discussing Tinubu now. Why are you pivoting? We are discussing.
Seriously, how can you have a conversation that is in direct contrast to another candidate and say, "Well, we're not going to talk about that"?
Talk about Tinubu.
On what I don't want.
All right. Okay. Give us your response and then I'll move on because this is not going to lead anywhere. But give us your response.
What is Tinubu's position on Yoruba Nation now?
I don't know Tinubu's position on anything. I'm not a spokesperson. I think it's a corrupt politician that is out to loot the country dry. That's what I think.
Good. Okay, I'm glad you said that because I feel the exact same way too.
It's very corrupt one.
And the reason I felt it was important to sort of like log on was because I thought we were going to talk about the Niger Republic situation with Buhari pretty much just at this point blatantly extracting resources and sending it to what he considers his primary country, I guess. I don't know. This absolutely makes no sense to me. And you have a leader who has captured the sovereignty of an indigenous people and is telling you, and is pretty much just giving it to the land of his lineage, and we're sitting down and accepting it. This should make everyone's blood boil. This should make everyone's blood boil. That money would have settled ASU. They've been out for 5-6 months. And when we know he doesn't value education, and we know most of the people who are like him don't value education, and this is why he's allowed this to fester for so long. He gave Afghanistan, the pariah of pariahs of countries. He gave them $1 million. $1 million. And we're here, nitpicking about Obi. I mean, come on. How are we not enraged?
What do you mean we're here nitpicking about Obi? We have that as a topic of discussion. We read it out as well.
Yeah. So anyway, maybe you did. Sorry if you did.
What do you mean maybe I did? Of course I did. Certainly did.
Well,
maybe you say I did not hear it. There's no maybe about it. I did read it out.
Okay. All right. So we're in agreement there. So for me, these are issues that make my blood boil, not some phantom situation of Peter Obi potentially, liking.
Are you not the one that always comes here to use the cliche of walking and chewing gum at the same time?
Yeah, absolutely. But
so can you have more than one concern?
No, absolutely. But I think
all right.
I think today's bombshell was quite significant. And
what bombshell?
The bombshell of him sending billions of naira to Niger for luxury vehicles. How is not everyone?
No, that's not the bombshell. The bombshell was him building the railway from Katsina to Kaduna to Niger. So that was the bombshell. Sending $1 billion naira to, that's just adding on to what is already known that his loyalty is to his own country.
The issue with the railway is it hasn't been built yet. He signed.
What do you mean it hasn't been built? It's going to be commissioned before he leaves office. That's what he told us.
It won't.
God.
And the next.
What do you mean it won't? Don't just say things like, what do you mean it won't?
Okay, let me know when it's built, and then we can have this conversation.
Do you know if it's being built now or not?
I do know it's not being built. I know.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Are you serious? It's not being built. So this is why
because you say so. How do you know it's not being built? Is my question.
How do you know it's being built?
I know it's being built because they've perfected the financing. They've commissioned the engineering. The man himself said he's going to complete it in his administration so it doesn't get abandoned. So all of
Okay.
the things there
Here's the
are in
point.
place. So
Here's the
what
thing.
do you know to the
China-
contrary to say that it's not being built?
Here's the thing. China backed out of a lot of promises they made pertaining to railways specifically, from I think it was Lagos to Ibadan and then to Kaduna or something, and then one that's they backed out and they were looking
They
for.
backed out of Lagos to Ibadan. It's been completed.
Lagos to Kaduna, no. Of course, Lagos to Ibadan is already running. They backed out from Lagos to Kaduna, and they've been looking for additional. I'm surprised because I thought this is what you do. So this is information.
No. What I do is to speak to facts, not to speculation. And
this is not speculation. This is not speculation. The China backed out
of what?
Financing. They backed out of the financing from Ibadan to Kaduna. Go and look it up. They backed out.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Ibadan to Kaduna. I'm talking about from wherever to Maradi in Niger
This is
Republic.
what I'm saying. They backed out from any further construction of the planned rail system that they initially agreed with.
Where are you getting that from?
You do remember when Amechi said...
Can you hold on? Can you hold on, please? Where are you getting that from?
Where am I getting it from?
Yes, where are you getting it from?
It's just where I get everything else from. You get news, filters into your inbox, you review it, you go to other sources, you review it. This is an old story. I cannot be the only one on this platform that knows this. Am I the only one?
What? That's the Chinese backed out of financing the
There's no way I can be the only one on this platform that knows this. So back to what I was saying.
No. Because you've made about 3 or 4 assertions now that you've been invited to back up, and you just glaze over.
I don't know what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
No. Hold on. Can you hold on, please, Sally?
I'm going. No. Your word is not. When have you ever proven me wrong? When have I ever said anything that was?
You've never said anything that I've really felt anything. But you can't just say something and then leave it there without just abstract statements, man. Come on, man.
Can someone else help him?
So you're saying they haven't cancelled it? Is what you're saying?
Cancelled what?
The financing. China hasn't cancelled the financing
for the Maradi rail track.
For the entire rail project.
No, I'm asking you. We're talking about the Maradi rail track, which is what you said was cancelled. And I'm asking you how you know. And then you're spiraling around, and I'm not sure what you're doing.
The Maradi mail track isn't something that was actually even going to be done now. That is part of the package that was cancelled. So yes, has he signed an agreement? Yeah. No.
Come May 2023, you will see train flying that road between Kano to Maradi. I don't know where you hear that from. May 2023, that will be operational.
Is that the completion date?
Hopefully,
yeah, I don't know, man. People just come here. Yes. You know, we don't do made up stuff here now.
May 2023, that will be official.
You know, start talking to someone else. I will find it for you, and then I'll try.
And you must find it. You must find where you read that the rail track to Maradi has been cancelled, and if you cannot find it, then you have to come back and withdraw that statement. Let's go.
Why would they cancel it?
I mean,
It's not cancelled, but
it's not cancelled now. So what would
less than a year from now, that will be operational. Less than a year from now.
That is Buhari's marquee. That is Buhari's marquee project for his people.
I hope we're not going to start harping on semantics when I bring the.
What do you mean semantics? You made an assertion. It's not semantics. It's an assertion.
One man.
You made an assertion.
The Chinese have refused to fund the loan.
The contract has been sealed. It has been sealed. I don't know why you guys are going to finance it.
This is the thing now.
Do you know what a contract is?
What is on Google?
The contract is a two-way street.
Bloomberg is reputable. Let me read it. It says,
"Thank you.
Nigeria gives up waiting for China Exim Bank."
Thank you. Now,
can you hold on? Sorry, hold on. Nigeria did what?
Nigeria gives up waiting for China Exim Bank railway loan.
Where is your source? Where are you reading that from?
Bloomberg.
Can you hold on? Can you
Bloomberg.
hold on? So what does he say?
Country turns to Standard Charter to raise funds for project. China's rebuff is a setback for Nigeria's infrastructure push.
Right. So what are you saying?
Swallow your humble pie and apologize. Let's move on.
Me apologize. You said
What is your source and
what nonsense are we doing here, man? What nonsense are we doing? You said the Maradi rail track. So can you hold on, please? You said the Maradi rail track was cancelled, and I said, what is your source? And I still maintain that question. Where is your source to say that the Maradi rail track was cancelled?
It's stalled, not cancelled.
Can I read further?
Please.
Where are you reading this from? What date was it?
Bloomberg is reputable.
What date was this?
He's trying to. They are running interference.
It's been going on now. I wonder why.
I don't understand why you are actually agreeing.
It's just an. I don't. Are we on some parallel universe here?
That's laughable, actually. That's laughable.
Look at it now, Celebis. What are we? This guy has come to make an assertion that the Maradi rail track has been cancelled.
Okay,
asked him to provide the source for it, and they are dribbling round and rambling round, and this one has gone to get some Bloomberg something that
I've heard about it. One man, it was stalled because the Chinese are becoming skeptical about it.
Is that the Maradi rail track?
It's all
not the Maradi. The Maradi rail track will be completed. I will be running in less than a year from now. I don't know what you're going to talk.
Is that not where the conversation started?
What is your source? Since you're requesting my source, and X0 has just given you where it was cancelled. OVA.
Where what was cancelled? So sorry. Where what was cancelled?
He just read it to you. They're not funding the loan.
Oh my God.
No, we are talking about the Maradi rail track. What are you doing now? Do you want me to say it in Yoruba?
I think
rail track to lọ sí Maradi. Rail track to lọ sí Maradi. This is the rail track to one Nigeria. To lọ sí Maradi. Maybe you understand it better. Rail track to lọ sí Maradi. What are you doing now?
So clearly, for one man, this is more about irritation. This is more about irritation and distance. No,
look at
when it goes to Maradi,
I don't want to. Anyway, let me not go through because it's just
going to Maradi. Where does it run from to Maradi? Is Maradi isolated by itself?
Wherever it's running from, they are run from whichever point in Nigeria to Maradi.
Roman, do you know what point in Nigeria it runs from? You don't even know.
I don't really care. I know it runs from either Kaduna, Katsina.
Something you don't even have the basic facts on.
I don't have this. This is probably the most nonsensical conversation.
Be a big man.
Okay. Give us your commentaries on that space, and then I'll move on because this is just going nowhere.
So what I was saying is, no one should get too upset about the Maradi rail track, because you were saying that is the biggest story, and I'm telling you, it's not a story because it hasn't been built, and it's not going to be built because the Chinese have withdrawn their funds.
Please don't say that unless you are able to provide the proof.
X0 just provided it for you.
X0 provided a statement, which I'm going to take back.
Bloomberg.
I guarantee you, what you are reading was from 2021.
No, it doesn't even matter. No, sorry, it doesn't even matter where that is from. He has provided what I'm saying specifically is that rail track, which is going to be Buhari's marquee project for his people. So if you are able to say that that's been cancelled, which I'm not aware that it has been, then provide proof of that. But if you are making a generic statement about the Chinese not funding rail tracks in Nigeria, that is separate from what I'm asking. But carry on so that we can move the conversation on.
Let me try and say this calmly, and this is the last thing I'll say about this issue.
So
the reason the Chinese have refused to fund that loan is because they don't think it is going to yield sufficient revenue for them to receive payment. Let me finish, please. Okay, I'm just trying to be calm because, I'm just trying to be calm. So if they don't feel that the Lagos...
You should be calm if you are confident in what you're saying.
If they don't feel that the Lagos to Kaduna is going to generate enough revenue for repayment, you think that they're going to feel
sorry, man. Sorry, Ayo. That's not how it works. What do you mean if they don't feel do you think it's the revenue of the rail service that underpins the loan? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes. Okay, so I would even go back further. I will even go back further. So the condition of that loan from the Kano to Maradi, the condition of that loan was the Chinese said we would sign this loan with the agreement that the Lagos to Ibadan rail track, the revenue from Lagos to Ibadan rail track will stand as a surety, or whatever the legal term.
Where are you getting this from?
Okay, here we go again. Here we go. So let's just since if I say anything,
sorry, that's not the case. That's a total nonsense. Everybody please disregard that. That's a total nonsense. A rail service is a loss leader in any country. So I'm not quite sure where they're saying the revenue of the rail service will underpin the loan. It is the sovereign wealth of the country. It is the sovereign wealth of the country that underpins the loan.
Oh my God, this guy, man.
What are you talking about, man?
This guy, how do you
it, but it doesn't pay it necessarily. They still have to look at how you're going to get the money to pay back.
To projects. That's what I think he's trying to say.
That's usually how the project.
In essence, what they were saying is if that loan is defaulted on, they're going to commandeer operations, which they have done. And which Africa was it? Zambia, where they took their port, or was it Uganda?
Yeah.
They will commandeer the operations of the Lagos to Ibadan. Does that make more sense to you?
It doesn't, but carry on.
Well, I can't help you. I'm sorry. Let's just.
All right. Thank you. So thank you for that admission that you cannot help. So let's go. Let's go on from there to Ovie. So let's come to you, Ovie, and let's hear your commentaries about this chart that has now brought.
You know why I'm laughing? You know why I'm laughing? The money that will finance that road is not even from China. It's going to come from Germany and European country. I don't know why Ayo is saying that from. Not be Chinese will finance that road.
It's just making us stop. Carry on.
Okay, it's a Chinese loan. It's a Chinese loan. Okay. It's a Chinese loan.
No, it's not Chinese fund.
Someone will grab an imaginative statement out of the air, and one man will not challenge him. And then I will bring up a statement that someone backs up in the news, and he's still trying to poo-poo it.
No, because you are reading old news. AY, I guarantee you that Bloomberg article was from 2021. I guarantee you. Give me the date.
All right, let's just go from there, because to bring the tempo down, or will it bring the tempo down even because
anyway, you brought this. I thought how you has changed, but it hasn't changed. But soon it will change. So, but even that on the, I think it went from the cars that were given to the Niger Republic. That's where it diverted to the railway. Am I right? I think that's the question that comes from that.
Go to the OB or you brought up the article for us to discuss. So the obituary piece.
Oh yes, on the I think it's just at what Omoshe said. It's just a summary of what to come. But I am more disappointed in the obedient because if I did their shoe, Obi is the easiest and the most easiest person to sell among these 4 candidates. But maybe because of the art of experience. But there's something they say you have to learn on the job. Why people like Omiseye, the Merino, and the rest keep throwing all this kind of thing at you is because of the way you guys react. This is a classic. I mean, Omiseye is not speaking for his spec. He's speaking for the Tinubu camp. That should just give you where to focus on. If they're just like when Ayo and the one man were going back and forth about who is corrupt, who is not corrupt. Ayo, you ask one man, where did Tinubu get his money from? One man say corruption. You could not respond. That's a classic thing. I think, okay, can you move on to something else if you have it? So once they throw this kind of thing at you like this, you see that, okay, where is it coming from? Where is the source? This source is from Tinubu camp. It's from Tinubu. So you go back to your icon and fire Tinubu back. rather than they insult the person, the messenger. That's not, you're actually giving them more courage, more weapon to keep going. And these two big parties knows why we say person know the day on the news. It's because those people, if you like, insult them, they not go respond. They know when to take action. But when they respond to the messenger, that is what they are paid to do. If they give me that kind of money, make an insult to now. I will never stop. I will never stop. So if they throw that kind of thing given us, so go back to ICAP. Venus is going for Tinubu camp. Fire him. Tinubu and Atiku, as far as I'm concerned, they have so much baggage based on their lifestyle and how long they've been in public eyes. But still, now they ignore all those things. And anybody will criticize when I go fire around. But what Sheye mean with that article is what is to come. He has summarized it from A to 2, but that's the only thing you can find on Ubi. But instead of Unamokuna sit down and say, okay, how do we attack this camp? They attack the messenger. It never even starts. When they say Obi this thing is part of what we are talking about. You know you are going to contest for presidency. You know who invest in media. Then how are you going to win? Tinubu, apart from Tinubu, people they credit and say, yes, he can assemble politicians. I give him credit for assembling some of the best writers, some of the best journalists in Nigeria within his space. Either it's TV, it's radio, it's newspaper. There are some of the savages you can find around that space.
Okay,
so
can I ask you a question?
Never ever start. Yeah.
Okay, can I ask you a question? What is the window for campaign? What's the window with the window period for campaign for the 2023 election?
They never start campaign now. Campaign never start.
Okay. The 28th of September is when campaign starts.
Okay.
Campaign never start. But
So
the surrogate, the people they pay to the throw stone, they go they throw. It is allowed. That is what Obi should spend money on. You say assemble your team, make them they scatter. Not be everyone with just the street. Imagine if una they bring article on a bat every freaking day, and the way una use energy they respond to una respect that like that. Tinubu for don't week by now, or article for don't week by now. But no, now they focus on those narrow messengers. It just, I mean, people that they learn as now they go, learn from the take it back. They're not quiet now because they learn. They know they man, bang, no go war. You cannot beat these people. They are veterans. They've been doing it for years. Now just come into the scene. Instead of Mokuna just pipe down and say, okay, why are these people actually doing this? Una just say, oh, because it will be the important. No, because now easy target. This is an easy target. Una they go after Omoshe. He just gives summary of what to come. You see, and I something great. My uncle said, my uncle quote unquote, Koshomole don't drop your own. You guys are not obedient and disobedient. So after una finish Omoshe, now una go on. Time is going. Una focus. This is deliberate. This is a game.
Now Portuguese people they do that line. Portuguese.
Let me bring you a snippet from that Sam Omoteshe. It says in it, so this is just a bit deep into the piece. It says in it, so this is when Nnamdi Kanu used to lash at Peter Obi when he was then governor. So it says in it, so this was in a video clip that Nnamdi Kanu put out. So it says in it, Kanu lashes out at Obi as governor and stated what this essayist wrote about him over building a NEXT supermarket while still governor of Anambra State. The video clip referred to him as a sort of sexual being on the fringe. You can imagine, so it goes on. So I'm not going to go into that sexual bit. They also said in this same, they also know that this is the same Obi whose emissaries were intercepted whilst a governor at Apapa by the then police chief, Marvel Akoyibo, with over 200 million naira in cash. The matter became a cause celebre, with impeachment dangling until the timid State House of Assembly was on the take. This is the man they call stingy because he dared to spend on himself and his family, his wife being accused of spending 1.5 billion naira on tours. So on and on it goes. The man that admitted he placed Anambra money in his family account and was not ashamed to confess when confronted that he did not follow due process. This is the man. I mean, come on, man. It's
But he has explained all that.
That's why I say it's just a summary of what to come. But so far, the way una they defend, you guys are on the wrong side. Una go tire. Now go soon tire if now they keep going defense like that. When are una go on offense? They never even strike since when all this game don't start. I've never seen obedient cow hammer at anybody. Instead, I just no, una they put more gas. Now they equip these people. I told you yesterday that Omokere is not backing down. He just already strategize, and that's exactly what you see how he put a phrase in your own tweet about this thing. So you guys should learn. I beg. I not pay me. I go walk for now this time.
Not the obedience. Not the obedience.
They are desperate. That's what you have to know.
I'm in Nigeria. You want to not be the same place all of us there. We are all Nigerians. What did they affect now? They affect me. They affect every other person. But where would they carry out for it? Now many people they come out now every time. Obi now be the least person we no get baggage. But the way that they respond is weighing him down. I said it yesterday. We know they make this man job easy for him. And our job is to make it easy for him. This man on TV every day because
this program, many other programs. Ovie, apart from this program and Mayegu, any other program?
Obi is granting interview every day because he knows that.
What did they talk? You just talk your own.
Obi is granting interview every day because he no get faith with you now. Because now una supposed to they go on TV, they make case for him. But instead, no. I didn't know for any of them come make case for him at any level. That's why they come and he still go sleep for now.
Ovie, wait until the campaign period. Leave citizens, let them be themselves. They are free. That's why it's called.
Bros, when campaign start, the issue go change. Nobody go see on our face. That's the reality. I don't get the way. If you see how much them people like the Tinubu don't invest for media. Yes.
You know, by the time this guy
are you saying something, Mama?
No, I was just going to insert that by the time this Sam Omose say, by the time he publishes 2 or 3 more articles, he would have buried Peter Obi. Because I think it's out to bury him, and he will.
They can't.
He
too has some dirty stuff covered. You cannot bury anybody. Nobody can bury anybody.
These people get the media space
and choose whoever we wish. Nobody can bury anybody because of
you cannot bury somebody who has the youth behind him.
He will bury himself if he's not careful. Because what he even did, it could be taken out.
Another thing we will never see with it.
Ovie, can I say something real quick, please?
Go ahead.
Can I say something?
Go on, Joe.
Okay, in Igbo land, we say that or Hagericha, Monoha Sheregi, or one trouble. What it means is that if you cook for the public will finish that food. But if the public cooks for you, it's near impossible. Why am I saying this, Ovie? Peter Obi has not spent money in all these things we are talking about. Peter Obi has not spent his money.
And we can see the effect. We see the result now. We are seeing the results.
Hold on now.
So what is the big deal there?
His support base is organic. He doesn't need to pay for all that.
No, his support base don't form where to target, to keep away the people like Atiku and Tinubu of the media space for scrutiny.
No, don't worry. Peter Obi is being invited.
Can I say something?
Why would I be worried?
All right, let's say from
I cannot be worried, my guy.
Let's say from Ajanle Koko.
Jewel, you are saying Obi have not spent this money. What you are saying is in total contrary to what I heard from Okukwe yesterday. Yes, Okukwe said Obi has been spending his money on that movement. Everything that they are doing, yes, that is what Okukwe said. But you are saying another thing here. You see, you are just exposing yourself that you come here to tell us, you are organizing for this. You don't even the movement that you are championing. The director of your organization said that Obi has been spending his money. Oja said that he never spent his money.
Ajelekoko, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Allow me to land.
Cool it down,
Allow me
man.
to land.
Cool it down, my friend.
No way. See,
Joel,
we were talking about the media, right? We were talking about the media, right? And I am telling Ovie that Peter B, all these things that Peter B going to, that he is being invited. If he travels on an airplane to go to somewhere, that is money that he's spending. That is not what I'm talking about. We are talking about the media space.
Joel,
right? The media space. So
you are not saying anything.
That's where I'm coming from. That the obese and support base is kind of organic. Whatever demonstration they are doing, whatever demonstration they are doing, that they are paying for it. It's not Obi paying for it. That's my point.
Joel, you are not saying anything. Make I tell you, noble only una get adage. Also, people say, "Mune duwa udole aizoma demu." You know what I mean? He said, "Now them be butters. They are the nyash. You must sit with them. When the time comes, you will not even get access to media because this media are owned by this set of people. That's what you guys don't understand."
Ovie,
listen now. Go ahead.
Nobody's attacking you. I'm just saying, do you know that?
I don't be attack. I'm not saying attack. I say interrupt. I didn't say you guys are attacking me.
No matter the press, whether good or bad, do you know that what we are doing here, we're also promoting Obi. Whether we put him down or not.
It is the way you handle it, though, that means good or bad, though. The way they just talk like that. The way you were able to flip it.
We have been on Obi for months now. Even one man can attest to for almost 3 months.
But let me tell you something. In a game of competition,
it's only one man.
We have been on Obi for months here.
One man, seriously.
What's that?
That's for you. You know, like Obi.
Oh, no, we have not been on Obi for months. So it's only that whenever we go on Obi, everybody gets upset. You know.
Now the problem with obedience. Muguna just stay, learn on the job. It is very important. Learn on the job.
Now, take a question from Saki. Ovie, take a question from Saki.
Obi's movement is organic. He's not paying anybody to do anything. But here,
who are you preaching to? You are preaching to the choir. Why are you telling me it's organic? I am not a stranger to that space now. Am I a stranger? Why are you telling me it's organic?
Sorry, Ovie, let him land. He wants to put a position to you, please.
You said here that Obi Camp has never written an article like the kind of.
No, I never said that. I never said that.
You are talking about media now. That the media has not, that media is supposed to be going against Tinubu and Atiku, right? Is it not what you said? You know, like this kind of article. And I want to tell you that Obi's camp have even produced an article before. Who was the person that wrote from drug lord to Nigerian presidency? The person that wrote it is from Obi camp. You know, and that is a very important article that came to the space in the last 2 or 3 weeks. You know, and the guy now has also started writing another article. And he said, like 3 days ago, I was reading what he said on Twitter. Like he's calling now, and the person involved doesn't want to take his call. When he published now, those camp will begin to attack him. So we are now conjecturing, is it about article he wants to write again? Because he has written about Tinubu already. So he said very soon he's going to bring up an article again. So, but Obi is not even paying this guy, and he's still doing it. You know the guy is a very important person in the journalism space too. So don't say that Obi is not spending money on media, and Obi media they are not doing this kind of thing. Omosheye is doing. They are still doing it. So that's the point I wanted to make.
All right, thank you. So
I want to go home.
All right.
So
let's
continue.
Sorry, before you continue, let's hear from Celis, who's about to disappear on us. Sorry, Ovie, but let's just document Celis. So Celis, you say you vex. What I do you now?
All right.
I vex for you every day, every time you'll be talking about Obi. You mean you're not going to be? You're not to be. Are you to be or not to be?
That is the question, isn't it? That is the question. I'm a disobedient obedient. That's
My
what
dear,
I
at
am.
our level,
Yeah.
we have to talk to people that are reasonable. Like, in a way, I mean, Ayo was trying to put it nicely, but you didn't give him a chance, because what he was trying to say is that at our level, we need to deal with reasonable people that we can have a discussion, people that we can negotiate with, people that will reason, you know, positively with, at least negative or positive, whatever decision they make, but at least we can have a conversation. We don't need people like all these people that you're talking about. We'll never be able to reach them. Once they get in, that is it. All their boys will just block you. You'll never be able to see them. Atiku and all of them. That's how you'll be blocked. And then they'll just continue to do the same thing. Is it not better for us to, at least have some kind of change? Have somebody who is like younger and
yeah, but does
can
Peter
lead
Obi
you.
represent that? Is what we're interrogating. Does he because
He does.
we're being sold a fool's gold.
No, he does.
This is some sort of a
He
shy-starvism,
does. We all knew Tinubu
abracadabra.
when he was here. When Tinubu was here, I don't want to talk, say, man, I don't carry my bad mouth, talk something.
I
But
talk
when he
now,
was
free
here,
speech.
when they were all on exile here, Wole Soyinka, all of them, Tinubu, at Downing Street there, there was I mean, who was he then at that time when they pushed him out? People helped. Igbo, Yoruba, everybody pulled head, to help Nadeko to get some kind of ground, because we were here and we were grounded. So I know what I'm talking about. Even Atiku is not a bad person, but you have to remember that he's a Fulani. Whether you like it or not, he's going to carry on with the projects that Buhari is doing for all these Maradi and all these kind of places. We haven't even got food to eat. We are going to do rail to Maradi. Well, they said it's going to help the African trade, whatever project that they're trying to put together. That is fine. But the truth is that Amechi did run into a lot of problems, getting the finance for that. And the Chinese did back out. So they now went to the Portuguese people. And then from there, they went to some other people. I don't know what is happening right now. There was some kind of confusion there was some kind of, the whole thing was stalled for a bit because the Chinese were not happy about the story of how the Kaduna thing was going on. And usually these contracts, when you put the proposal, right, they will also tell you, right, because I've got a similar, one that is similar to that, which Amechi was doing in Port Harcourt. They will tell you how much they will collect. How much they're going to weigh how much you're going to collect on the fares to see if that will make it, feasible in the first place. And I think with the way that the Kaduna Abuja one was running and so on, I think they weren't too happy about it. Plus, there was a lot of pressure on the Chinese people about how they've been giving loans to Africa, like Zambia and so on, and taking over their assets and so on. So there were issues. If you remember, Amechi was shaking when he was answering the assembly, the House of Assembly, when he now said that if the Chinese people hear this, they're not going to give us this money again. Why are you people talking like this? I mean, this is Amechi now. I follow him. I heard all that was going on. There were issues with that money. So he's not totally wrong, but he might not. I myself, I don't have the straight facts right.
All right. Let me share this with you, Sally. So let me share this with. I'll share the screen so everybody can see it, because this is why I got somewhat that conversation got somewhat prickly, because people were just plucking from thin air and then asserting as fact. It says Nigeria Niger Kano Maradi Railway, Nigeria Niger Kano Maradi Railway Line Construction Project Update. So this is dated April the 16th, 2022. Says the 25-kilometer Kano Maradi Railway that will run from the Nigerian border town of Jibiya to Maradi, connecting the three northern Nigerian states of Kano, Jigawa, and Katsina, as well as traversing the border between the two nations, is expected to start operating in May 2023, before the end of Nigeria's president Muhammad Buhari's term. And that was exactly what I said, that Buhari has stated that he was going to complete it before the. That's why I was saying, when they were saying, oh, they've cancelled, China is not funding real. I'm saying specifically this one, which is what this guy has vowed to give his people. And I was trying to narrow him down, and it was dilly-dallying and, just doing all this.
No, you should have just given them the facts that you know, because there
I didn't actually
issues.
even. I knew this abstractly. I've just now gone to double check it to see that what I actually said was categorical. So this is it. It says the 25-kilometer Kano Maradi railway that will run from the Nigerian border town of Jibiya to Maradi, connecting the three northern Nigerian states of Kano, Jigawa, and Katsina, as well as traversing the border between the two nations, is expected to start operating in May 2023, before the end of Nigeria's President Muhammad Buhari's term. The train project, which is valued at $1.8 billion, has the potential to change the economic outlook of northern Nigeria and the larger Sahara region. Nigeria took the initiative of constructing a rail link between Nigeria and Niger, while the original aim was to enhance Nigeria's Lakaji corridor, which runs from Lagos, Kano, Jibiya. Officials took on the proposal and suggested linking Jibiya to Maradi, and on it goes. So there it is. I'm not quite sure. This is what just rankles when you know something categorically, and people are jumbling word salads together to try to obfuscate.
One man, but that's why it's a discussion. Like, if he said something, because there were issues, I wouldn't have been clear on this as well, because there were issues about the financing, Chinese, and so back and forth. So if you knew that as far back as maybe some time back, then you might have, lost track of how the whole event, has proceeded. So I don't think there's a big deal there, really, for you to make such a, like he's not lying, obviously.
Well, it was somewhat. It was. People do that a lot, and this is why this platform somewhat gets prickly sometimes. People abstractly pluck to embellish and to part together to paint a picture. But then when you try to interrogate them, because when people are telling a story, they leap over a little schism that they are not sure factually, but it's an embellishment in order to progress that story. But if you see that leap and you try to hold them to that spot, it does get prickly sometimes, and that's what happened. But back to you, Celis.
Anyway, so where are we now?
No, we were on this guy doing what they're saying is a hatch, and that was another thing. The guy did an expose, and they're saying it's Tinubu paid for.
That's not an expose,
right?
That is just a bad mind. That's just a bad mind write up. He's just bad minding Peter Obi. I think a lot of the guys are kind of jealous of Peter Obi because everybody's following him now. So there's a little bit of jealousy there, And
what do you mean by everybody?
He's not spoken to anybody. He's just doing his own campaign. He doesn't care. He's going back and forth, doing his own campaign, going from church to church, going to school, and so on. And he's making impact. Honestly, he's making the impact. So we can sit down here and talk. Here will now come with his man that we've not had one word from him. The only thing we heard from him was when he said Tinubu should go and look after himself. Abi, Ovie, your man. That's all he was able to say. He couldn't answer any of the questions they were asking. He was just going round and round. And he said he's a doctor. I don't know for now what we really want to do with Nigeria. We just have to be serious people, and look for outstanding. Look at the conservative debate, the way it's going.
Everybody. Are you fearful that we might end up with an Indian prime minister?
Are you one of them racists?
No, I'm not racist though, but I think the Indians might.
But you go hard though. You go hard.
Yeah.
My friend is laughing. You go hard.
I will not be surprised though. You don't go hard.
We don't want to. We don't want India.
You don't go hard though.
But the thing is, if that lady wins, then the Labour guy will defeat her easily in an election.
Yes, good. That's what we want. But I don't like Kramer. That's why I've been really cool with Labour. Kramer is not really my guy. You know, I used to like Jeremy Corbyn, man. That was
he's too extremist now. He's a left wing. He's a socialist. I mean, how can you have
a everybody Wi-Fi? What is wrong with that now?
At whose expense? Then he will increase taxes.
And then the train, the rails.
He wants to nationalize it. He wants to nationalize. Look at that.
Other countries that have better trains than us pay much less. In this Europe, we are paying the highest amount for rail travel. You know, and then the British are the best with that. When it comes to, they're one of the best with the rail technology. So why do we have to get?
Don't let the Germans say you say that, or the Japanese.
Oh yeah, that's why. And he said that, and I checked it out. It was true. You know, they're not bad at all. Which kind of German?
All right. But Oshiomhole back in play. Tinubu not part of Buhari regime. Don't blame him. So that as a statement of fact is a factual statement. So that first as a standalone, a factual statement. But are you taking that on board?
That man. But what he said, that is it now. So you're saying that Tinubu does not have any experience. But that notwithstanding, all the times there were killings, all the killings in Owo, the killings in what's the other place again? The Sunday Wo's village. The Ibarakba and all that. What did he say about it? Did he mention? Did he say anything? Did he even say sorry to the people who were killed?
Oh, so what obliges him to take a position?
Well, he is the leader. They keep calling him the leader of the APC, the national leader. He's the national leader of APC, so really he should have something to say.
Uche Secondos was the leader of the PDP then. He never made a commentary.
Well, they were not in power or in government.
Right. But he's the leader of a major party.
He was the leader of a major party, but that would not have been their direct issue because they are
insecurity.
Nigerian opposition don't say anything. In fact, Peter Obi, one thing I liked about him from when he left government, even when I was doing my master's project, I see him on different floors debating with many other nationals, leaders, presidents, and all that. He's been doing a lot of work in terms of, I'm talking about good governance, alongside with Soludo and the rest of them. So, he's articulate about exactly what he wants to do. He's a good economist, talking about saving and things like that. Even, their whole idea of
is articulate about what he wants to do, but is what he wants to do coherent?
Well, if with the little background that he had, he's been able to make so much for himself without necessarily taking Anambra's money. Remember,
he did. He took Anambra's money. We know that.
No, he didn't. Maria, did he take Anambra's money? Peter Obi, you are from Anambra State now.
He didn't.
Pandora Papers.
Come and talk.
Peter Obi did not take it. The others took
it. Come here, so they hear you very well. You are from Anambra State.
Peter Obi. He left when he left Government House. He left funds in the Treasury for the next governor to take over. But the problem is that when the next governor came and take over, he completely denied everything. Or there was nothing.
Haven't stolen plentifully for himself.
I don't know. I was not there. No.
But you've been going to Anambra now.
It's my state, and I go there, and
I know.
Well,
I have proof.
You might have proof, but as I said, he has not gone there and looted.
He has done. This is what I'm saying.
As other governors do.
Yeah, but he has not gone there and looted and emptied it. He has shown that there is you have to leave some. You have to make sure you account for things, which he has done compared to other governors that have gone in after him and before him.
You know, he's with the EFCC. He's under investigation.
Yes, he is.
Right.
Everyone is with EFCC.
Until proven guilty, yes, I understand.
Well, so that applies to Tinubu too, but that doesn't stop people from.
One man, EFCC is not coming after you.
What?
They are not coming after you. What bad?
No, it's DSS that is coming after
One man. Can I ask a question?
And his wife was profligate with the state money,
Because she was
spending
wearing nice clothes and looking good and driving. What do you expect from a governor's wife?
She was spending billions touring around the world like she was Aisha Buhari.
Wow.
Oh my God, one man, please stop.
One man, let me
The
ask a
office
question.
of the first lady, there was no office of the first lady while P2B was in government. So how did she get the money from government? He said it now. Everybody knew about it. There is no office of the first lady. He scrapped it. In fact, he brought the building down. It was part of the reason why he was impeached. It was part of the building they wanted him to rebuild for over 100 and something million naira. He said, no, I cannot do that. That there's no office of the first lady.
All right. Is that Joel?
Please. One more. I wanted to ask a question. Yes,
sorry, let me bring Joel a couple of sentences just on that space. They also know that this is the same OB whose emissaries were intercepted whilst a governor at Apapa by the then police chief Marvel Okoyibo with over 200 million naira in cash. So they were laundering money in cash. The matter became a cause of concern, with the impeachment dangling until the timid State House of Assembly was on the take. This is the man they call stingy because he dared to spend on himself and his family, his wife being accused of spending 1.5 billion naira on tours. So that was that was quite about a decade ago when 1.5 billion naira was money. And that so forget.
Okay. Let me address. Let me address that.
I want to address.
You have to look at other sources to verify that.
Well, it's a matter of public record now.
I was asking a question, one man. Please, is there a way a governor can come out of office without being under the radar of EFC, without the EFC going for him? What must the governor do in order to just come out of office and be free?
Well, they need to be as transparent as possible from day one.
Yeah,
as transparent as possible. So Obama, he was transparent day one. Yes. Even just to buy something, even to go to McDonald's, he made sure he paid. He made sure that he said it that I must make sure I pay my way because you guys will just completely dissect me and try and find things to
reduce the spending in the
so he did.
The House,
he did. He
White House.
He made he made sure efficiency was there, and Obi did. Peter Obi, he made sure efficiency was in the government house.
Yeah.
He did control efficiency.
No, he quadrupled. No, that's not true. He quadrupled personnel.
Quadrupled personnel.
Yes.
One man, we've talked about this personnel.
The civil service tripled under his administration. It ballooned, especially within State House.
Well, it depends on what was the situation. Was it due course that they had to triple or double the number of people?
But he wasn't traveling with all of them.
It was job for the boys. Jobs for the boys.
Please, one man.
We need to back all this up with evidence because people are saying so many different things and nobody has got any concrete evidence to back this up.
One man.
It was caught in the Pandora's Papers, money laundering, whilst governor of Anambra State, money laundering.
One man, can I say something? Can I make a little?
Right. will win anyway. That's what I'm going to say.
No, B is not going to win now, but
it's going to win, but it's going to go very far. It's going to go very far.
No, I don't think the Ipobian.
Tinubu will not go far. I know he's the one you love, but he's not going.
No, Atiku is actually my favorite, but unfortunately,
but no way.
We need.
I don't believe
one man.
We need fresh people. We need fresh people. We need people.
One man.
But
we should allow that. One man, okay. Let us allow that British Queen to speak. Let us give her a chance. I'm enjoying her conversation with you. Yeah.
All right. Let's hear from the British Queen.
Yes.
Is it the British Queen or the British Princess?
My dear brother, I will say that we need fresh talent. We need creativity. We need somebody that is very, very in-depth understanding of people from grassroots and people that are living in diaspora to understand how things and the dynamics of what's happening. We cannot have people who know the past or live in the past, who have too many connections or who have too many hands or what I say, so parasites that you must do what I tell you. I put you there. Oh, I'm your brother. I educated you when you were.
But Obi is an elitist, not grassroots.
Yeah, but he's elitist, but he's still
moderate.
He's moderate or leans towards still the grassroots or how he's brought up. You need somebody who's a bit more creative, who understands.
Obi comes from a vastly wealthy family. His parents.
Well, progressively, they started from humble beginnings and they grew.
Not stealing government money,
but not stealing government money. Then, when they got to a point where they managed to get into power, so.
And then they started stealing.
Obi is just like my dad. I remember when he was
I won't say the words.
In the government.
I won't use those words. There's a very.
If we go there for contract, we pursue all of us, including my mom, pursue everybody out of the. He doesn't give us no contracts.
What we need.
No, Celebrity, don't compare your dad to Obi. Obi is a thief. Don't compare that to Obi.
Yeah,
you don't know Obi.
So sorry. Let's hear from
back what we say. We cannot be saying things just adamantly. You've got to back it up. If he's a thief, you need to back it up with concrete evidence. EFCC is investigating. When they come out with their report, then we can back it up. But of now,
are you sure you want it backed up? Because I can back it up now.
You got the paperwork. You got the evidence.
Yes. Sorry. What's your name? It's very rude of us even not to. Sorry,
my name's Maria.
Maria. So sorry, Maria. Let me present you just about 4 or 5.
You will just present Pandora.
Hold on. Let me present you 4 or 5 paragraphs. So sorry, do you mind? Let me present Maria 4 or 5 paragraphs. It says, Mr. Peter Obi has 2 children, a daughter, Gabriella Francis Obi, and a son, Godfrey Peter Oseleka Obi. Sometime in 2010, more than 4 years after he became governor, the politician developed an appetite to set up his first discrete company in the British Virgin Islands. He named the company Gabriella Investment Limited after his daughter. To set up what has now become a convoluted business structure, Mr. Peter Obi first approached Access International, a secrecy enabler in Monaco, France, to help him incorporate an offshore entity in one of the world's and listen to this bit. So to help him incorporate an offshore entity in one of the world's most notorious tax havens, noted for providing conduits for wealthy and privileged corrupt political elites to hide stolen money to avoid the attention of authorities. So on and on it goes. So Peter Obi, he was just looting Anambra state money, which is we know factually, and packing it to the British Virgin Islands. So don't worry, Peter Obi is a crook.
Can I ask you a question, one?
No, he's not. They all do it. People all have offshore accounts where they're avoiding taxation. He's not going to be the first or the last. The problem is you need to prove, did he take that money out and just lump it and dump it into that offshore account? You need to prove that.
He set up the offshore account halfway into his 2-term administration as governor.
We don't know how we haven't got the audit trail to find out. Was it to contracts? Was it due to consultancy work? We have not the complete information.
No. What we do have is sufficient enough, Maria. We know that he set it up halfway through a 2-term administration. We know that. We know that he set it up in a notorious space for money laundering by politicians. Globally.
It's legal.
We get to the reality. We know that he also hid these companies under convoluted proxy names. So just abstract names to hide this company's identity under, with the overarching name of his daughter's name, and then he hid that convoluted structure under another convoluted structure in another island. So that is the template of money laundering and corrupt. And he did that whilst he was active governor. So why would he do that, Maria?
Did he take Anambra money?
As I said, he needs to produce evidence. If it's proven otherwise, then obviously yes, you are right. But of now, what he's produced, the evidence or what he's producing, it hasn't shown that he has done money laundering at present. Everybody is shouting, "Oh, he's a money laundering," because he's trying to navigate the political scene due to elections now. So it's unfortunate that, you know, if he doesn't produce some form of transparency, it would affect his political career going forward.
It will struggle to produce transparency. He whilst he was a state governor, he has these shopping malls that he built all over the
he did.
Which is called NEXT. That's not to be conflict. Can you hold on? Let Maria, I think she's able and capable.
No, one man, this is allegation. When did he build a shopping mall?
Whilst he was governor.
He did it before he became governor.
He did it whilst he was governor.
He did it before he became governor.
He had it before he was governor.
No.
He did it before he...
Sorry, he built a particular one. He has...
Okay. He had some before and he continued
he has a chain of it. He even has one in Abuja that burnt down recently. So he has one in Abuja that burnt down recently, but that one he built whilst he was governor. And we know that because Nnamdi Kanu was pelting him heavily when he was doing that. So we know that. We also know that whilst he was governor, he used the state money to invest in a brewery company that is largely owned by his family. We know that. We know that he embellishes the truth because he'll tell us that he invested so much, and then when we interrogate the figures, we find that that is somewhat it's just it's a tissue of lies. So he has wrapped around him corrupt practices, nepotism, cronyism, embellishment, lies telling, all of this wrapped into this character, and then they are telling us that they're telling us that is sorry, who am I hearing myself back from? Apologies for that. But they tell us that is the picture of piety. So this guy is a gangster. We know that Peter Obi is a gangster.
I'll just sum this up, and I'll quote this: all politicians they operate on different angles. I'm Peter Obi. I'm not saying he's an angel or anything like that. He did good things when he was a governor. He set good examples. Yes. Now you bring in all these practices, anomalies up. Fair enough. Once they're proved otherwise, fine. The problem is that corruption exists everywhere, even in the best practices, even in the best parts of the world. The problem with corruption, we need to keep it as low as possible, where it doesn't stifle growth, it doesn't stifle creativity, it doesn't affect the youths and employment. That's where we should be attacking. If we go and start attacking one person on a dot, Peter Obi, which is a small person, they're bigger players. There are people out there that have probably done 10 times more than him, but no one's talking about it.
And what about the link to the IPOB as well? That is an IPOBian candidate, which I think a lot of people concede that he is.
That is a lie. Well, that's not true, because even that his son that they said was wearing an IPOB flag and so on, he was wearing a Biafran flag.
Let the queen speak, for God's sake. What is all this, for God's sake?
Yes.
You have a newcomer on the platform. You don't want her to speak?
No, it's only a friend now. It's only a friend. Let's
together.
I know. I think there's somebody that is interjecting that. They should just give her time.
No, it's all right. I've set him
There's
to the back.
nobody here. It's just both of us.
No, it's but carry on, Maria.
It's me. She's on my seat.
I'm on her seat. So, as I said, the most important.
She's not a queen.
How do you cope with Sally? By the way, your tolerance level must be,
She's not a queen. I beg. She's a princess.
No, but
she's too young to be a queen.
Is that your daughter, Selby?
No, I'm her sister.
Wow. Sally is only 21 now. Sally is only 21. But carry on. You were saying about Peter Obi's association with the IPOB movement.
Yes, but has that been proven? We 100%.
Well, anecdotally, it has.
Yes. Now, every Igbo person, you go to every single village in Igbo land, there is this deep, deep, deep conscious belief that there's a lot of injustice what's happening around us, and there's not proper accountability. We don't have say. Igbo people don't have say in power. We do not have as so many rights. It's difficult to get jobs even in government house or even in the Senate, etc. It is very, very difficult. So what I'm saying is that deep down, a typical Igbo person will say, yes, the Biafra have their rights. They have what happened in the Biafra war. Yes, we were saying the right thing. There was injustice. There was no accountability, etc. So I feel that, yes, there might be a bit of sadism, whereby, you know, Peter Obi's camp might say IPOD have got some reasons to voice their complaints, which haven't been addressed by the federal government. And Nigeria is one country, and they feel a bit not inclusive in power. They don't have a say. And that's the most important thing. They need to come in and have a say. They need to be brought in and have a say, because it will help with the unrest and the instability in Nigeria that's happening at present.
Sorry, Maria, you say they don't have a say, but is it not more the case that they chose wittingly to exclude themselves?
No, it's not that. No? It's not. Let me tell you something. It is absolutely not true. It's just that after the Civil War, people have tried to integrate, to be part of the federal government, etc. But bit by bit, they're being sidelined. It's done very, 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 very clinically. It's done. You can't even see. It's not very visible.
It's done clinically by making them the vice president, the Senate president, the leader of the House of Representatives, senior ministers, etc. Is that how they have been excluded from?
It is. I would say that I would say that those people were put into roles. Yes, they deserve the role, but I feel that the roles they're put there just to make it look as if, yes, we all won, but know your place.
So they were put into the roles to exclude them from governance. They were made vice president, Senate president, House of Representative president.
There are few roles. There are very few roles. There are very few roles, and those people in roles do not have enough power or voice to voice the whole of the eastern states.
The preceding president, pre-Buhari, was an Igbo man.
Yes.
Good luck.
Yes.
Yes, he was, but he didn't have the same rights as a northerner sitting in government house or sitting in Abuja and Aso Rock. He did not have the right, and he was always told you are by default.
Sorry, can I interject one man, if you allow me?
Yeah, carry on.
Good luck. By definition, would say he's from South, and you've said it here many times. One man, so don't play that card. That's all.
Is that Bia?
That's Bia. Yes.
Yes, my darling.
After you, how are you?
I'm good, my love. How are you doing?
He's from the South, yes, and he did represent the East.
No, his name is Azikiwe.
He's from my village, and you're saying he's Igbo, man.
Imagine.
He's from the East. They lump.
Yes, Southeast, old Southeast.
Okay, yes.
But if you ask him, he will say he's not an Igbo man. So even here, one man and co would say we are trying to land grab, we are trying to steal people.
The East is made up of lots of elements. You got Calabar.
The one man don't accept. He doesn't agree. So every time,
one thing, a lot of Igbos were like looked after during that period, because the patient's good luck, right? She's half Igbo.
You know what? You know my submission, one man. I am submitting that we have 4 presidential candidates, and let's bring all their names here. Let's debate on all of them.
It doesn't matter wherever anybody's from. Are
yes,
they delivering for Nigeria?
Let's debate on all of them, because I believe that I heard Ajan Lekoko say, or other people say, we have to scrutinize Obi. Of course, my darling, but let's bring all of them in one block. Don't separate them, and let us talk on each one of them, because Obi is a Nigerian. Tinubu is a Nigerian. All of them are Nigerians. We should not segregate.
As I said, and I'll finalize this. We need fresh blood.
Sorry, Maria, before you rush off, because I think people are delighting in hearing from you so much, they don't want you to leave in a hurry. But before you rush off, you said that we are all one, etc., etc. But I'm sure you know that Nigerians, they think along lines of tribe and religion. Yes, they do. And the consideration then is that Obi is essentially a Southeast champion.
Yes,
that is how he's seen, a Southeast champion.
Yes.
So it's not a derisory thing. It's just a statement of fact. So
Yes.
what we have, there's a colloquialism in Nigeria called wazobia. So wa is for Yoruba word for come. Zo is the northern Hausa word for come. And then bia in Igbo, as I'm sure you know, it means come. So so that's wazobia. So what we have at the moment is a wazobia election, and Peter Obi essentially a Southeast champion. So that's how people see him.
Yeah. So
carry on.
I do see Peter Obi from the East, and him being Igbo, and obviously he's representing Nigeria and the Easterners. I agree with all that, and there's issues, as you brought up, about his accounts and his transparency, etc. When he was in power. But the mere fact is, and I'll summarize it, that we need fresh blood. You see that in India when Modi came into power. Modi was picked from the ranks of government office, and he did not have people or backers. He did not have anybody. He didn't have anybody that he had to pay back or etc. They picked him and they put him on the seat. And India has since then been put on the world map. So we need fresh blood. We need clean blood, people that don't have a past attached to X or Y leadership or whatever. Everybody else can join in and help, but we need somebody with a clean sheet and knows the ropes, understand how the judiciary works, understand how the federal government works, understands the
thank you. Sorry, let Maria carry on. But thank you. Sorry, Sally. Well, what you just said is what I was about to say. That who Maria is describing. So much. Who Maria is describing is Showore, not Peter Obi. But carry on, Maria.
And also, you need someone to sort out health and safety and the violence and the insecurity in Nigeria. Because all my relations said, Maria, the only thing we're worried about is coming back home to our family every day, going to work and coming back home. We're not worried about petrol. We're not worried about food. We're worried about our safety. We go in our car and go to work. We're not worried we're going to get home to our family alive. So all my relations keep complaining to me about safety is the biggest thing. It stifles development, stifles investment. Foreign companies cannot invest in Nigeria. You see them, they go to every other country apart from Nigeria. They just completely whitewash Nigeria. Nigeria is invisible. It's that bad. They don't even want to employ Nigerians, you understand? Because there's no use doing business with them because it's unsafe. So if whoever comes into power can address the borders and address this tribalism and all this religious thing, educate people, and all this fanaticism about churches, every street has a church, a born-again church, etc.
So you're a Catholic now.
That needs to be addressed.
You guys are all Catholics.
We cannot have people going to church morning and night, and that's all they do. They live, sleep, church.
You want to shoot them for worshiping God? Are you some sort of extremist?
No, they can worship God, but in reason. I have somebody that died. They took their child to a prayer church, and the child was there with the mother praying because the child wasn't well. They didn't take the child to the hospital. The child died. Small child.
Yes, sadly, that's commonplace.
Where you have a mother go to a prayer church and she's got breast cancer, and the pastor will tell her to pray, my sister, pray about it, collecting the money. The woman had advanced stage breast cancer by the time she went to the doctor in Port Harcourt. By the time she got to London and went to her doctor, the whole medical student in that hospital saw that patient because I had never seen somebody with advanced stage cancer for the last 20 days. So they allowed the medical student to see it because they only saw it in textbooks. Most women come when they just feel a lump.
Maria is a medical though.
So what I'm saying is that we need to just control all these things and be accountable and have well-being balance. It's good to pray. It's good to have spirituality, both ancestral spirituality and godly spirituality. It's good. We've got to have a balance.
So which is yours? Which is your spirituality? The ancestry or
I'm a Christian,
right?
And
by birth or practice? By birth or practice?
By birth and practice, both. Right. I practice it and as by birth. Plus, I believe in worshiping my ancestors and praying to my ancestors at the same time. Giving blessings. Like I say in the morning, sometimes, God bless my ancestors. My ancestors, please guide me every day. That is what my grandfather and did before Christianity came.
Sorry, Maria, you don't do that just with words. If you want to say God bless your ancestors, you have to make sure you drop some gin on the floor. Yeah.
No, I don't do that. Well, my aunts and uncle in the village, they do that. Yes, they do kai and they do celebrations and they do their kai. But all I'll say is that we need to have balance. We need fresh blood. We need new ideas, and we need to work inside. We shouldn't allow outsiders to tell us what to do. We need to be enclosed. That's how China developed, and people like Singapore and Malaysia, they enclosed themselves and built themselves from inside. They didn't allow outsiders to come in and dictate and tell them what to do. It's so important.
All right. Before we let you go, and we don't really want to let you go, but your body language is saying that you want to rush off. But
no, it's not. I'm fine.
All right, brilliant. So if you were in Nigeria, how would you cast your vote?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I'm so confused with this insecurity because nobody's addressing it. Not one party.
All right. Let me play you.
No one is making it a big player, and that is the elephant in the room. If you cannot go to work, if you cannot buy bread, if you cannot let your children go out because of the insecurity, kidnapping, the domestic violence, the raping, the gangs, it's too much. And it's stifling people's development. People can't even go to farm because they're fearful of not coming back.
All right, Maria, let me play you a 40-second video clip that might convince you how to cast that vote. If your concern is around insecurity mainly, and are you indigenous? Are you from Anambra State?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So if your concern is around insecurity, this now is the vice to your clansman's presidency. So this is Peter Obi's vice presidential candidate. So he then looks to alleviate your concerns around insecurity, to then tell you what Peter Obi plans, what Peter Obi's plans are to tackle insecurity. So listen to this. This might well convince you to cast your vote for Peter Obi.
So don't just show only Peter Obi, show all of them so that she can decide.
Please now. This is what I have. So this might well convince you. This is Peter Obi's plan for insecurity in Nigeria.
Facility. Tonight, does Peter Obi dirty ticket have a solution to insecurity in Nigeria?
We do.
And what is that?
My answer is that we do. Just take it. We do.
What solution do you have?
We do have the solution.
How would you fix it? Nigerians want to know.
We do have the solution. My good friend, please take it as that.
You don't want to divulge?
Better not to.
I mean, anyone that wins this election will have to tell Nigerians how they
I'd like to give you answers.
So that is Peter Obi's plan for
He did say something.
Now, can I just say something? You come on mainstream and you sit down 250 million Nigerians and you will just say, an answer to insecurity, we do, means nothing. Absolutely means nothing.
No, he did say that he doesn't want to divulge.
No, he did say he didn't want to divulge what he wants to do. Yeah. I heard what he said, but he should have broke it down.
He did eventually. I've watched that interview about 3 times.
But for fairness, can you ask one man to show you the plans for Tinubu and the rest?
No,
Don't just show what.
That's the clip I have. What do you mean?
What do you mean? Go and dig it out. You are a digger. Go and dig it out.
Don't worry. Maybe for the next session.
No, not next session. You have to plan for all the contestants.
Bia is right because he said.
Yes, I'm right. To be fair,
Maria said
all of them.
He doesn't know who to vote for. But then you came and showed the Obi's one and said this is the person you should vote.
No, because I already had that lined up for.
No. You have plans for people.
All right.
That statement does not wash.
And you know Bia is here. She won't let you. She won't let you.
Can I
We're
just say
leaving also.
something?
Make Bia flog him well.
Yeah. What I'm saying, that statement does not wash people, educated people. We do. What do you have? What is the plan? Is it a short-term, a long-term plan? What are you investing into security?
He did explain.
He should have explained that.
I'll send you the full one.
That's
it did not. It did not. But
he needs to explain it. He needs to say what is the forefront when you come into first thing you come into power. What would you do? Would you recruit more soldiers? Would you recruit more policemen? Would you make it the criteria where if you're a graduate, you automatically get employed with the police and this is your salary, etc. There was nothing like that.
No, there is later. I'll show you.
Oh, well, I still said there's something later, but as far as I'm concerned, security is the biggest thing. They can sort that out, and electricity. If they can have power, at least people will just about manage and get on with life and go to the next stage. But again, I said security and electricity. People are happy to pay for it, even if it's smart meters, even if it's just card. They will pay for what they use. But the problem is that, and Nigerians gain, the energy providers will gain. Like what happened here, the energy providers are making billions of pounds, etc., because they're forcing people, I'm giving you light, electricity, you got to pay. So I can't see why that can't be a win-win in Nigeria. It's just unfortunate that there are just too many people around interfering and causing things to go wrong and making money out of it. That is all.
Exactly.
Nigeria is 250 million people. It's 4 times the size of England or etc.
We've got land.
And you've got all the resources. Malaysia started off the same time with Nigeria, the same level.
From Rizapam.
From 60s, the same level, but Malaysia is doing far better than Nigeria.
Yeah, but surely, Maria, black people, they lack the capacity to self-govern. I think we know that. We don't have an example.
I don't think they lack the capacity to self-govern. What I think is that they don't understand that they've got the ideology in their head is,
the paradigm.
The elders are important. They must have a say. Like I go to my village, I got elders, and half of them cannot read and write. But they still seem to be, I must hold this meeting. I must hold this meeting. I'm the elder. They've got no hard education, but it's ego. So what I've learned is that in the West, they look at your brain. Doesn't matter if you're black or white. If you deliver, that's who they follow. Doesn't matter if you're short. Doesn't matter if you come from south or north of England. That's who they follow. But in Nigeria, they've got this hierarchy. Oh, he's my elder. I got to do what my elder said. I got to respect my elder. So that is the thing. We need to dissociate that from reality, which is 24/7 light, water 24/7, security. It has nothing to do with the elders, what they want, etc. These are what we must deliver. So that's what I've learned.
Have you ever experienced life in Nigeria, Maria?
Yes.
How long ago you were when you were 5 or something?
The last time I went to Nigeria was 2019 when my uncle's mother passed away. I haven't gone after COVID. When COVID hit 2020, I haven't gone. I'm due, but it's just that the backlog of traveling, the stress of it. I'm just waiting to calm down. But no, I go to Nigeria every single year.
I was very knowledgeable. Our dad was like
I've been to every single state.
Of Biafra.
Sokoto,
during the war.
Port Harcourt, Bonny,
helping everybody.
Abba,
Uncle John,
Owerri, Obo, etc. I've been everywhere.
What about Oyo-Alaafin? Have you been to Oyo-Alaafin?
No, I haven't been there.
There you are. You see, look at that. Huh?
Please don't go there because of one man.
I've been to Lagos. I've been to Lagos.
Lagos is not Nigeria. Have you been to Ibadan?
If you go to Ibadan, they will eat you raw.
I've been to Ibadan. It's lovely. It's very developed. It's lovely, big buildings and structures.
Have you ever eaten amala?
Yes,
I cook it.
What do you mean? Yes, describe it. Don't say anything, Celis. Describe amala. What is amala? Oh, hold on. What is amala?
Let me show amala.
No, don't show her now. What are you doing? She doesn't even know what amala is. You are saying, you say that.
I do.
What is it? Don't. It's a soup.
No, you eat it with a soup.
Oh, all right. So amala is a soup. So there it is, right there. You heard it here first.
You eat it with a soup. I don't know what you used to hear. It's your nose or your
Look. We make amala in this house because it's healthy. Look at it. You can see it. When we peel the yam, we dry it, and then when it's dry, we grind it.
All right.
Then after grinding it, we make a wedu, and we make a.
That's not amala, by the way, Maria.
No, this is yam. This is yam pieces.
Don't let Sally poison you.
No, we're just drying the yam.
You know?
Then after drying it, I'm from Lagos now. What do you mean? I'm from Lagos. I'm born there. She was born in Lagos.
Don't let Sally poison you. We only know her for takeaway, not for cooking. You know, okay. So yeah. So, is there anything you'd like to add to the conversation before we carry on?
All I would say is that we need to think like the other countries, like Singapore, Malaysia, and even a bit like the Chinese.
The Asian tigers.
And when you do contracts, I've got to stress this. Another thing, I've got to really stress this. When you get contracts, and in Nigeria, and the federal government get contract, always read the fine print. Have a department that just reads fine print, because what's happening is that the government officials are only reading the big print and are signing these contracts. So the fine print takes away your rights. The big print gives you rights. So they need to box clever on that, because there's so many issues coming out of it years later whereby they didn't know, and it's all in the fine print. In China, they had people specifically just delegated just to read the fine print of contracts. But in Nigeria, they don't do that. They have a contract and they just sign it. They don't read the fine print.
Amechi doesn't want them to read it because the Chinese won't give the money.
All right. Ajale Koko, do you have a question for Maria, because you seem somewhat enamored by her?
No, I just want to commend her for coming on the platform this evening. She's her voice is so fascinating.
Settle down, Ajale Koko. She's a married woman, no?
Yeah, hold on.
See all of you. When I see woman on this is just stand.
This is not
She's not married, though.
This is nothing down. This is nothing down.
Look,
She's not married. Stop shutting me down.
That's a British.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that a British accent is so unique, and you know, I wish or be obedient in Nigeria, particularly on this platform, can learn from her. Particularly the way she market to be moderately. You know, she accepted in some area where, you know, Obi did wrong, and she suggested on how best she can, you know, he can carry on this campaign and stuff like that. He tried to market to be, but in a moderate way, in a more sensible way, and not with you know, extreme position. You know, I really commend her for that. And you know, you see when
Ajale Koko, we cannot say
Ajale Koko, I disagree.
When one man read, show her the video of Ali Dati Baba, what's her name? What's his name? That will be vice president. Could not state their position on security. He could not articulate what they have for Nigeria on how they want to handle the security problem in Nigeria. She accepted, she said he didn't do a good job. But if you are to be some of our obedient in Nigeria, they will go wild. They will say, oh, they'll be defending indefensible. That is not the way to do it. Learn from her. She did very well. And I hope somebody can look at some of our, some of our viewer or Obi's campaign team listening to her now. I wish they can look for her to be one of their campaigner in diaspora. She did very you did very good. You did very good. I really
Can I
commend you.
interject one man?
Don't worry.
You know, I really commend you. Let me land now. Say more this or ni again sorry now.
Ajalekoko, you're saying too much already.
So let me say what I want to say.
Yes.
When somebody for the first time coming on the platform and perform wonderfully well, you don't want somebody to commend her. I mean,
that's not what we are saying. Well,
so
let me interrupt.
You did very well. I really commend you, and I wish you can come back next time.
I will.
I'm really impressed. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Ajalekoko. So Ajalekoko, just be nice to say.
Let's hear what Bia wanted to say now.
No, I'll bring Bia on, but I just wanted Ajalekoko to land. Otherwise, it will be steamrolled. But just be nice to Celibis, and I'm sure she'll get you her phone number. But Ajalekoko, we see your game. We see what you're playing at.
He just
no. I don't need a phone number. You know, I just
look at this.
You're telling me to go and learn from Allah. Every obedience should be yes. I don't know if see you.
One man, if you dare remove me one more time, I will never come here again. And I'm saying this.
You said that so many times now.
No. Because you guys asked for me to come back. That's why I will never come back again. Don't just mind how you treat me. Don't disrespect me again. I'm warning you.
I've been asking after you.
I wanted to say something, Janlekoko. Celibi's sister, well spoken. You've spoken very well and very, very much welcome. We appreciate your presence. And again, Janlekoko, every voice here is unique.
Yes.
Her voice is unique to her. So you cannot compare her to other contributors. We can listen to her, agree and disagree, but it doesn't mean that every country.
The green-eyed monster.
It doesn't matter whatever you think. Now let me finish. Yeah. So every voice is unique. Her voice is unique. Mine is unique. Ajanlekoko, yours is unique. We can't. If we speak the same way, it's gonna be a boring world. Yeah. Yes. So don't say all obedience are the same. We should learn from her or something like that. It doesn't work that way. I have my uniqueness and I will continue like that. I bet I have my fans.
What Ajalekoko is saying is that Maria presents a very good template.
I understand the woman. I'm not.
She's articulate. She's not prejudiced in her views. She's able to give criticism where she feels it is due. And what I also noticed was that she wasn't quick to leap to something that she did not know, just for reasons of being ethnic. So she never did that. You know, she just called it to her knowledge and her wants. She wants a better Nigeria. She wants that insecurity tackled.
This is a Uniport graduate.
Woman, I understand all that. I'm not an illiterate. Let me finish because before you hang me, let me finish.
What Ajalekoko was saying is that is
I understand.
that we usually hear from the East.
No, I understand. Okay, so my point is that with her, you allowed her to finish whatever she's saying, but most people, you interject all the time. You keep on interjecting without even people landing. You don't know where they're going. So there is this kind of misconception and misunderstanding and heated argument that leads to nowhere. Okay, so every voice is unique.
Yes, thank you, my sister.
And you have to respect that.
Yeah, but some voices are peculiar. That's the thing.
Whether peculiar to you or not, every voice has a fan. That's it.
Yes.
One man, where is my silky tone? You don't call me silky tone again. What is
I think your sister has stolen that thing. According to Ajalekoko, she's stolen your title now because everybody seems to be reveling in our presence. So so there it is. So that is Maria. As elegant as she looks, she expresses even more elegantly. So stay with us just for as long as you can, Maria, and you can chime in as the conversation carries on. And let's take that conversation in the direction of X0, who I suspect may not be with us anymore. X0, are you still there? All right. We don't seem to have X0 anymore. You don't. You know when you don't have X0 when it's quiet because it's not want to be quiet when it's around. So let's go from X0 then to Saki Fada, who has been chiming in, but I've been somewhat pulling him back from chiming in. So the floor now yours, Saki Fada. Your comments on the expose that some people say, but a hatchet job, others would say. Obi with a hyphenate with the hyphenation, Chuari. So the obituary of Peter Obi, according to the person who wrote that piece. So what are you then making then of that piece? Yeah.
Thank you, one man. Can you hear me?
You perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I wanted to thank my sister Maria, who has presented a very made a very fascinating presentation here. You know, your views were very good. You were moderate in your exposition. You know, you were also critical, where we need criticisms. So it was quite a very nice presentation. Just like Ajan Lekoko say, we want you to be here every day. You will get to like this platform, and we are here to contribute in such a manner to make Nigeria a great country again. So just come here always.
I will.
In the morning. It's always 2 sessions every day. 2 sessions every day. So as long as you have your time, come here and make a charming presentation. You can see Ajan Lekuko is already falling in love.
All right, settle down now. Everybody's here to toast Maria. Leave Maria alone now. Maria, you better tell them you have a boyfriend, otherwise they start harassing me.
All right, so
Zaki, talk your own now. I don't talk my own.
Yeah. So, coming to that very expose made by Omosei, that expose was quite empty to me. And that very expose didn't come out. Thomas is laughing. Don't laugh at me. That expose, it didn't come from an angle of objective criticism. It was meant to direct. It was meant to achieve something. And what he was actually meant to achieve is to damage the repute of an innocent man, because most of the claims he did there, most of them are not correct. When he was talking about he's trying to link P2B, he's fighting tooth and nail to link P2B to a IPOP space. You know, that is very wrong, because P2B has always stood clear. P2B has never supported IPOB, and he has always demonstrated that he's truly a Nigerian. And then he tried to link the whole Southeast as if it were to be IPOBian kind of space. That is also wrong.
Is that not the broad perception?
You said what?
I said, is that not the broad perception? Because under Nnamdi Kanu, the whole of the Southeast coalesced under the chanting and the wailing Efulefu all the time. So now, why are you now trying to delineate yourself from how we know you?
I don't know what you mean when we say the whole of the Southeast. It is a wrong, even if it is a general perception, even if it is how people, outsiders, perceive it, it doesn't make it to be true.
Perception is 9/10 reality. Perception.
No, you can't say that, one man. Come on. You know, truth is truth. That everybody says it is lie doesn't make it a lie. You understand what I mean? If something is true, it is true. Even if everybody on earth say it is lie, it doesn't make it a lie. You understand? So I don't want to consider how people perceive it. But I've always come on this platform to tell you who is a fine mind, and then to also tell you as somebody who is from the southeast that this is not the whole southeast is not IPOB. But the narrative keeps resonating among people, and I don't know why. You understand what I mean? So I think if there is anybody you should believe those Southeasterners that are here, who has always told you that IPOP, the whole Southeast does not take into this narrative of IPOP. So it is just a small fraction of people who even originated their narrative from UK. You know, it was because of the way Buhari's administration handled Nnamdi Kanu that made him popular. He wasn't popular before, even in the Southeast. Not until 2015, 2017. That was when his popularity began to increase. So apart from that, again, there is another claim that guy made in this write-up. And if you look at this very write-up, if it is a professional write-up, all of us here, we are educated. When you are writing a professional exposition, you shouldn't just make a claim without putting some references. You should take time to read David Hunde's article when he was talking about Tinubu. And if you are reading that very article, every phrase, every paragraph you read, you will see like an avalanche of links, an avalanche of references. You, the reader, can also consult to confirm what he was saying. So you can't just come and be writing an article of that very level, and you claim that you are doing an objective evaluation without making references, So I consider it as his own views. There is a claim he made in a very, very article. He said something about P2B owning, is it like owning
NEXT.
No, yeah, Nest. I've told you here that Nest, P2Bs, they have even started operating their Nest. Nest has been in existence before he became the governor of Anambra State. So one cannot make that very claim, without making necessary reference, to buttress what he was saying. Then again, he talked about something about you also, you said it here, that during the time of P2B, invested Anambra State money in a brewery that is owned by his family. I've always told you this before, that the company you're talking about is in Anambra State. That very company is called Sabmila. Sabmila, and that very Sabmila is a South African company.
That is heavily invested in by the Obi family.
No. It is a South African way.
Even Obi admits that he's a major shareholder.
I'm coming.
No. So is Obi a major shareholder in that company?
Obi is not a shareholder in that company.
What?
Look at what. Let me tell you now. Do
you want me to start digging up
Let
records
me tell
again?
you. I listened to the interview. I listened to what he said. So he's not a major shareholder. He attracted that. He brought that very company to Anambra State as the governor of Anambra State, and that very company, he made it like Anambra is going to have a share, and Anambra government is going to have a share in the business. There's other.
Does his family have shares in that company?
Wait, let me finish.
No. Don't take us on a long journey. Does his family have shares in that company?
P2B doesn't have share in that very company.
Does his family have shares in that? We know he likes to hide.
His brother invested in the
because
company.
He hides his fraud under
his brother invested
proxy.
in the company.
Yes, so his brother is a proxy for him.
No, let me tell you now.
But his brother is a proxy. It's a no now.
Finish.
Don't embellish now. You're trying to you are obfuscating.
You don't understand what I'm trying to say. Let me finish first.
No, we know where you're going. His brother is a proxy.
I'm not landed. Allow me. P2B had brought that very company in Anambra State. And when they were doing an agreement, he said Anambra is going to invest in that very company. then the remaining equity in that very company, any other private individual can participate in that very company, can invest. As long as you are an brilliant and you want to invest, you can come in. But
his family own major shares in that company. No.
His brother invested.
Spin us a yarn. Don't spin a yarn.
No, let me tell you, his brother has 5%
His brother has more than that, and the money that funded his brother's investment was what allegedly a soft loan from Anambra State. So it was actually even state money that he conduited through his brother, his brother was his proxy, by the way.
No, let's not dwell much on this very space, since you don't want to understand what
he is corrupt. What about the 200 million that they caught him ferrying in Lagos, in Apapa?
No, I'm coming. I'm treating all those ones. So apart from that one, let's.
Oh man, I know that story of 200. You people should say what you know.
What about Pandora Papers?
Let me finish.
One after the other.
Let me finish.
That guy dig from a pit of hair to tarnish. If Saki can answer perfectly, fine, I'm good. But I can also answer perfectly.
I'm analyzing what the guy wrote, because I read that article 2 days ago. I read it from beginning to the end. You know me. So apart from that one, another thing he raised there was the issue of P2B's wife, the way she was living.
Yes, like the Sultan of Brunei. Yeah, she was spending Anambra money like she was the Sultan of Brunei.
Funny enough, the P2B wife is even talking about nobody. If you ask any Anambradian here or anybody that live in Anambra State when P2B was the governor, I don't even know P2B's wife. I've never even seen her before. I'm trying to let you know the level of insignificance she was, because nobody knew her. If you ask
she was too busy spending your money traveling around the world.
No, if he's a first lady and he's living profligate life, and he's living in squandermania and embezzlement, and he's living a life of flamboyance, we Anambra people will be seeing her now, just like the way we see.
So because you don't know, that makes it not true. Because you don't know, that makes it not true.
Just like the way we see the wife of Obiano.
Okay. So because you don't know, that makes it not true. Is that your argument?
Take anybody that.
No. Is it because you don't know that makes it not true? Is that what you're saying?
Take anybody.
One man. Do you know? Wait, Saki. Do you know the position? No, let me ask you a question, one man. Do you know the position that Obi's wife holds in Next company?
I don't know. She's probably a director. Why would I know the workings of their company?
One man. Let's always say what we know. The Obi family is a billionaire before he came to power.
Does that apply to you as well? Does that apply to you as well? To say only what you know?
Yes, say what you know.
All right. So it's been alleged by an investigative journalist that Peter Obi's wife was spending spending Anambra money like she was some empress, and that Anambra was their fiefdom. You know, so this is what this guy alleges, an investigative journalist, and you are telling us because you don't know about that is not true.
Wait, so let me tell you. So the next one he raised, he said something about there was one you talked about, the emissary, something like that.
Yes, when he was ferrying raw cash, 200 million.
All right.
Maybe on his way to his Virgin Island.
Okay.
You know.
Okay. If that is truly correct, right?
What do you mean if?
No,
do you know it's factually not to be?
No, I said if it is truly correct. You know, the question I will ask: what has EFCC been doing since 2014, when Obi left office, till today?
Well, it's under investigation.
Till he's proven, you know, till it is proven beyond doubt by EFCC or by a competent court that is actually correct. I will accept it. For now.
Okay, so sorry. Does that standard apply to everybody? until they approve that standard that you've just said, that bar that you have just said. Does that apply to everybody?
Of course, it applies to everybody.
Okay, so now Tinubu has not been prosecuted, but Babangida has not been prosecuted. So does it apply to them as well? Atiku has not been prosecuted. Does it apply to them?
Perfect. It applies to them. I'm not arguing.
All right, so it applies to them, but in the next session you will tell us it doesn't. But now you've established it.
Have I ever told you
that Peter Obi, a documented fraudster, because he has not been convicted.
Have I ever come here to tell you that Tinubu was convicted of anything?
No. At least you said that bar now, but I'm sure we will, even in this session.
I've never come here. What I'm telling you is that I read an article written by Hyundai, and that very article was professional. Because
so that one was professional, but this one is not.
I'm telling you why I
the one that condemns Tinubu is professional, but the one that condemns your principle is not.
It was.
Can you see the double standards?
No, I told you. I'm just analyzing the article. Right? It was properly referenced. But this one that was written by this Omote, if you are reading that article, it is like just an essay without references. So if you are going to do publication, if you are an academician,
exactly. Are you listening to yourself, brother?
Yes.
Are you listening to yourself?
It was not referenced.
So the one the other guy wrote is tenable. But
no, it was referenced.
Let me make my assertion.
This is what we get from the IPOB.
Let me make my assertion. Then you can
stop using IPOB.
One man, I will soon leave.
I know you don't want now. Will you let people speak? We can.
Are you talking to me?
All right, one at a time. Yeah.
Are you talking to me, Thomas?
No, I'm talking to Zaki. Father, please. The one the guy wrote about Tinubu, that one is tenable. But this one he wrote, let me finish now. Listen first. Listen, my brother. The one they wrote about Tinubu. Let me finish. Then you can counter me.
Now you keep saying let me finish, and you're not just finish.
Yeah, the one they wrote about Tinubu is tenable, but the one they wrote about Obi now is not tenable. Is that what you are telling us?
No, that is what he just said. That is what he just said. But carry on.
What I said?
Is that not double standard?
No, is it what I said? Did I say it is
not? No, you said the one written about Tinubu was professionally written. The one written about Peter Obi was a hatchet job.
But he gave a reason.
Wait. I'm trying to explain something. If you are writing an academic paper and you want to publish it, right? Don't you have references? Don't you reference your work for people to make references to any citation you do in that very work?
Yeah. To go and verify. Yeah,
that is what I'm saying. If you read the two papers, this one didn't contain any references. There is no anything he's claiming there. All those things he's claiming there, he never did the references for me to go and verify. But in the other one, if you read the one written by David Hyundai, it was properly referenced. And if you judge it by academic papers, I will say that the one written by Hyundai is a professional work.
I'm not aware that a newspaper article is an academic paper, and I don't know that it is the norm. I don't know that it is the norm that newspaper articles come with references.
No. You are publishing something, right? And you are quoting figures in your publication. You are making it so that the public will understand. We like find merit in what you are writing. You should make anything you say there, any claim you make there, you should reference where we can even go and see it.
Hey, that is how newspaper articles are written with references.
But did you see the one published by that David Hyundai?
No. Is that how newspaper articles are written with references?
I've read a lot of newspaper articles, foreign ones and even Nigerian ones. I see how people make references. They will say according to this. They will say according to this, page this. They will reference those things.
Yes. So can I just say one thing?
Well.
Let Maria come in.
Can I just say one thing? Thank you, sir. Can I just say something? Now, we have to understand how newspapers work. You have primary newspapers, which are the gold standards. You've got secondary newspaper, and you've got tertiary newspaper, and you've got the rest is rubbish. So it depends which one you're reading. So the lower you go down, the more likely the information has been diluted or it's been misleading. So it's good if you go to the tertiary newspaper like the Daily Telegraph, the Guardian.
Where would you bracket the Mail, the Daily Mail?
Daily Mail. The Daily Mail is not a primary newspaper.
All right.
So it depends what you read. And obviously the journalists, they thought they have a union. So they have to make sure that what they write is accountable for, because obviously they can be sued, etc. So you got to judge. You can't read just a magazine or comic magazine and think, oh, what they say is right, because, you know, they've written it down. No, newspapers are divided into primary, secondary, and tertiary in that order. And obviously the primary newspaper, like a research journal or medical journal, which has been stamped and verified.
No, a medical journal is not a newspaper. It's an academic publication. Yeah.
Yes, but it's like rating it. Same thing with the newspapers. The primary newspapers, you've got the secondary, you've got the tertiary, and you've got the rest, which is usually a bit of rubbish.
So which ones are the tertiaries?
The tertiary ones will put the Sun. Sun newspaper. So
okay.
You're not going to read something about Nigeria and then take it for gospel, would you? You either go to the primary newspaper, you go to the primary source of that information.
No, but also the reputation of the author, who has an established reputation as well. Yes.
Somebody who writes for the Sun would not be unlikely to be writing for a primary newspaper. So the different levels of journalism.
Yes, it's not necessarily the publication, because we don't really, because this guy published this essay, which is then copiously replicated along other publications. So I don't know where he primarily wrote it. He might even have written it on a social media platform. But this chap that
he published is in a Nation newspaper.
The Nation newspaper, which is a decent enough newspaper, but the reputation of the author is a stellar reputation. So it's a stellar reputation. It's a reputable journalist.
It's owned by Tinubu. It's owned by Tinubu from Tinubu's camp.
Yes, and then also you got to think about the journalist. What is his biases? Is he pro right wing or left wing? Is he pro the north? Is he pro the east? Is he? So you've got to look at all those information when you take and read an article.
Or it could just be pro truth and equity.
No, he was Tinubu, and I will tell you why.
Just he wants the truth to come out. So it depends. You've got to look at all those factors, and you've got to look who's he writing for.
You see, because Maria, there's a lot of embellishment around the Peter Obi narrative, and you know the tragedy is that people, as an individual, everybody loves Peter Obi. I like him. It's a decent enough chap, well presented, well spoken. I like the cut of his jib and all that. But the embellishment around this narrative, it rankles a lot of people, because they come up with all this highfalutin, which a lot of people consider to be nonsense, and very quickly we've unpicked a lot of it on this platform. Not because necessarily we want to do Peter Obi down, but because it just rankles. They just come up with all this fanciful, made up, somewhat nonsense. Because Peter Obi is not known to time and space. Yes. It's been in senior politics in Nigeria for what, going on 2-3 decades. It's not an unknown quantity. So why are you trying to rebrand what we know and obfuscate and pivot what his records are to something that it is not? So this is what leads to people like this going to then unpick, because they've documented. There was a time they were telling us that Peter Obi was voted the best governor in Nigeria by the Bill Gates Foundation.
Yes,
a total lie. Peter Obi was awarded the best governor in the southeast of Nigeria for polio eradication. You see, these are two different statements. The best governor in Nigeria, which is a stand-up at the pinnacle, but the best governor in the southeast for a specificity, which is polio eradication, which is quite a niche thing. So this is the sort of things that rankle people, that lead people like this to try and unbundle some of these fairy tales that they wrap the guy, So that's what's going on.
So summing up, we see that the Nigerian Union of Journalism, they need to tighten up and make sure things are more accurate, and more people are more accountable for information they put into newspapers.
Maria, that is when it's coming from a reliable source. It can't come from a Tinubu source and you call that a reliable. So let it come from a neutral body.
Yes,
so
that is true.
Yeah, it should come from a neutral body.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so
all right, back to you, Saki.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that if you're writing because what we are doing is an investigation. You are
Yes.
doing like it's an investigative journalism, right? So
Yes.
when you are writing things like this, and you are saying that somebody did this, try to tell us the source. If you say this person stole this money, say the source of your information. You don't just make statements that is just empty,
Yeah.
in a public domain. That is what I'm trying to say. And let me tell you something, one man. This Omosoye you are talking about, there was the very day he granted an interview on TVC. I saw him on TVC recently, around 3 weeks ago, thereabout.
Yeah.
There was somebody he called. The person came from South either Rivers, and he was saying something about P2B. He was asking the person about P2B, and there was a statement he made on TVC. And when he made that very statement, the guy said, "Sorry, Omosoye, can I reply?" Omosoye laughed and said, "No, I will not give you time to reply." Because he knew that Omosoye knew that what he was saying is wrong. He was just trying to demarcate P2B in that TVC. That very day, after listening to that, and I said, what kind of journalist is this? Do you know what he said? He said that P2B, that Anambra State was using is it Access Bank, to save money, which is a bank belonging to P2B. I was like, man, how can this guy make this kind of claim? This is a pure lie. This is a pure lie, because the bank P2B was chairman and he invested much in was this Fidelity Bank. But the guy there is the way he said, and even that Fidelity Bank, when P2B became when he was announced governor, he wrote official this thing to resign from all those places he was like chairman, and handed over to other people to manage. But that guy said that in public in TV, and when he said it, the guy he was interviewed said, "Can I reply to this?" The almost said, "No, I will not give you time to reply." And he started laughing, and they ended the program. I was like, how can a journalist be doing this kind of thing?
All right. Round off in a couple of sentences, Saki, and then I want to go on to Bia, who is getting increasingly impatient.
What I'm saying is that let's read that very article the way. Let's read it and take and like let's read it with open mind and criticize, constructively. Let's not be misled into believing what a story he's making just to demarcate somebody and favor his maybe his principal, which is Tinubu, because I know he's working for Tinubu.
No, how do you know that? How do you know that?
Yeah, I've seen him several times in TVC. Who is the owner of TVC?
Well, what do you mean?
I've seen that guy several times
Is
in
a
TVC.
panelist.
Who is the owner of TVC?
Is he an employee or a panelist?
What is this guy like in Arise? What can we call him?
He works for TVC and also writes for a nation newspaper. He's a stomach infrastructure journalist.
No, let's not reduce it to that level now.
That's what he is. That's what he is.
Can you
he
hold
writes
on,
for his
please?
stomach.
That's just, you see, that doesn't wash anymore. So you might as well abandon it. All this hypobian thing. But anyway, is he a presenter on TVC or a panelist?
I don't know what he is. What I know is that
why are you saying he works for TVC if you don't know what
I didn't say he works.
He's a presenter. He's a presenter. I have seen interviews that he anchored. He has anchored many interviews for TVC.
My God! All right.
So
That's just made up. That's just made up anyway.
He's a presenter.
One man.
He's a presenter there.
No matter what the guy has written there is something I want you to use this platform. There is something I want you not to allow this platform to believe, and that very thing is about this issue of IPOB and Eastern people. They are not the same thing. I don't want people to come here again and keep saying that
They are
IPOB
Ipobians. They are not Eastern people. Like
they are different from. They are. What I'm saying is that the people that believe in IPOB ideologies, they are different from the whole Eastern. They are not they are a small percentage of the East. So not everybody in the East believes in IPOB whatever. That is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, we know that, but we also
so
we also know the IPOB. No, we also know the
it,
Ipobian tonality. There's a
stop
tonality.
making it to look as if, like me, who is from the Southeast, to look as if I am in the IPOB space. I don't want you to be making it look that way, because if you make
I
it look
wouldn't
that
think
way,
you have. I wouldn't think you are from the IPOB space.
Yeah, so
no, would I think Maria is from the IPOB space?
No.
I don't think Emmanuel is from the IPOB space.
I would say, sorry, Ade, but
Yeah.
I would say that iPod is a complex structure, and people have different ideologies, and they pick and choose what part they want to believe in or what they feel in their heart. So it's interlinked to the East. iPod is interlinked to the East, to our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, the young people, the unemployed, the people that are disfranchised, the people in the North who are suffering, who cannot, get on in the North because of all the instability. So iPod is interlinked into the community. There's no family you go to that you don't have someone on the family tree that is an iPod member. So it's interlinked. It's all interlinked.
Thank you, Maria. So a better grasp of language articulates it better than I could have. So that is exactly, as Maria put it, is exactly how I intended
I don't know what you
it.
mean. You said there is no clan you go in Igbo land, you don't see IPOB.
Sorry, I'm saying there's no family tree you go to in any village, in any town, in the East, where you won't find some member that is a member or they believe in the ideology of iPod. Now, it's so important to understand that the iPod is a big complex structure, and people pick and choose what they want to believe, what's dear to them in their heart. Hold
on. Understand what Maria is saying, which is exactly.
Yes, I understand.
Hold on. I don't think you do. What Maria is saying, because IPOB is an organization, we know that. But
I understand what he's saying.
Can you hold on? When I say hold on, then please do. Humor me, even if you understand. So IPOB is an organization. That stands. We know that. But IPOB is also an ideology. That also stands. We know that. So the ideology is what underpins the organization. We know that. And what is that ideology? It is about marginalization, disenfranchisement, all of these victimhood, exclusion, unhealed wounds from the Biafran space.
Thank you.
All of that wrapped around what Maria just described as the family tree. There's no lineage that does not have a narrative around that space. So there's somewhat an empathy to that tonality, even though you're not a member of the organization. So that is what is being said. So
yes,
do you understand?
Yes, I understand. So what I'm saying now, even the leaders of IPOB have distanced themselves from.
That means you don't get it still.
Wait, let me finish.
You don't get it. Don't worry.
One man, let me understand.
Just from saying that you don't get, you don't land now because you don't get it, but land. Go on.
Well, let me finish.
Yeah.
The leader of IPOB, the leader, the top head, which ordinarily is supposed to, because of what they're agitating, they're supposed to, back up P2B, but they have strongly distanced themselves from P2B, even, threatening his life as it stands now, that nothing is going to happen in the Southeast. There's no election going to happen in the Southeast. They have been coming out strongly against P2B. That is the leaders of those places. So, and we keep telling you that in as much as there's a lot of people that are supporting IPOB, there's still a lot, maybe 5% of them on Southeast, but still a lot of them that still believe in Nigeria. Because those leaders, even till now, till today, they are still saying that there's not going to be an election in the Southeast, that all they want is for them to bring out Nnamdi Kanu, for them to bring a referendum and all that. We still have those people there shouting, chanting. So why are we saying that ordinary people from the Southeast that's coming out to support Obi, that all of them they are Apobian? That's what Saki is telling you. Don't use that narrative, because some of us, ordinary people from the Southeast, they are just here suffering like ordinary Nigerian, want different person to rule us. Don't just link it back. And that's what they have been telling you. Don't link IPOBian to this this whole OBS thing. So one man, get it right.
All right. Let me just bring you a paragraph from this article that's generating so much of, because it speaks to that space that you were just. Sorry, what was that?
That was well dissected on Arise this morning. This Omar Sheyi's write up. It was well deliberated on Arise, Tundu, and all of them.
And what did they conclude?
They felt the guy was like, that he was really rogue to have written that sort of thing, and especially putting somebody's picture and saying obituary, which is wrong.
No, that's just a play on words. Now that's just a pun, P-U-N, pun. But let me bring you this paragraph, which might give you a better understanding, Emmanuel. This is just midway through the piece, and I'll put the link to the piece in the comment section for people to go read it at their leisure. It says, Obi has turned out to be an excuse for even closet Biafrans to betray open emotions about Biafra. Sorry, can everybody please mute themselves? Obi has turned out to be an excuse for even closet Biafrans to betray open emotions about Biafra without being accused of it. This includes intellectuals who did not show mercy to him whilst he reigned in Anambra as chief executive. It is like wearing a color beneath another color. Obi has become a shelter for both miscreants and activists of the crowd. So it is that closet Biafran that I'm especially speaking to, which is the philosophy rather than the ideology, rather than the organization of IPOB.
One man, I want you to describe closet Biafra. Describe it. What do you mean by closet Biafra?
Well, if I was to be rude, I would say you are probably an example of one. And that's not even being rude. Yeah.
Me, one man.
Are you not? Do you not empathize with the Biafran narrative?
Sympathize.
Have I ever, like, one day, even when the whole thing started, I have never even wanted them in my space in the first place. I told you that there's a cause supporters. That's what I want to describe. Don't
let one man pull your legs, please. Just be yourself. There's no shame in being
me. I be IPOB now. Never arrest me.
Me myself. I am an.
When I went to Nigeria, I thought they would arrest me. They didn't. I just
see my name. Proudly Bia. So that's why.
There's some people that support. It's just like people who never support Biafra in the first place. There's some people that don't support Biafra in the first place. We have them. That if we bring discussion in the Biafra, they would rather leave that arena because they don't want to discuss anything of such. But there's some people that all they want to hear is Biafra, how to get that freedom from Nigeria.
But so Emmanuel, do you have sympathy for them? Somewhat.
Of course, everybody has sympathy for them.
What are you saying?
One man, please release me. I want to go. Please.
Can I just come in here now? People look at Biafra and the problems and the minority and the exclusion of the minority. Some people are a bit more desensitized. Some people think about, just get on with life. So what? That's life. So it depends on how you look at it and looking in the mirror. So it all depends on how you feel too. So some people are very adamant, that the marginalization needs to stop. We need to account for it. We cannot ignore it. We cannot be silent. Some people think, well, there's nothing you can do about it. Let's just get on. We're a minority, so we're tough luck. So it all depends. So iPod, yes, they've got some fractions of it which are not pleasant. You always have that in an organization, and we hope the mainstream will control those fractions that are not pleasant and try and address constructively the problems of being a marginalized tribe in Nigeria and go forward. But by saying that, I don't want anybody, don't want to hear that, I don't want to, it's wrong.
No, those are fake
4 million Igbo people starved to death.
That's denying your own race.
You're denying your race. We are marginalized. Easterners are, because it's
where are you getting that 4 million figure from?
About marginalization.
No. You said 4 million Igbo people were starved to death.
Yes, they were from 67 to 1970.
Yeah. So where are you getting the 4 million figure from?
From data, from the books that I've read.
All right.
Now, indirectly, they died. Let me tell you something. Indirectly, I'm not saying they died fighting. 100,000 Nigerian soldiers died in the Biafra War too. Also, they didn't want to go to war and kill their brothers, but predominantly they were starved to death. They were enclosed. Food didn't get through. And they just died. They died indirectly, not directly by bullet wounds, etc. Died because no medication. Children died. They had Koshwalker, etc. So indirect deaths were many.
By starvation, even.
I'm not sure because the books that I have read, they estimate it to about 1 to 1.5 million. But I'm not sure.
I brought in indirectly.
No.
Please read the Biafra story by Freddie Forsyth.
Yeah, but
Freddie Forsyth, he writes novels now.
Yes. No. All I was saying, it happened.
It's not a historian.
We have a museum, and there are lots of books written about it.
By Okechukwu and his brothers. Yes, by Okechukwu.
There are lots of archives about it. So people think, oh no, don't worry about it, forget about it. It's the past. I don't believe it. I don't want to talk about it. They're absolutely wrong.
Of course.
They're absolutely wrong.
People don't want to remember the pain.
If you go to Port Harcourt, River State Port Harcourt has the highest rate of HIV in the whole of Nigeria. One of the highest rates. I won't say the highest rate.
Where did you get those facts from?
No. River State has one of the highest rates.
Let me tell you something. Why some of
the biggest producers of oil in Nigeria.
Please let Maria finish, please.
I will get the data. I will. No. I have gone through the data and the journals. HIV, it was ranked. It was in the 90s, late 90s, early 20s, 2000. Port Harcourt had one of the highest. Not only Port Harcourt, other states. Benue State too also had a high rate of HIV. It's a poor state, but Port Harcourt, which is one of the major producers of oil, has one of the highest rates of HIV. Now that should not happen. The major producers of oil, there should be health centers, there should be clinics for people to walk in and get treated or whatever, have free healthcare, because obviously they're producing so much oil for the rest of the Nigeria. But it's complicated, it's just unfortunate, but we need to address it and talk about it. It's healthy to talk about it. So probably if we talk about it, then things will be sorted out. But by saying, no, I don't want to talk about it, I'm not part of those people, I don't want to hear about it, you're denying your people that died.
Sorry, when did the civil war take place in Nigeria?
1967, 68, 69, 70.
And how long ago was that?
70. It's about more than 50 years ago.
All right. So when how long does it take to heal and move on?
Well, I think that people are healed, but they can't forget it, in the sense that it was on left. We had a war, but nothing was addressed.
Would you say that some people are still locked in that time and space?
Oh yes, there are people locked.
Would you say a good majority are still locked in that time and space?
No, I think there was a generation who lost their children. You go to some families, they had 3 sons or an only son, and they went to war and they died, and it caused the dynamics in the family changed totally when there's so many people died, etc. in the civil war, indirectly.
All right, because we've had sessions on this platform around that. We've had sessions. Sorry, I was reading somebody commenting about. They're actually saying it was 55 years exactly. But we've had sessions. We've had sessions on this platform around that Biafra war narrative, and sorry, the word victimhood often comes in. That the word wallowing also comes in as well. That people substitute wear this victimhood like a cloak, sort of like a comfort blanket, going on 60 years.
I don't think anybody talks about victim. I don't think anybody feels they're a victim. They just feel that there's injustice that we need to sit down and sort it out, and it hasn't been addressed. It's all
it is an unjust world. We live in an unjust world. So
that is right. So we just need, if the country needs to move together We need to say, okay, fine, this is a marginalized tribe. In my state, most of the men don't go to school. They don't go to university. 70% of women go to university, but about 30% of men only go to university. The dynamics have changed. That's awful. They just go out and they do trading. Why is that? Because they feel there's
so why is that awful? Trading is enterprise. What
no, but means to say they drop out of school. They drop out of school at 14.
No. They leave school. You mean drop out seems somewhat?
That's what I mean.
Yes, a dropout seems
because
somewhat
they feel there's no future them in politics. There's no future them in the federal government. There's no future them in the army. No future them in the police. They feel that waste of time.
All right. Thank you, Maria. So round off your thoughts, Saki, for time. I want to go on to Bia before she falls asleep.
I will just do it.
Yeah, now see, come on.
Yeah, I will just summarize immediately, but I want to summarize based on that question you asked. That is, after the Civil War, why are people still locked up in that space? People are not actually locked up, But when you tell somebody that the war, I fought you and killed your people years ago, now I have forgiven you. So, but when there are things you will do, the person will begin to remember that thing that happened in the Civil War again. For instance, currently in the Southeast is the only zone that doesn't have any federal government presence.
That is right.
There is no federal government infrastructure in the Southeast.
Like the second Niger bridge, you mean?
No, not that one. I'm talking about like headquarters. Like you say, like the way we have military headquarters in Kaduna, Zaria, the way we have some headquarters in Lagos, the way we have in Rivers.
Bonicam.
So all those things, you don't have it in the Southeast. Apart from that, there was something that happened recently in Buhari's administration. The Senate started arguing why. Buhari approved like a loan. There was a loan they took. I don't know where they took that very loan. And they were discussing it in the Senate. And when they were discussing it, they found out that every state, because they said how they are going to share that very loan, how they are going to distribute it. Every zone, they marked the amount that is going to each of the zone. But Southeast was the only zone that was not there. To the extent that Senator Rochas Okorocha started begging in that very house, that this is injustice. It shouldn't be done. Yeah. So if you do all this,
that's a minority. It happens all over the world.
So if you start doing those things, the people will start remembering like those wounds. They were like, why are they still doing us this? And this IPOP thing you are talking about, it became so visible during the time of Buhari. During the time of Jonathan, people were not even talking about the Biafran thing. During the time of Obasanjo, people were not talking about it. But during the time of Buhari, a lot of policies he has been doing it appears it is consistently deliberate against a particular people. He even said it. That's all. That some people are giving 5%.
By building infrastructures for the
South. No, I'm giving you instances of how the people.
How can you call somebody a dot in the circle?
Yeah,
no. It wasn't. Oh God, that dot in the circle. We're going to knock it in the head today. Yeah.
I'm giving you
on the head.
I'm giving you
in his mouth. I heard him saying it.
I know. There's a whole community.
I'm giving you instances how people feel and what makes them feel that way. You understand? So it's not as if they have not forgotten. But if somebody has forgotten something and you start doing something to remind that very person of the past, he will begin to remember that very past.
Yeah.
This administration has consistently done things that appears deliberate against the Southeast.
Yes.
So that is why the IPOP narrative became so visible and pronounced
and so strong.
This administration. But Nnamdi Kanu came in this administration. Nobody knew him before. He wasn't even talking about this before Buhari. He became so visible during the time of this administration because of certain things the administration was doing. So that is what I think. People have forgotten what happened in 1967 and 70s. But when you try to like in Igbo language, they will say na onyanasya na apiada. That is when you, I don't know how to speak it in English, or Julia can help me. So what I'm trying to say,
all right. Let's knock that dot in the circle. Let's knock it on the head once and for all right now. So that dot in a circle, it was really speaking. Not even that's the Nigerian map right there. That's the Nigerian map on your screen right there, and that's somewhat depending on how you're saying it, grayish brownish space where my cursor is hovering around. That is the southeast right there. So if you look at the mass of Nigeria and then you look at the southeast right there, just like a speck within it, that is essentially the reference of the dot in a circle. So that's the reference, just really to indicate that it's a tiny little, yeah. So it's a tiny little sliver within a greater mass. So that is the reference. So I think we belabor that phrase too much. Dot in a circle.
That's wrong.
Yeah.
Well,
how many people would you call a dot for a whole president to open his mouth and call a place a dot? How many people?
No, it was speaking.
Is it the size of whole land?
It was a metaphor.
That was very sensitive. He shouldn't have said that,
It's
especially with the
probably
history.
still bigger than the UK.
Especially with the history in that part of the world, and the injustice and you know the problems that we have at present.
You should not learn how to talk.
It's only insensitive depending on how people have chosen to digest it. Because people have chosen to digest it in the manner that they have.
But one man.
Can I give my contribution? I'm still sleeping now, man.
All right, let's go on to Bia. So let's go to Bia because I don't think Saki would really round up. So Bia, you know where the conversation is. Like before I come to you though, Bia, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. So the first one from Alexander Gomez, of course, our heavyweight panelist. So he was acknowledging the panel that composed at the start of the session. Still with Alexander Gomez, I am enjoying the English twist this evening. Wow. So here, of course, referencing Maria. Sorry, let me just read them out. Referencing, I suspect, Maria there, but certainly Alexander Gomez still, but now referencing Maria frontally. It says, people should listen to Maria's style of presentation, concise, civil, articulate, and temperate. Shouting only makes your assertions empty and uncouth. So I don't know who is referencing, but you know yourselves. So we did say that this is the.
Yes, I'm one of them. No shame. I am one of them, and that is my style. So I get used to it, because when you have children, all your children are not the same. Get used to the way I present. Otherwise, don't be my fan, okay?
All right. So people should listen to Maria's style of presentation. Sorry,
Maria is peculiar, so everyone can't be Maria.
Can you hold on, please? Let me read out the super chats and then come to you. So please hold on. People should listen to Maria's style of presentation, concise, civil. I think it said civil. Did you hear that? Yeah, concise, civil.
No, he said civil war.
Yeah, it says concise, civil, articulate, and temperate. Shouting only makes your assertions empty and uncouth. So there is Alexander Gomez.
I'm a local champion. I've never said I'm civil.
I'm just going to have to remove you. Let me read out the super chat, please. And then we go on to Chris Nwaogu. Chris Nwaogu and his super chats to say, I am surprised that the host of such a reputed platform would escalate this sort of mushroom journalism by a brown envelope writer. So there it is. There it is right there. Play the ball, not the man, ad hominem. So that's an ad hominem right there, and it's super chats to do it. I am surprised that the host of such a reputable, I think he meant to say, platform would escalate this sort of mushroom journalism by a brown envelope writer. So there it is right there, attacking the player instead of the ball. So there it is. Thank you for the super chat. As we go on to Bia, who now has the floor. So Bia, to the conversation, your contribution.
So where do I start from?
Well, obviously, what seems to be agitating everybody, the article by this element that seems, Omosheyi, that seems to have unraveled the myth and the mystery around Peter Obi is just another chancer, is what the guy tells us.
Okay, let me start by introducing to the panelists and to people that are listening. My name is Proudly Bia, and I am from the ghetto. I'm a jungle babe, okay? So I'm a local champion. I'm not posh. So take me the way you see me, but definitely I have a voice, okay?
Yes.
So my contribution to that is the man that wrote that, is he educated? Because if he was really educated and he'd gone through school and writing a project, you should know that when you write stuff, especially when it has to do with governance or people that is going to be in power, when you're writing an article that is going to be scrutinized, and you know that it's going to cause a lot of havoc, some positives and negatives, you need to be able to put a link, so that people can check those facts. So I believe in facts. If there are none of those things, links for me to go and cross-check whatever he's written, I don't trust. Even when I'm reading here or when I was in class, I would tell my teacher, if there's no link for me to go and verify, I don't believe you, teacher. That is me. So whatever he's written there is biased. This is a politicking, and he's from Tinubu's camp. He may not have been paid by Tinubu, but this is a competition. People will play it rugged, in a negative light, try to paint their opponent the devil, but we need a good politicking, make your facts. I'm not saying Obi is an innocent. I don't believe he's perfect. Tell me one man that is without a sin. Yeah, so be the first person to cast a stone. So we are all sinners, but some people have got this repentant heart. They've got this the best of the citizens at heart based on their record. Some people are lesser evil. Evil is evil, yes, but there are some people that have got conscience. Just if we could find someone with a little bit of conscience governing us in that position of power like Buhari, do you think that insecurities will be as much as it is, and that some part of Nigeria will be treated the way it's going?
Do you think Peter will be looted at Anambra coffers?
I'm not there. I don't know. There is no proof, so I can't say yes or no.
There is proof.
This is my assertion, woman. I don't believe in hearsay, because I believe platforms can either be pro or against. It's definitely difficult to find a platform that is neutral, unbiased. You are the moderator, but you have a huge influence in your platform contributing. So you must have a stand, which I am confused about. So this is my point. So take it.
All right. So don't be confused about my stance.
I'm not confused.
But for the purposes of for the benefit of clarity, my stance and my stand is for the people. So I am on my candidate in the upcoming election is Nigeria and the Nigerian. So that's just where I'm championing.
So are you saying you there's no element of prejudice in you? Every human being is prejudiced.
Sorry, what form of prejudice? I'm prejudicial towards the common man.
I'm saying no. Not. Can you see the way you have reduced yourself? That's shameful, woman. Just grow up, yeah. My point is that being prejudiced is that you have a candidate in mind. It might not even be Tinubu from your tribe. That's my point. I can be prejudiced because Obi is from my tribe. I have no shame to say I'm an Igbo person and that I believe in Biafra. I would say it anytime. I speak straight and the truth. People may not like it. So I'm saying...
Does that not then color your outlook?
How?
By your admission, you are proudly Igbo, which I am proudly Yoruba as well. So no shame, no shade. You are pro Biafra. So you are pro Biafra. I'm pro Yoruba nation, so no shame, no shade. But
so what is the shade?
So if you are by that admission,
what is the shade there?
No,
You don't confuse
okay,
yourself.
if you don't want to hear, then just go on.
I'm listening.
Yeah, carry on. If you want, you can
no, I'm
listen
listening.
and talk.
So there is a shade. I'm listening.
You
Land.
can't listen and talk at the same time, can you?
One man, continue. Land. What is the
so
shade of
what I'm saying is that if by your admission, proudly Southeastern, proudly Biafran, then of course you heavily then favored the Peter Obi narrative to the exclusion of anything that might be honestly critical of him. So that's the thing. So you are already of a prejudicial stance, and you wouldn't really give any traction to anything that
Can I answer then? When you're done, let me know.
Yeah, carry on.
You're done now. Okay. And this is my answer. Honestly, whether it's sweet or whether it's the truth is bitter, this is how I'm going to say it. For I believe, as an Igbo person, I support Peter Obi. Okay?
There you are.
I'm not going to hide it. Just like, wait, let me finish, one man. This is my voice now. I support Peter Obi because he's an Igbo man, just like the way Thomas is supporting Tinubu. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. 200% supporting Peter Obi. But
I'm not supporting Tinubu.
Let me finish, please. But I will not see something that is dark and call it purple. That is me. If Peter Obi is gone wrong somewhere, I will not support him. That is my kind of person. So far, so good. I haven't seen anything that will make me not to support him. I'm not even against any of those candidates, but I support Peter Obi because I believe that Igbos have come to the table now and should be given a chance. Even if we've come late, according to some people, but we're there now.
Is lies telling sufficient enough grounds for you not to support him? Lies telling.
Well, they say the story, the person
because
who tells
it's been caught in so many lies.
Wait, they say there's a word. They say the person who tells the story can be twatting it just to benefit themselves. So how can I want to proofs? I believe in proofs. If you don't show me no proof, there is nothing you can say.
It's been proven. It's been proven to be lying.
It's not been okay. I don't have that proof, so I don't believe he's a liar.
I can present you one.
1 minute, one man. Let me finish, please, because when our dear sister was talking, you let her land. But this is how you irritate people by continuing to interject and making them irritate. Feel irritated so that they will make mistakes. Or don't take words from my mouth. You need to respect my opinion. Let me land.
I'm straddling what you are saying. So if I'm only going off the back of what you are saying.
Yes, I'm saying I haven't said anything that is a foul. I am saying I believe in Biafra, and I support Peter Obi because I am a Nigerian by right, by birth. Okay, that is my birthright. No one is going to take it away from me. If I want to vote, I will vote. Yeah, but I can still fight for my rights in the best way that I know. Whichever way, that is me. Even when Showore, there was an article here, you were attacking Showore, I was supporting him. So, and I was even supporting Igboho and stuff like that. If I see the truth, I speak it. It doesn't matter which region, but I can tell you categorically that I support Peter Obi. Yes, I do. And I haven't seen anything.
Why do you support him? Why do you support him?
I support him because amongst all, no one is a sinner. He's not perfect. And he may be corrupt, but I haven't seen that. So far, so good. He is the lesser evil.
You mean you've refused to see it? You've refused to see it.
Not that I refuse to see it. You haven't shown me. How can you tell me 1 + 1 is equals to 2 when you haven't shown that is actually to you're painting a narrative you want me to believe? You're giving me a picture.
All right. I'll post an article in the comment section, which you can read at your leisure. It will just tell you just a hint as to how corrupt Peter Obi is.
Yes, articles with links. Yeah. But at the same time, for fairness, because we are all Nigerians, regardless which part of Nigeria we come from, Yoruba, Igbo, South, there are 4 candidates in this race. So I would suggest that you bring all of them and let us all debate about them. You can share sessions where we will talk about them. If you really want Nigeria to move forward and we speak in one voice, let's scrutinize
No,
all
no,
of
we're
them equally.
scrutinizing Peter Obi first because
No.
just to debunk it because it's starting to make the place look untidy.
No,
So
it's not untidy. One man, your platform is so untidy. Your platform is a replica of what Nigeria is
Peter,
today. So untidy.
Bia, can you not do that, please? I'll stick with
I am
the
saying the
conversation
truth.
now.
You are attacking.
No, oh God Almighty, please.
Why
now,
do you
Bia.
two always fight now?
I don't know why she does this now. We are trying to have a
Ask
conversation and she will
okay
turn
now.
it into ad
Telly,
hominem.
ask him now.
You
Have
two,
I said
you always
anything that is
fighting.
wrong?
It makes me unhappy, one man, you and Bear. Because
He doesn't let me land, and he takes my word.
I think it's sugar rush. She takes too much
By
sugar.
now, two of you are supposed to be getting on really sweet and all that. So what's going on, man?
No,
but Celebi, you are the judge. You can see.
One man cannot be insulting. One man cannot be insulting a whole Igbo group.
Yes.
I mean,
what do you mean a whole Igbo group?
Even the likes of Alexander. You guys should start calling one man to order. You cannot just bring out a map and say this is a dotted. This is what Buhari meant.
No, but that is what he meant. Well, how is that an insult? That is what he meant.
It's an insult. He's saying that how can you?
What is going on here? Are we having an adult conversation?
No,
of course we are not wearing nappies here. One man, come on.
You shouldn't be addressing Igbos like that. We are far bigger than that. More sophisticated than those people.
No.
Very more sophisticated than most people you find in the north. Stop it.
No. Hold on, Joel. There are mischosen words dot in a circle. Yes, of course. But Buhari, you know his quantity now. It's not the brightest spark. It's not the
no. But you shouldn't be seen as an educated person to be pushing the narrative.
What is pushing that narrative?
You cannot bring
that was what he
meant.
That's not what he meant.
No,
it makes Nigeria unsafe. It makes us.
That is a hate speech.
How is it hate speech? How are you leaping from that to hate speech?
It encourages racism. It encourages
Come on, what are you saying? If you do that, can you do that in the UK? You can't do it in the UK. You can't do it. They'll see your ass.
Okay, you say Ireland.
That is discrimination. That is discrimination. Discrimination.
Hold on. Let's go back. Hold on. Can you? No, Joel. Don't do faux indignation. Don't do faux indignation. So please, let's have some sincerity. What Buhari was saying with that dot in a circle, mischosen set of words. But then, of course, we have to forgive that because we know that the man is not it's not 100%. It's a sandwich short of what's it. So, but you know what he was saying because you have to look at the broader. What he was saying essentially is that the southeastern space is just a tiny little a space within the larger Nigerian mass, which is a factual. Hold on. Which is a factual statement.
The landmass is separate.
No,
the density of people. Landmass is totally different with density of people.
The density.
Now, some states in the east are far dense than the north. So you got parts of the north, the landmass is massive, but the density of people is less.
Hold on, let me answer. Let me say one thing. So the big landmass that he has in the north, what are they feeding on? Why are they all Algeris and walking around and just begging Bambiala money?
No, that's with all of that.
It's a decent land where people
it's just specifically to that reference.
They do their things. They should be respected.
And one man is saying we should forgive. It's not for the Igbos to forgive that word. We are not in the position to tell us what to do.
Has Buhari apologized? Has he apologized?
No, he
did not.
He makes every Nigerian unsafe going to work, getting up and going to church or going to the mosque. From what he's saying, he's propagating
because that's what he's told his people. There's a dot in the circle, so go and
they have been saying it. People have been saying it to us. The people of the north, they have been saying it to us because they pick it from his Buhari. They even said it in a group. They said that it's Easterners are the dot on the circle. They are using that word.
You see, so he needs to apologize.
This is the same thing when they were saying that all Niger Deltans are militants. When the militancy was going on, that was how they always saying. When they see you, militant. But you see, one thing about us Niger Deltans, we don't beg. We don't go begging for anything Nigeria. When we're ready for Nigeria, we do what we got to do and let them say what they got to do. Because all these things, right? Sometimes you have to attract what you want. You have to be confident. And I think
Buhari is a disaster. Buhari is a disaster.
No,
so let's know that.
We all agree on
if
that.
we are not feeding them with the oil from the Niger Delta, can they talk? They can't continue to. He can't continue to put people down like that, and so we just can't wait to see his backside. And I wish they're just gonna try and make sure that they, impeach him.
So sorry, Sally, where's our own pepper soup? Is it only Maria that gets pepper
coffee
soup?
with a drink.
Coffee to stay awake.
Oh, coffee at this time of the night.
Lemon tea, actually lemon.
All right.
And ginger.
All right. But no. But that dot in a circle, I think it's maybe
no, don't defend it, one man.
So
don't
sorry,
defend it.
I think it's. I think
when,
it's somewhat,
when you said that dot in the circle, was there any Igbo man there? The people that were interviewing him, was it not Tundu and
Ruben, yeah,
and Ruben Abati? Now, how nice is that? So if an Igbo man, another Igbo reporter was there, so that means he's ganging other tribes against Igbo. Because there was no Igbo person there when he mentioned that. It was so wrong.
Instead of
Igbo man was there. Unduka Obiagbena is an Igbo man. He was there.
He's going to use force on them. When he mentioned that there are dots in the circle, he will use force on them. If you listen to that interview,
what did he say? He will use force on them. Yes. But I think people deliberately choose to misunderstand. It's not a reach to understand what it meant, but I think people, because of historical antecedents and just some visceral hatred for the man, they latch onto that and then they spin it to where it is now. It's hate speech and all that.
I mean, hatred for who? Do you like Buhari?
No, I detest the man like. I'm not sure there's nothing
everybody hates Buhari.
Yeah. No, it's the worst thing known to mankind.
But there's one thing here, Sally. Every Igbo person that comes here, one man will start having a kind of views about them. That is the problem. Oh, you Ipobians. You Easterners.
All right.
No, I'm not doing that, woman. This is the truth. I know you will remove me now. You don't want to hear it. This is what is causing the problem. Don't assume you know someone until they've spoken.
I am not the topic now. The topic are what is listed. So don't.
You are the moderator, and we come here to contribute.
Between me and Maria, we spend a lot of time together. I am more IPOB than she is, and she's from Anambra. I'm from Rivers.
She's more pro.
I'm more IPOB. If you like, call me IPOB. I don't care.
Have you been able to ask one man why he's not mentioning Oduduwa? Are they not the same narrative that they are pushing as well? Why are they not mentioning Oduduwa every time they come? Why are they not linking
propaganda for Tinubu?
Why are they not linking Oduduwa to Atiku? Why are they linking one to?
They already know who's going to be Nigerian president.
We don't collect share. You are
the next president.
Give me my own share, I beg.
The next president of Nigeria is going to be Tinubu. Unfortunately.
Yes, of course. You've been paid now. Give us some share, I beg.
Please. I don't think you have any contribution to the conversation, or you just come to.
How do you mean? You're just calling me silly now. You're not more intelligent than me.
So sorry, Bia.
With all this your pajor, do you think it makes sense more than I do?
Do you want to speak to the conversation, or is it just the
be nice woman
that you want to take on?
Yes, I am contributing. Stop attacking the Igbo.
Have you ever known me to be nice? I don't have the genetics. That gene.
Yeah, that's why. So you're getting what you're getting the reflection of what your actions. That's what you're attracting. Okay, so don't complain. If you're giving it, be ready to get the heat back.
Do you have anything to say about the topics we're discussing, Bia?
How do you mean? Yes, I have. I want you to talk about Tinubu.
No, we have listed topics now. We have listed topics. It's not just it's not bring your own drinks. We are talking about the Obi article. We're talking about the responses to it. We're talking about how Buhari is more loyal to Niger Republic than Nigeria. We're talking about APC saying they would not be satisfied with just 25% in the southeast for votes. And then we're talking about Buhari's regime finding a multiplicity of media outlets for reasons of retransmitting the BBC documentary on banditry. So that's what we're talking about. So I am not the topic. So do you have any contributions around the talking point?
I do. We started with a contribution. You gave me a topic and I spoke on it, as if I have no sense, woman. That's disrespectful. 1 minute, let me finish. Now you say you want to cut me off now. Let me finish, please. Regarding, because you were talking, it's a conversation everyone is involved in. Salibi, we're talking about Dottie the second, and I've aired my own view, so it's now a crime. But then again, Buhari trying to rewrite the history of what is happening in Nigeria, protecting his own herdsmen that actually rampage in Nigeria, causing more havoc than any other groups of people in Nigeria. I think he needs to address that, but obviously he's not going to. So everything about Nigeria, for me, is a shamble. Even the election is a shamble as well. It's a shamble. Unfortunately, I'm born in that country. Unfortunately, man. That's my contribution.
All right, brilliant.
It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate because of the way some people are being treated.
My sister,
imagine.
Every country has problems. Nigeria is not the only country in the world. Other countries have problems, and they have at different times in different parts of the century or whatever. So we're going through a period whereby there are intense problems, but we have challenges. We have to sort it out. But my sister, there are worse countries in the world to be born in. Let me tell you that.
I'm talking about the Igbo issue. No, my sister, I'm talking about being an Igbo in Nigeria is a crime.
No, Nnamdi Kanu is a pawn in a game that is
They
bigger
told
than
him to leave him now.
Yeah.
United Nations said it.
They're not going to leave him.
They should release him.
No, they will release him before March, but they will use him as a political pawn when it's expedient to use him. So they can't.
And I have one thing to say, woman.
It's so valuable as a pawn to play now.
I have one thing to say, woman. Someone made a statement in this platform that Igbos are the blacks of Nigeria.
Who said that?
Come on, woman.
Who said
Someone
it now?
said that in this platform.
Who said it?
Someone said that. Someone said that.
I didn't
Ask
hear
others.
that.
I'm sure that some people must have heard it, that Igbos are the black. And someone has said we are the third class citizens of Nigeria. In this platform, someone told me that.
I didn't hear anybody say
Someone
this.
has said that to me too in London.
Someone said Igbos are third class citizens in Nigeria. So when I come to a platform and I feel that way, do you think?
Person not find a way to write books.
I've not heard anybody say Igbos are black. So, but Igbos are black people, by the way. Unfortunately, I know they like to imagine that they are Jews from Israel, but they are not. But they are black people like you and I. Are they not black people?
Yes, but they are saying just like in Europe, they are saying other tribes of Nigeria are whites, but Igbos are like the black ones, just like the black Americans, something like that. Do you know what I mean? So it's so condescending, making people feel that way. But for me,
I didn't hear anybody say that.
I don't know.
I didn't hear. Have you been at the brandy again, Bia? Have you been at the brandy again? What's going on?
Oh man, I don't drink. I don't drink, my dear.
Thank goodness you don't. Imagine if you did. Huh?
Yeah.
Send out a carton of champagne now. This one is supposed to be behaving one man.
What's that?
Since we've been coming to this your show, you've never sent us anything. I don't know the arrangement now. You are Kulata. Send us our own share, please.
Your share of what now? I'll send you your share if I get my share. Share of what?
Share everything, no.
Share of what?
There is God, though. There is God.
Look at these people. This is what you get within the Nigerian space.
One man, platform will not grow. You need to be paying us some money, okay?
Pay you some money for what? I spend my
We
time.
We are the ones. We are the ones that create content for you. You need to spoil your
spend my time.
Pay him money. Pay your bills. Money. Yes. It's not even that.
Look at that.
No, what I'm saying is that the contributors are the ones building your platforms. So without the contributors, you don't have content. Of course, if there's no one here talking.
I used to do just short clips to post.
Do it then. It's not going to be entertaining like this.
My time to facilitate for you guys to gather and have a conversation like this. You should be on your knees thanking me.
Yes. But one man, I sent you money and you told me off. Maybe you don't receive money from women.
No, I didn't say I don't receive money
from
women.
I sent him $5.
You are the beneficiary.
No. I remember that time.
You are the one benefiting, woman.
So
we are all benefiting, Sha.
You don't have a contribution to the conversation. Is the sum total of
if
that.
It's not important to us. What am I doing at this time? This is 2 a.m. It's important to us. That's why we all come here.
All right, let's go on from Bia, who's just here to rebel rouse, and let's go on then to let's go.
One man, that's an insult. Don't stop insulting me. I've told you. I've told you.
All right, okay. I know you've just come here to show off. So, okay, do a bit of show offing, and then we go. So this is Bia Odua. Oh yeah, show off for us a bit. And that's it. Well done. So that's Bia. So that is Bia. So
that's your sister, Omaria.
Yeah. So that's Bia. So now let's go on from Bia to a man that is not at all here to show off. A man here on serious business, all the way from Australia down under. Thomas, you're up next. So to the topic, Thomas, your contribution, or to the topics, whichever Yeah.
Mama, thank you, everyone. It's good to be in your guys' presence. I've been laughing. I don't even want to contribute at all because I've been laughing my hell out here. But woman, now today we've concluded and sealed it that even Tinubu, Atiku, they are not corrupted. They are not corrupt. In your earlier conversation with Zaki, and he make the assertion that since he has not been proven guilty in the court of law, so we can't say he's corrupt. So Peter Obi is in that shoes as well, and everyone else on that what they call it, the politician. So we can assign that to woman. I will never call Tinubu a corrupt man anymore. If we can exclude Peter Obi and the rest of them, I will never call Tinubu and a corrupt man. Back to what we are talking about. What the man said, people will find it very, very instructive in Peter Obi's camp. And sometimes we can say Peter Obi or no Peter Obi. What the guy said, the camp of Peter Obi, they will never take it as anything. And you remember Zaki said the other time that the other article they wrote about Tinubu, that could not be tenable. But what they wrote about Peter Obi is not tenable. To me, it sounds like a double standard to me.
That is not what I said, please.
But that is the meaning of what you said, my brother.
Ajan Lekuko, please, can you explain? Do you understand what I said?
No. One man said it. You said that is right.
Let me say what I said.
Zaki father. And you've already ascertained for us today.
Saki, let Thomas just move on, push on because of time. We're in deep hours now, but carry on. But leave Saki alone. Yeah, but carry on. Yeah.
Yes. We ascertained that. That is fine. So what the man said, I saw some fault in what he said, but there are many things to unravel on that the article. We can be lied to our times, but one man. Let's move on. Let's move on to another person. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. So thank you. So thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go to Nashville, and to meet the best-looking man, not in Nashville, probably not in his own household, but certainly the best-looking man when he's looking in the mirror. Joel, you're up next.
In this platform, especially. In this
look
platform.
At that. When did you start wearing a mask? Are you? Do you want me to come back to you? Are you pushed?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Right. So Joel of
Nashville is a medical worker like Maria.
Yes, yeah. So Joel, good to have you as always. You've been listening to the conversation, so no need to prep it up for you. So just go straight into it. Joel of Nashville.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. I want to thank the Maria lady that came in here. That was nice. Contribution from her. So you see, in today's issue about Nigeria, something really gets to me, and I still go back. I can't just believe that it's kind of forming like a cliche, but I found out that I said something in the past about leaders and their utterances. When I saw some or whatever his name is works for TVC, I have listened to some of his shows, but I didn't know he was an asswife. Then later on, I looked at this template that he brought out there. I was like, what is this? This column. You cannot just do that in a day like this in Nigeria. It's unfortunate. And some of us do not see anything wrong in it. We have gotten to a stage in this life. I mean, I don't know whether it's the idea of no matter what you do to a pig, that even if you wash a pig, put a perfume on it, whenever a pig gets in contact with the ground or with the earth, he still go back to what he is. I am thinking that at this stage in our lives, as all of us are in here, that the Abroadians would have had some higher level of thinking to teach Nigerians, those that have not seen it. It only took me to leave Nigeria. When I got here, I called my friend in Nigeria. I said, look, good governance is easy. If you have the right people in place, good governance is easy. If you have an illiterate in a position of power, there is no way that job is not going to be hard, because what does he have to give? You cannot give what you do not have. My dad says, garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
So what is all these things about? Every time we talk about OB, it is like, and one man, please.
Thank you.
Please and please and please, stop the insult of Igbos on your platform.
Mm.
I do not come here to insult the Yoruba. I tell them what it is.
Don't do that now,
No,
Joe. You don't
no.
Don't do that.
I said it on this program. I said it. I said, how far has our blessing in the South been a cost to us? And we have shown that everything we have, whether it is oil, whether it is media, whether it is politics, we have been able to.
I'm sorry, Joe. I just need to address something because I don't want it to fester. You tell me how you consider that that I've insulted my South.
No. Bringing out all those maps about a dog. Look, one man, please.
Is it that? Okay, all right.
The dog issue was so insensitive.
Mm.
I mean, you cannot even say that in the United States as a president. And where do all of us base that? And Alexander is coming to tell us that Maria spoke so well, that if you spoke less and all that, who cares? We are talking about Nigeria here.
Mm.
In our place, we say that,
We want to
maintain it. Because everybody's getting into water today. Everybody's getting it. I don't care who it is. And I'm not being disrespectful. But what is really paining me, if I'm listening to people that live in Nigeria today, I won't feel so bad.
Carry on, brother.
What is showing me today is this, that no matter where we went to, we are still thinking. Our thinking never left us. Nigeria never actually left us. So it means that there is no difference. There is no difference in capacity, in productivity. So if we go back to Nigeria, if someone like Thomas go back to Nigeria today, he will still be doing our local. What difference where he stayed made difference in his life? That's what we have to be talking about. Every one of us on this program, when we come here, we come and we teach Nigerians. When I came to America, I prayed to God. I said, God, anything good that I've learned from Nigeria, let me bring it to America. To America. Anything bad I have learned from America, may God forbid me to take it to Nigeria. That is my prayer. Whatever good I learn here, I take it back to Nigeria. So I am not one of those people that came to America. I will do like even the Black Americans here. I'll start looking at them. I say, no. I look at them. I want to learn from them. I do not look down on anybody, because sometimes you see Nigerians and you see they carry the same attitude, this same hopeless attitude. And when they come here and they say, oh, this person is this person is this. You forget that the reason why you are enjoying what you are enjoying in America today is on the blood of those black men that were killed during slavery.
That is
it's
true.
On the blood it's the blood of Martin Luther King. The blood of all of these guys that do the civil rights. What is wrong with us as a nation that we cannot grow above petty things? It is disheartening. It is disheartening. Listen to all of us talking. Even one man, for you, even justify that nonsense by Buhari. It's inexplicable. Inexplicable. You know what I'm saying? Let us try to do nation building as elected as we are in the South. That is why I said, if Nigeria is going to be good, it has to be from the South, and it has to be Yoruba and Igbos. I said it. You guys are talking about, the other ladies are talking about what they tell them about their classes. But on this platform, we listen to Ovi say that even a defeated group. These are the kind of narrative, and it's being pushed by the Southerners. It is disheartening. With all the oppression we have suffered as Southerners in the hands of the colonials, we still see ourselves. Was Bola Ige not killed? Who supported the killing of Abiola? Have you guys not had your own fair share of injustice?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not being. But do you know what full indignation is? FAUX indignation. Full indignation.
Explain what it is. I don't need to answer this question now. One man, but I'm not thinking straight.
And then I'll ask you another one, and then I'll explain both. Do you know what righteous indignation means? Righteous indignation.
I know what it means, but you can go ahead and explain it.
All right. It's all wrapped around the same meaning, and it's all wrapped around your narrative. So I'm not quite sure the depth of feeling as you're expressing them. I think
you mean the Igbo narrative?
No, I'm talking about. No. Are you putting it on a beat?
Yeah.
If somebody is talking, I don't know who you're talking to.
That's Celis talking to her friend. But
okay.
Are you putting it on a beat? Is what I'm saying. Are you hamming it up?
No, this is the thing, one man, please. I don't know where your question or whatever thing you're asking me is coming from, but the thing there is this. What I'm just saying is this. I do not have any problem with vetting Obi, and I told you if there's any clear message or information that indicts Obi, then my support for Obi will reduce. My support for Obi did not come because he's from Igbo. My support for Obi came from the fact that he is capable of doing the job. It doesn't matter. Like I said it the other day, it is not like if Obi does not go to power, that we are not going to feed. I have told you guys long before now that we are going to feed as Igbo men. It doesn't matter what the situation is, whether it is production, whether it is consumption. We are going to be a big player in that. But what I do not want is whenever we still have this narrative where people still think that the Igbos are a defeated group. What makes us defeated? Because we cannot be the president? Do you buy dollar differently from us? Do you eat differently? Do you buy from a different market from us? Why is it that every 4 years Every 4 years, we come and we keep talking like kids. Every 4 years. After 2023 now, everything goes back to normal. You go and buy from Igbo man, the person go back to buy from Hausa man. But before election, when election is coming like this, everybody seems to lose their senses. It's not, we cannot go on this way like this nation. If we want to be the nation, then we are here for the right reason. If you are going to come here and keep talking about, Obi did this one, let's state it on issue. Just like the issue of that, the response by that was wrong. It was wrong. At least if for anything, tell us something. Not just say, at the time I was trying to call them a slack in the past, but I said, no, it's not going to sell. If there are little secrets that are confidential that you know, keep that one aside. But the solution to the problem will not be only that little secret. There should be other things that you can talk about. You can talk about technology. You can talk about increasing the personnel.
You say there's a lot of difficulty around the Peter Obi narrative, Joel. A lot of difficulties. And I can just examples. So the build up to the Peter Obi narrative itself, a lot of difficulties people have with that. But the actual Peter Obi narrative itself is very flaky, totally lacking in substance, and it's all wrapped around emotion, just kumbayaism and parochial regional tonality. So
just like Tinubu, isn't it?
Talking about regionality, that is not what Peter Obi's candidacy is based on. Peter Obi has been consistent about what he's going to do for Nigeria, and if Peter Obi were to be a white man, let me put it that way, because I have seen most of us here keep talking and I keep listening. If Peter Obi was a white man and we go out in 2014, 2015 to dig out the things that he said about today's economy, most of us will be calling him Christ. Most of us will be calling him Christ, because everything that is happening today, from the savings, remember when he in Okonjo-Iweala's book, he was the only one with Eli Imoke that said that there should be savings. Is saving not part of our problem today? It is. Is it not part of the reason why our dollar is up? It is. So if we have someone that is telling us the truth, we are not going to take it because it's an Igbo man. This morning, I think this morning, yesterday morning, we were asking
savings is not our problem. That's pedestrian economics.
If Peter Obi were from the West, if Peter Obi were from the Southwest, would he get a better outcome? Adele could say yes, and I believe him.
Anytime, let's just go.
I believe him. Because of what? Because of where he comes from? Come on now. We cannot celebrate Obama. Then we castigate Obi. We cannot do that. That is hypocrisy. That is hypocrisy. So, is there any other question that any other? Because I think the Stamp Omashiri guy, I think if he is reasonable enough, if he is well educated, I think, because sometimes education and wisdom are two different things. If I know he's a stomach infrastructure journalist and he can still continue to do what he's doing, he's doing the bidding of his paymasters. I am not going to pay much attention to it. However, whenever you're trying to discuss about a group of people, discuss the IPOB, go ahead and discuss them. But do not make that narrative, do not give that narrative or that perception that every Igbo man is IPOB. That is insulting. Before IPOB, we had Masob.
That's a generally held perception.
We had Masob before IPOB. Every Igbo man was not part of Masob. I still have my glances against Masob, because that's one of the reasons why we keep talking about the population of the Igbo today.
Mr. Joel, can I interject?
Joel,
go ahead.
That's a widely held perception, though.
For who?
That not the totality, but a sizable, significant percentage of the Southeast, they have some sympathy, if not a lot of sympathy, for the.
Now, if you're talking about sympathy, it is different, because sympathy cuts across the nation. There are Yoruba people that are sympathetic to the IPOB struggle. There are Hausa people that are sympathetic to the Igbo struggle. there are foreigners sympathetic to the Igbo struggle.
Vested interest
Because as long as no, it's not vested, but as long as you are against oppression in any form, as long as you're not a hypocrite, the issue of IPOB will be your issue, because they are not asking, like Saki said, we do not have federal presence. And you ask, why are these people living? You beat a child and you want to tell the child how to cry? You say, why are the Igbo living in the southeast?
Mr. Can I interject?
Go ahead,
I'm not going to disturb.
Please. No problem.
What I want to say is, what I want to ask that I find it a bit odd and disrespectful that if Obi was an Igbo, if Obi as an Igbo man was a Yoruba man, would he have been widely accepted? I felt that narrative shouldn't even be thought about, because people are who they are. There is no if or buts. There is no swapping. Obi is Igbo. I don't want to think about that one man, because that is divisive.
Oh, right. Okay. Look at that.
You understand what I'm saying?
You asked me such a question, I will never even answer you. Even I thought Ajala Koko should not even have answered you, because it doesn't. To me, it's divisive. I will tell you, Obi is an Igbo man. It's not Yoruba. So if he's not accepted for who he is, that's so be it.
So that is, and tell you, and Paulo Beer, and that is my point. There are certain things we should not be asking. There are certain narratives we shouldn't be pushing on this platform. If we are going to come here, let us discuss the main issue. If we are going to even vent Obi, no problem. But when you start adding some tribal coloration to what we are doing, then we have made a mess.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, Joel, you are misrepresenting what I said in the morning. You're misrepresenting what I said in the morning.
What did you say?
Clear. I said, with Tinubu at play in the West, there is no way, if Obi were to be a Yoruba man, there is no way he will have any. There is no way he will have any ground at all. I said he will have succumbed. He will have been overwhelmed by Tinubu, as Tinubu overwhelmed the vice president and the governor of Ekiti. That was my position.
Then he now pressed you further. He pressed you further.
He pressed me further, and he said, okay, no. That if he were to be having a phenomenon like this wave of strong support like this, I said yes, it will have.
So what did I say wrong?
What? Yeah, I said because you didn't put it that context.
You didn't put it in context.
No. There was no need for this context, right?
I listened to that contribution. One man asked a question, but Ajale Koko did not answer it the way one man asked it.
Yeah, then he now had to twist it for Ajale Koko to answer it the way he wanted to suit his narrative. That's my point.
Yes, he was twisted. He did not answer one man the question that he asked. Yes, it's not Ajale Koko's fault.
Wow. That's what I'm saying. So he pushed it. He pushed the envelope. So Ajale Koko was the one that he had to answer the question.
Was trying to save one man by being smart because he asked a divisive question that if Peter Obi.
So we should not address the elephant in the room, but just pretend like it's not there.
There's no elephant in the room that we are discussing. If we're going to discuss issue that has to do with any of the candidates, I don't have problems with them, right? Like I told you, like I have soft spot because I believe that any person that emerges from this election is an upgrade from Buhari. So at least I take solace in that. My own thing is that we have we have the top candidates that we can speak for, we can vent and all that. Let us make it about what they're going to do and all that. Like the way Daddy, you don't answer that question. These are the things we should be discussing, not saying, trying to talk about where the person comes from and how eligible they are because of where they come from.
Let's leave that space. Let me hold you in that spot of thought though, and take that thought then to this space that everybody an improvement on Buhari. So Tinubu not part of the Buhari regime. Don't blame him. Adams Oshiomhole is the one making the headline here, traversing the media spaces, speaking good of his candidate for 2023. So let me just give you a quick reminder of what Adam said. Former Edo Governor Adams Oshiomhole.
I watched the clip. Let me stay with that. I watched the clip.
All right. So to that then. So Tinubu, I'm not aware he was ever given an appointment in the Buhari administration.
No.
So quite why all of the ills of Buhari's administration is being vested upon him. It's a mystery to a lot of people. Perhaps you can unravel that mystery, Joel.
Okay, you see, sometimes what we do in life comes back to haunt us. I remember in 2015, and even up to yesterday, I was listening to one of the APC guys, and they were talking about 16 years. What did they say? 16 years of PDP. 16 years of PDP. Right? So they are not even limiting it to the person they were contesting against. They were talking about everything about PDP, all the years of PDP. So if we are going to use that for PDP, why can't we use it for you? Can't we just say 8 years of APC, what have they brought to us? They have put us in more debt than we have ever been in Nigeria. They have put us in I mean, we are not even a nation. We don't even know if we can even pay up our debts today. So that is the point. So you cannot detach Tinubu from Buhari. I know that he did not take any political appointment from them, from the Buhari government. And that was because he wanted to be the VP and Buhari refused. So it is not because he didn't want to take, but he felt that being a minister was beneath him. The alphabet money was so much for him. So he didn't need that ministerial position. He believes that with his money, he can get there. And I don't blame him. He made it. Whatever way he made it, he made it.
All right.
Go ahead.
No. Round off your thoughts. I want to take you to another space, but round off.
Yeah. So on the Tinubu part, I listened to that interview. I was thinking that you were going to go into more like even the way Adas Oshiomhole insulted the Khan in that interview. Trying to make the opinion of one of the members, the opinion of all, trying to tell us there is a northern Khan and there's a southern Khan and all that. I don't think that was a good outing for him. He really insulted Christians in that interview. I think that was even more.
I've not seen the interview myself, but talk us through it.
Oh my goodness! Because Rufai was pressing him. They were pressing him on the fact that PFN Khan had come out to condemn, the Muslim ticket, and he is trying to make them understand that Khan cannot speak for Christians. Have we ever seen where Oshiomhole said that an Arewa cannot speak for North, or any group in the North cannot speak for the North? Why is it that when they come to the South, everybody have their fangs out? So he tried to belittle and the Khan and the PFN in that interview, trying to make it look like they are a divided group. We are a divided group. So that is why I said earlier on that Tinubu is going, after that, that was why I said it this morning. I said Tinubu is going into this war with one of his arm tied to his back. Hopefully, with one arm and two legs, he can still win the election.
All right, brilliant. Before I take you on to the next talking point, Joel, let me acknowledge the super chats that have come in since. Kulata this time around, it says, Rivers IPOB, we're in trouble, wahala, So I think the idea of celibes being an IPOBian is what has somewhat flummoxed Kulata. So Rivers IPOB, we're in trouble, or wahala bidato. So that's Kulata. And Kulata in your direction this time around, Joel. It says, Joel, calm down. Obi criticism is not Igbo criticism. But that is the thing, though. And that is the thing. Not just to Joel, but really to the platform. An Obi criticism is not an Igbo criticism.
It depends on what you're listening to. I know what I'm listening to, and I'm not dumb. And I know I do not come out. I live in someone else's country.
All right, brilliant.
It's on my wow. You understand what I'm saying? So I I have lived in other people's country. I know how to respect other people, but I cannot come home where I believe that I belong to, and I have people insulting me or insulting my tribe. I will not take that because I have done everything. I have not been anywhere in life, and even in the Southwest that I live in, I've always been appreciative. But if we have issues to discuss, we can discuss those issues. But just coming out to just belittle my tribe or belittle my group as if that we are like OVA said the other day, a defeated group. Such words should not be seen, and I cannot tolerate that. And I'll come out for you for that.
All right. All right. Come out for this. APC won't be satisfied with only 25% of Southeast vote. Abdullahi Adamu making this rallying call to his troops. So it looks as though the APC then, never mind even anything, they want to take the totality of Igbo land. So Abdullahi Adamu gives the marching orders to the Southeastern APC functionary. But do you think they'll be able to deliver the Southeast to the, for the Jagaban?
You see, whenever you're making a political journey, I always tell people, never, ever disregard any group. When Tinubu was going about his campaign, I told people, this guy should try, even if it is one state in the Southeast, to go there. But as at then, he never believed that he's going to need anything from the Southeast. The dynamics wasn't like this. It is changing. The demography is changing. Tinubu is going to need every vote possible to win this election. Because already, like I said, he's going into the war with 30% less. So if he's going into a war with 30% less, it means that he is really, really struggling with the numbers. The numbers are not adding up. The division in the party is not helping. So like the things I listed this morning, that is part of the problem they're going to have in the APC, it is springing up. Because for every bad decision you take, you have taken a chunk away from you. And if you listen to that same interview, you will see where Adams Shomile attacked, what they call him, attacked Babachalawa. He attacked, he came for him directly. He told him, he said it there that he stole money from to cut grass. How can that person be the person talking?
Well, he did. He did not.
Yeah. No. Well, the thing there is that I'm just saying, he's the same person that said that if you have stolen money, if you come to the APC, you're a free man, right? So these are the issues we're talking about. So if Adams wants to be consistent, he has to be consistent with whatever thing he is doing. Because this time around, the internet never forgets. We got all of them in tape on what they were saying, what and at what time they were saying it. So this issue about the telling that people, the APC members from the Southeast, that they should get those numbers. Tinubu is serious about it. He will need those numbers. And like I was telling you guys earlier on, this election will be like an election we've never seen before. And it is really coming out. The reality is not setting up in the face. And that is it.
All right, brilliant, well put. Always well put. Very impassioned today. I think this is the most passionate we've seen you on this platform yet, Joel.
It's okay. I just want a better Nigeria. And for those people talking about the Ipobians, the Ipobians are part of Nigeria too. There is no way you're going to have you unless you don't.
I thought they were Biafrans. Are they part of Nigeria?
See, let me tell you something. See, whenever you see people, like even the Trump group, everybody, whenever you see people like that, you have to bring them in with love. They are part of your country. If those people go gaga, if they go gaga, you are going to cry about it. The same thing that happened during the Yoradua time with the Niger Deltas. Were you going to wish them off? You're not going to wish. If you wish them off, then you're going to start fighting endless.
Are they two-toned? Nigerian by day, Biafran by night? Are they sort of like?
No.
They have the right to be whoever they want to be.
What I'm not saying is that if they saw Obi and they saw that Obi is someone that they believe in, let it be. At least we know that if Obi goes in there, that side of the country, that security, let whittle that one down. Then we can now face other areas that we cannot really negotiate, like inside in the deep north. Then go there and do the fighting and get our country back.
Shall I tell you one thing?
Cannot,
Shall I tell you one thing that we both know as categorical, but you will probably say it is not categorical. We both know that as a categorical statement, just as soon as Peter Obi loses that election in February, the whole mass will move again back to the woods with their AK-47.
It is the business, and if they are caught with those AK-47, I am saying it here, they should be dealt with. That is my thing.
We know they will now, because it's a very flaky space. So they move their mass
but they need to deal with herdsmen first,
all the way to Peter Obi. And as soon as Peter Obi loses in February, they will move again.
Let us start dealing before that 2023. You don't even know if you are going to be alive to that 2023. We have people ravaging our bush. We have people ravaging our bush. Let us start with those people.
Yeah, let us start with
everyone handling AK-47. Let's start dealing with every one of them. Let's not make it an IPOB thing. IPOB is not the only one carrying AK-47. And I cannot even remember the last time I saw IPOB with one. Right? So the ones that have it, that are living in our bushes, that have sacked villages, let us start with them. IPOB is like a little group in the south. The only thing they can help us do, or is they want to.
Are you saying IPOB is a dot in a circle? Is IPOB a dot in a circle?
I am not saying. I'm saying that the activity is like in a controlled environment. At least we can be able to talk to them, right? We can be able to talk to them, like Peter B said. Even those of the Oduduwa Nation. I listened to this one on YouTube. Every time he's calling on the Oduduwa Nation, he wants to bring down Nigeria, like everything, and it is fine. When times like that comes, talk to him, because they are all part of Nigeria, so that we can build a sustainable nation. We can build a nation that is growing. We cannot continue to live in the past, then trying to move forward. We have to look at ourselves. As sophisticated as Nigeria is, why is our country that way? It is very pitiful. People like us are the ones that was going to change the narrative. Thank you very, very much.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put, as always. If there's one thing that you can never fall to dwell on, is on being pitch perfect. It's always pitch perfect, but then, of course, the content, you quibble. So that's Joel of Nashville, of course, a real delightful fella. So Joel of Nashville, we go on from Joel of Nashville to the man that everybody comes here to hear from, the mighty one, of course, Ajan Lekoko. And on our way to Ajan Lekoko, we acknowledge RB Super Chat. It says, same folks that say forget tribe talks about religion. So that is the thing, and the lack of irony, the lack of a sense of irony, or anyway, that's the Nigerian complexity, as you know. So let's go on to Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko, I can't recall a session as wild as this. It's a wild one today. Wow.
Ẹgbẹ́ kìíní wá, èmi lọ́kàn.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ni.
Ẹgbẹ́ kìíní wá.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Ẹ má jẹ́ ń pè ní àgbàyàwó, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
When it comes to my turn, I can't even say anything. I was so.
Èmi lọ́kàn, ẹgbẹ́ kìíní wá.
Àwa lọ́kàn o, àwa lọ́kàn.
Okay. Well,
so yeah, sorry, go on. Yeah.
Okay. What do you want to say, one man?
No, I was going to say the article that has caused all the controversy. This is Sam Omosaye, or whatever his name is. He has dropped a bombshell, and their Pobians are up in arms.
All right. Let me say good morning, afternoon, evening to our listeners around the world, wherever you are. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe. We'll be here for almost 5 hours now. So you can do us a favor by clicking on the like button to help the YouTube algorithm of this platform. So thank you so much while you are doing that. Look, one man, that guy make a lot of point in that article. Some are correct. I mean, some are correct. Truthful, while some are not correct. Went to the extreme, on some of the point. And I'm not surprised that he made that point because he's a Tinubu man, isn't it? One man, I think that guy is a Tinubu man, right?
No. So they say. I don't know that for fact, but that is what the IPOBians are saying.
Okay.
He worked for Tinubu publication, obviously, yes.
Okay, right. So, what do we expect from him? Are we expecting him to, not to market his boss well? Are we expecting him to be praising Obi? So, we should not go wild over that. He's just doing the right job that he has to do to market his boss. But but to the fact that Obi invested money in, in his family business while he was the governor of in that beauty that he brought from South Africa, and his family invested in that business. We read a letter. We treated an article here that confirmed that, and we treated an article here that reported that Obi did not treat the way Obi handled workers, the state worker, the water corporation, the Anambra State Water Corporation workers, the way he handled their matters. We confirmed it. We treated it here. How he denied that board, government agency, how he denied them their salaries for several months. And some of those workers, particularly the pensioner, some of them died. And those people took the state government under his leadership to the court, and the court ruled in favor of them. And Obiano was the one that settled the payment that the state government was owing them. So all those one are fact. The Pandora stuff, that was a fact too. The money invested in Pandora while he was the governor, he came to Arise News on an interview with Dr. Abati and Rufai and Tudun. He confirmed it that yes, it was true. He did that during his terms of office. Only he confirmed it, and he said that he didn't know that he has to report that when he was, declaring his asset. We know that that's a lie. There's no way that you would know. It's been you work in banking sector. You know what it means when it comes to declaration of asset. It doesn't matter. I mean, his defense was that because his daughter, it was a joint investment between him and the daughter, and that's why he didn't report it, because it's not
imagine that a
because
senior
not
lawyer,
yeah.
a senior banker,
Yeah,
a bank
senior
owner.
banker. Yeah, you know, that was his defense. He said that because it wasn't solely owned by him, and that's why he didn't declare it. That is untenable. That is a stupid excuse on a national
Is
TV.
it that dumb which makes him not fit for purpose,
Stupid excuse, man.
or fraudulent? Is dumb
Yeah.
or fraudulent? So there's no.
Can I interject, please? Can I interject, please?
Yes.
One man, talk to the insult now.
That is not what he said. He said that he cannot declare what belongs to the daughter or the wife, because in his house.
No, that's not what he said.
That's not. We all saw it. Now, why do you do this now? We saw it now.
Come on, man. You were.
No, I'm talking about is it the Pandora paper, the one he imported rice? I'm saying it now. That's the same thing he said there. He said something like that there. He
Not
said that
something like that. We know
Not
exactly
something
what
like
he
that.
said.
It
We know
was
exactly what he
categorical.
said.
It mentioned it clearly that it was a joint venture, joint investment between him and for both him and the daughter, and that's why it didn't declare it. He said it clearly.
He declared
He said he didn't know that he should
said
declare
he didn't know,
it.
but that's a lie. How
Yes.
can you say that you didn't know?
I expect him to know anyway.
You're a senior banker. You know what it means. What declaration of asset? Declaration of asset. You and your wife can own an asset. You cannot say because it's your wife, it's jointly owned by you and your wife, and you won't declare it. I mean, come on, man. These people, look, when some of us or some of our people or some of our brightest that we assume to be brightest, one of our brightest, done something wrong, we are not going to lose anything to say, look, this man is wrong here. What he did is wrong. He should have done it better than defending indefensible.
Hold on.
Yes.
The fact that he attempted to lie his way through, it then brings into play the suspicion of fraud. If his intentions were fraudulent, for them to say such a feeble lie that you did not know, then you.
I mean, that's a lie, man.
Yeah.
That's a blatant lie.
Fraud into consideration.
I mean, it just. I mean, when I was listening, I said, "What? What is this guy telling me?"
What's the EFCC saying about it, Ajele Koko?
It's under investigation.
There we go.
Okay. Can we allow the law take its course before we keep preempting what the decision will be like? Can we allow the court to finish there? So because there is a law and there's a public opinion.
But how does that sound to you? How does that sound to you?
No, I said I'm just saying.
I'm asking you a question. How does that sound? Is defense? How does it sound to you?
I am saying. I have said what I said, right? Because I cannot just base everything you say based on what he.
It sounds like a fraudster on the run.
I know. There was a part of that interview. I know there was a part of that interview where they asked him, and he was trying to separate his own business from that of the daughter.
Sorry.
The law has its course. Let law take its course.
Sorry, when they said it's in the EFCC, do you actually know what is in the EFCC, which have been settled for some months now? That was his house he bought in UK.
The Pandora Papers. Wait,
because when the EFCC came to investigate him about his house in UK, he presented a certificate he bought even before he came down to Nigeria, and that was only case that EFCC investigated him till today, and that's what he said. That was only case EFCC investigated him till today, and he has cleared that case of EFCC. So I don't know where because he has addressed the Pandora since, not even now. So the only new case that came up.
What do you mean he has
Yes.
addressed? What does that mean?
He has addressed the Pandora, even when he was in Anambra State. He even said it again here. There was no case in Pandora in EFCC. The only EFCC came for him for his house in UK. And he presented to them a document.
There is no case.
Let me finish.
No, you are making up stuff now. So why are you saying let me finish?
I'm not making any stuff. I'm telling you, we saw the certificate. We saw when he presented it. He posted it online.
Are you saying that the FCC are not investigating him for Pandora Papers?
Now I'm telling you now, as far as it's concerned, there's no investigation on Pandora now. The only case that came from EFCC is that house from UK, which he presented to them. Yes, which he presented to them a certificate. I don't know how they are going about it because the certificate read
Can you read this headline on your screen from Punch newspaper? Can you read it out for everyone?
I can't see it clearly.
See it clearly and read it. So you read it. I want you to read it.
One man, I can't see it because of the time because I'm on my phone.
All right. Pandora Papers. EFCC opens probe on Obi, Uda, NPA boss, others.
This is
why are you saying it's not under investigation?
This is not recent.
So why are you saying it's not under investigation?
This is not a recent investigation.
No, one man, understand what I'm saying. I said EFCC came as of last month. As of last month, they investigated this man. I'm not talking about 20 past years. I'm talking about his house in UK. That was only
I'm not talking about his house in the UK. I'm talking about Pandora.
I'm telling you, that was the one we know that EFCC investigated him, and we saw it online. We saw it everywhere.
I'm not talking about whatever it is that you are talking about. I'm talking about the Pandora Papers that Peter Obi is presently, as we're speaking now, under investigation.
No, he's no longer under investigation. It was
when did they close it down? When did they close the investigation?
Peter Obi said that his case, there's no case in the only case. That's how he put the only case that. Wait, one man. Let me finish.
Newspaper line.
Because maybe the case has finished in 2021 till now. I don't know why I'm bringing 2021 till now. But how he put it, that the only case that has been investigated is his house.
I'm bringing 2021 into 2022.
It is only his house that EFCC have come, and he presented to them his certificate.
I'm not interested in any house now. I'm talking about Pandora Papers. So what are you talking about?
No, man, I'm telling you that EFCC investigated this man this year. And the case that investigated him is his house in UK.
That tells you that he's on multiple investigations. So it's a serial offender, isn't he? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the Obi said that.
So he is a serial offender. Thank you. We knew that.
Wait, one man. I know that you don't like Obi.
One man. He's not found guilty, so you can't call him a serial offender. One man. Take that.
Well, he's under investigation
and apologize.
For Pandora Papers. This
on your knees as well.
Emmanuel is now telling us he's under investigation that some property scam.
All I know is that he said there's no case in EFCC as it stands now.
It's a pathological. It lies all the time. We know
one man, you too, you lie.
Everybody lies, including Peter Obi.
Everybody is a liar in Nigeria.
We present evidence and you are still going against evidence. But back to you, Ajan Lekoko. This is.
I'm trying to tell you what have been present, what we saw. We saw that we saw the EFCC when they were even they videoed them, they put the camera, and he came out successfully because he presented the certificate he bought even before he came because he spent.
What are you talking about? Sorry, do you understand the conversation? We're talking about the Pandora Papers.
I'm telling you that there's no case. That he has no EFCC case again in EFCC case. The only case
when did the EFCC tell you that they closed the matter?
Which EFCC? As of that case.
Do you understand the conversation?
I understand the conversation.
Okay. Let me act as though you don't understand it and bring it to you. Peter Obi is under investigation. Off the back of the revelation
the man
of the
under investigation say that only investigation that he has said to now, it is his house that they came for.
So we'll take it on Peter Obi say so.
Wait, one man. There is no EFCC case around him as it stands now. Because I don't know whether they have settled the Pandora paper. Even
if you
Rufai
don't know if they have settled it, then why you say it's not under investigation?
Because even Rufai tried to ask, he said that there is no case. Rufai asked that question. He said there is no case.
What would he say? What would he say? He will say that Peter Obi lies all the time now, so we know that.
For him to say there is no case publicly, EFCC would have even handcuffed him by now.
Handcuffs him?
Yes.
Do you know that Femi Fani-Kayode is under investigation with the EFCC? Do you know that? Do you know how far back it goes?
Former governor of Ekiti State as well.
Yes, I want to.
And Obi Adona, watch his video dancing in America.
Yeah, sorry,
and the Tinubu as well.
Sorry, I'm just going to have to remove you, Bia, if you don't let us have a conversation around here. Please. All right, please. Just let us have a conversation. I'm telling you that Femi Fani-Kayode, he's under investigation as we speak now. But do you know when Femi Fani-Kayode was last in government? As far back as Obasanjo's regime, when he was aviation minister then. So you're telling us they opened up an investigation on Peter Obi last year, and it's no longer under investigation when they've not told us they've closed it. Come on, man. Come on now. We occupy the same space. So why you know?
See, if let me put it this way: if a victim or someone that has been victimized or someone that's guilty come publicly and say that there is no case in a national television in EFCC and say that the only case he has, which he has settled, is his house that he built even before he came down to
this house alone. You've told us about the house 10 times now. Do you want to tell us again?
Well, man, that's what I'm telling. That is the only case they said they investigated him, and he showed them the certificates.
That is the only case they said they investigated him. We have the headline to say he's under investigation for Pandora Papers.
That is 2021. I say currently now. That's what they say.
All right, just leave it. Let Ajanle Koko go on, because I don't know what you're doing. But Ajanle Koko, back to you.
Okay, one man. You see, it was alarming to hear his defense on IRAS TV that day, and I was disappointed that even the Abati and Rufai could not take it up. Could not, interrogate him further, because let me tell you, on asset declaration form, it is clearly stated there. They clearly state it on that form. When you are declaring asset, to declare what you singularly own and what you jointly own. Every asset declaration form carries that. They require you to declare what you solely own and what you jointly own. So that guy lied. It's a blatant liar. And they can ask him that question that, look, man, we know what Abati and Rufai cannot ask. Hey, man, we know how asset declaration form look like. I'm just an ordinary person, but I feel asset declaration form before, and I know they will ask everything in details. What you solely own and what you jointly own. And he said it, and he just lie on the open TV.
He lies all the time.
And you guys don't want us to ask questions? We are very unfair to ourselves if we want to treat. Is it because it's just it's an Easterner like you? Why am I here to attack Tinubu all the time, or to query Tinubu, or to question Tinubu? So let me tell you this: we should develop an habit to question one of our own when we see it clearly that he has done wrong, and not to cover him, and not to defend him, and not to protect him. This is what we are doing in Nigeria, and this is what is killing that country. That guy did wrong. He lied. And he couldn't declare how he made that money. But it is clear that he made that money from the asset of from the wealth or from the treasury of Anambra State. When he got that, what did you tell him? When he moved that fund he created that offshore account during his time of in office as the governor. So, but
and he then tried to hide it. By the way, he tried to hide it.
I mean, we shouldn't be doing this to ourselves. I mean, ridicule us as people. People.
Can I interject?
Yeah, interject.
Please, right? You see, you have made your point about the daughter, right? The daughter's account, right? And I understand where you're coming from.
It's not a daughter. It's both of them. It's both of them.
Hiding under his daughter's name.
Yes, owned by both of them.
You have made your point on that space, and I understand where you're coming from. But saying that he made most of his money from the Anambra State government, I think he's just being able to. You're taking it too far. Peter Obi has made so much money before he was a bank chairman at the age of 30.
Obviously, you didn't listen to me.
So no,
obviously you did not listen to me.
You're saying that the Pandora paper money that most of them was gotten from Anambra State coffers. How?
Okay, let me tell you this. Because that offshore account was created when he was governor of the state. And he didn't declare it. He didn't declare it. He didn't declare it. He did not declare it on his asset form. Where did he get that money from? During his time of office, when the law debarred him, from carrying out any other business while in office. Where did he make that money?
No, he did not make the money from Anambra State government.
Where did he make the money from? The money he put in that offshore account. Where did he get the money from?
It was his money. He kept his money in
trust. Okay. All right. All right.
You see, let me tell you something. Most of these rich guys, they do these things, right? But it doesn't mean that they took money from your state. It just means that some of them might do it to avoid taxes.
Can somebody make the assertion? Can somebody make the assertion? You don't have to defend Peter Obi all the time.
What assertion?
You don't have to defend Peter Obi all the time.
I am saying no. But you cannot beg me. I'm talking to Angelico. I don't know where you're coming from. You don't have no facts. You always talk about your tribe. We already know where you are. Let's allow people that are cerebral.
I'm not shy away from it. I'm a Yoruba man.
And so just keep your cool. We are discussing something different.
All right. Joel and Ajanle Koko, if you both hold on one moment, let me bring you three or so paragraphs, 3-4 paragraphs that will shed even more light on this space. So if you just mute for a moment, it says a central and recurring. Sorry, if you can mute for a moment, a central and recurring figure in former Governor Obi's network of offshore companies, and whom the politician appears to place immense trust, is Anthony van Veren, a 70-year-old South African based in the Principality of Monaco in France. Experts in illicit financial flows consider Monaco a tax haven because of its generous tax laws and policies. According to KPMG Multi-Family Office, the Principality of roughly 30,000 inhabitants does not charge wealth tax, property tax, investment income tax, and capital gains tax. It also does not tax dividends and directors' fees. And unless they are French nationals, resident individuals are not subject to personal income tax, whilst inheritance tax is 0% for spouses and direct beneficiaries. It is unclear if it was this mouth-watering tax regime that attracted Mr. Obi to Monaco. What, however, is clear is that in 2010, 4 years after he became governor, the politician or his representatives hired Monaco-based Access International, where Mr. Van Veren has been partner and director for 25 years, to help him create a secret and intricate scheme of managing his assets. Mr. Obi told correspondents that the banks advised him to do so. From Monaco in France to Totala in the BVI, to Wellington in New Zealand, and to Geneva, Switzerland. Mr. Veron has traveled around the world running business errands for Mr. Obi and taking major decisions on his behalf. So a convoluted offshore mix. This was dead in the center. He set up this whole structure. Convoluted, intricate, secret, illicit financial flows, all of it wrapped into this narrative. A dubious South African resident in Monaco, wrapped around the. Come on, man. How much more of it do we need?
Before Adeleko responds, please let me just make a quick one. On this issue you are just discussing now, you're just talking about people, someone making a decision on his behalf. Of course, as he was the governor, he has to relinquish all his powers in other companies. So someone has to run it either way. All I'm just saying is this: if there was any corruption case against Peter Obi, all these things you're talking about, you have given this thing, it's the public domain. That is what you should be doing. If you push the narrative to go to EFCC, go to the law and get him. It's not, Nigeria is not the only country that he had companies in. He had some companies in the UK. So if he's making money in the UK, he's not going to pay that taxes to the Nigerian company. That was part of the thing he was explaining. So then the EFCC, they have all the wherewithal. We pay them to do a job. But judging him on the pages of newspaper, on a forum like this, will not take him anywhere. We must be seen to be either disseminating the wrong information, or we are not giving out the information that is needed by the public. That is my point. Let the law take its course. If you feel, I don't think at this level, if Tinubu or Atiku had any of these things you're talking about against him and Peter Obi, that they're not going to send it to EFCC. They're not going to call it for his head. They have not seen anything wrong that he did. And that is the reason why they resort to the petty stuff like IPOB and Tribe, and the North will not vote for the Igbo man and all that bullshit. Give us something that he did. If the Oshokomole that you're talking about in Ekiti State, they established cases of corruption against him that he stole from the coffers of the state. Every other person that EFCC has visited that left the seat of power, how many of them in Obi's era that the EFCC have gone against? And yet Obi has not been invited, except for the one of the House and the Pandora stuff. I don't know if the EFCC is still on it, but how many things can we say that this is what you hold Obi in? Is it that he's too smart, or smarter than the security operative, or he's smarter than the whole of Nigeria? Come on now, the law is there. If he has
let me come in here. You say, Joel, let me
just give you one paragraph. Apologies, real apologies. It says, this is further down. It says, in response, so this is just, if I read it, you get the context. In response, Mr. Obi ridiculously suggested that those offshore companies and assets are jointly owned with his family members, and that he was not under obligation to declare companies jointly owned. I don't declare what is owned by others, Mr. Obi told correspondents. If my family owns something, I won't declare it. I didn't declare anything I jointly owned with anyone. So, and there it is right there. So I mean, what are we talking about, man? What are we talking about?
That's a garbage. He was just talking. He was just defending stupidity right there. And I was shocked that he could talk like that. You know what happened? Joel, he never thought that they could discover that he had that hidden account somewhere. That's why he never declared it on his asset declaration form. And do you know what? Do you know the offense he committed for not declaring it? It's a criminal offense. I'm listening. He did not declare it. Do you know why he created that offshore account? Is to evade taxes. He didn't want to pay taxes. So he committed an offense of tax evasion, which is punishable by some terms of imprisonment, maybe 10 years imprisonment. Or more.
Company that is outside the country paying tax that is in Nigeria.
I wonder.
Let's be
what are you talking? Do you know what asset declaration mean? What? Stop this. Do you know what asset declaration mean? It doesn't matter where you have your asset. Everything you have on earth, that is verifiable. I mean, is it not a verifiable man? Is it not the guy that always say go and verify? Now he's hiding something somewhere. He doesn't want to
house in UK because he didn't declare that house. Because that house has been built.
Oh Lord! Stop this.
It's back
it
on the
doesn't
house
matter.
Again.
It doesn't matter where you have your asset, whether you have it in Russia. You need to declare it. You declare it to put yourself out there as a government official, as a clean person, so that in the future, if you are investigated after leaving office and they see that, oh, you have this in Russia, you have that, then if you already declared it on your asset in declaration, it can clear you off of any form of accusation of embezzlement of government fund or things like that. Is to know your financial standing before you enter the government office and after you leave in government. What do you have before entering, and what is your asset base as at the time you are leaving? Is to know whether you embezzle money or no while doing your terms of in office as an elected governor or elected government official. That is why they have asset declaration. So for this guy not to declare it, he evaded tax for not declaring that, and it's a criminal offense. And the defense was so cheap, that defense was so laughable, and I can't believe it that it can come out with such a defense. It's a complete stupid defense, and let us just call spade a spade. This guy got it wrong. He was just unlucky, like some other people around the world. It is something. It is not new thing. It is done every part of the world. Yeah, billionaires. Yes, they're doing it. It's just to save their head from paying huge taxes. That's
but
why
he wants to be in charge of taxpayers' money in Nigeria. He wants to be in charge of taxpayers' money. Look at that. Look at that.
So he was just unlucky, But for him to say, "Oh, I don't declare what is jointly owned," it is completely wrong.
No, don't interject, man. Let us, because we are too deep into
it's completely wrong. I mean, let's just condemn one of our own that have done things wrong, and let's just say it is wrong. It doesn't mean that you are not going to support him now. But what is the point of the defense for what is the defenseless, or it doesn't even want it. It makes us look very ridiculous in the public space when we are defending criminals. They are all criminals. Him, Tinubu, Atiku, all of them are criminals. The one that is not criminal, who is Samoyele Sowore, we don't want to follow them. And the other guy in SDP, we don't want to follow them.
Funnily enough, Ajanle Koko, Sowore declared his asset a 4-bedroom bungalow in New York. His car, yes. Even his mobile phone, he declared it.
Sahara TV, they declare everything.
Mama, Sowore declaration, then be the real scam.
So, Dale Coco. I want you to challenge Saki Father to provide any news media that EFCC invited Peter Obi over his house in London. Not the video link he made by himself saying he was invited. He should provide a
liar now. We will know that.
I'm tired of all this nonsense they are saying. Please, Saki Father, I bet you $1,000. I will drop my account. You people know me. I don't see what I cannot do. I will pay right now. Provide a news media from EFCC that Peter Obi was invited for his house in London. Provide channels, Arise, that Peter Obi was invited. Do you know, according to Nigerian law, Peter Obi has never been invited by EFCC, but he's been investigated, yet to be invited. So tell me when he was invited over for his house. Why can't you just say things like you're talking to people that is dumb?
I think it's Emmanuel that was saying that, not Zaki Father. I think it's Emmanuel. It's Emmanuel.
That's Peter Obi now. He will appropriate and reprobate.
Thank you. Same thing. That's what they drop it as VP. Same thing did during Atiku. When it got to the time to bring out funds, he declared that EFCC froze his account in middle of campaign. Have you ever heard that? Magu have to come out and defend himself that he did not froze his account. And so I saying one of the EFCC chairman. Every time he says EFCC is investigating him, is one unknown EFCC chairman that's investigating him that does not have a name. Him by himself.
He lies a lot. He lies a lot.
He will bring the news by himself and produce the news on Facebook. No unknown social media, no TV media. Why didn't he go to China and say that he was being investigated in London so that he provide the EFCC warrant paper that serve him or come and produce his house in London? No. Inside his car. Somebody recording saying he investigated in a house in London, and there's no news like that in Nigerian space. Not even in EFCC news bulletin.
We will have treated it here now if such news existed. We will have treated it here, but you know, I don't know where they got it from, but you know, but you see that guy that came out with all this report against Obi, yes, he was working. He's working for Tinubu, and he's doing his job well. You know, to attack Tinubu opponent, ridicule them, and this is what this guy has achieved. He did his job well to ridicule Peter Obi, so that a lot of people can know that, oh, this guy that you are looking at as a saint is not a saint. He's as bad as other people that you are condemning. So, but it is now left for Peter Obi organization, Labour Party, to now come out with their own strategy of attacking these people. Atiku, Tinubu, and all these corrupt criminals. Bring their own, whatever you have against them, bring it out, put it out there in the public place so that, from your own organization, let them know that you are fighting them. If Obi is not doing that, that shows that that guy is not serious. You cannot defeat this established politician if you don't ridicule them in the public with fact and figure that you know. And everything that they have in their skeleton, you have to bring it out in the public space. This is
I can bet you, Obi will not do that.
It's not serious. It's not serious. And let me tell you, if it's not doing that, you guys should read a meaning to that. That this guy knows that
because when he was in Abga, they told him the same thing. He didn't
just let me talk. Let me forget about Abga. Abga is just contesting for governor. We are talking of presidency of Nigeria. Then you say you don't want to fight. You want to be a gentleman to be president in Nigeria. That to tell you that he is one of them. He doesn't want to rock the boat because he knows that, okay, when the chips are down, when he couldn't win the election, these are the people that will win the election, and they could possibly consider him for appointment. So maybe that is why he's not hitting them hard. He has nothing. He has no reason. He has no reason not to hit these people hard. But rather, what you see him, he doesn't want to detach himself from PDP. He couldn't attack Atiku. He couldn't attack Atiku's character. He couldn't, but he hurriedly left that party on the basis that, oh, they were spending money. That's it. Now you are in contest with them. How do you convince us that you are different from them? When they are attacking you, they are exposing you, they are breaking everything against you in the public space to ridicule your personality, but you don't want to do anything to ridicule them, and you say, oh, he's a gentleman, he's a man of God. Really? But look, he is a politician. He is playing the game. He knows the game that he's playing. And you guys should start, put on your searchlight to look at this guy well and know the kind of game he's playing. If you don't know And if you keep just following him, just because it's one of your own, then you are getting it wrong. And I understand it's one of your, you got to support him whether you like it or not, because this is the first time, you know, that an Igbo man, it look like is having that opportunity at the national stage for the position of presidency. You have to support him. But at the same time, if he's doing, if he's carrying out his campaign wrongly, or if you're not doing it effectively, you know, to market him well and to propel him for to propel him better than others in this context, that shows that it's not serious for the job. And what is the effort for? What is you guys' effort for? You come here on this channel to chant this guy, you spend your money. Some of you are donating, you are sending money to people to go and organize. What is it for? What are you organizing for? If the arrowhead is not doing the job right, and you don't want to call him to order to do the job right, I mean, let us be serious. When it's wrong, let us accept that it's wrong, and that is why I want to praise our brother Alexander Gomez for setting super chat towards that queen from London, for being very objective, for being very sincere, for being very very moderate, you know, in a presentation. You know, I commend you, brother Alexander. You know, it's just having he saw what I saw in that lady presentation. Clear, focus, unbiased. You know, she's just good. She is just good. And that is how we're supposed to be. Let us criticize our candidate. You don't lose nothing. Criticize him to his face. Let him know that he's not doing the job well. Because you want him to win. You are investing on him. Why is he kicking out? Why is he not carrying himself up well? He has to go toe to toe against these people. Atiku, this is forget. After the contest, if he doesn't win, then they can become friends. But right now, they are at political war against each other because it's representing millions of people. Obi is representing millions of people that are yearning for change, that are yearning for that country to take a new direction and take us out of this crisis that we find ourselves in that country. And you are saying that it should continue like this. It cannot carry on the complaint like this. He has to come out confrontally against these people, ridicule them, drag them on the mall, drag them on the floor, and you know, destabilize their camp.
But
we're nearly 6 hours in, but thank you. But thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let me go on from your Ajanle Koko to Emmanuel, who's very keen to share his thoughts. So Emmanuel, I want to bring you in via a comment that World Peace made. You know, so when people make comments, we often like to go and check it. So I've gone to check it. So let me see if I've got it up. We were talking about Peter Obi and the way he plays fast and loose with facts and truth. So he plays fast and loose with facts and truth. And the example was brought up by World Peace. And this was what World Peace was saying. And I had to go and check. So PDP accuses Buhari government of freezing Peter Obi's bank account. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, so this is 2019, of course, 2018 even, as you can guess. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, said on Saturday that the bank account of its vice presidential candidate, Peter Obi, had been frozen by the Buhari administration, saying the development followed relentless harassment of the politician's family members by supporters of the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC. But the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, ICPC, Nigeria's leading anti-graft departments denied freezing Mr. Obi's account, with the EFCC spokesperson telling correspondents on Saturday night that there was no truth in the claim. So there it is right there. So when they say Peter Obi lie a lot, so this is just the thing. It's just this, constant lying. But then, of course, the expose by Sam Omotase, or whatever his name is, that seems to be what is dominating the conversation. So thoughts on that, Emmanuel?
I don't know who is lying there. Is it PDP or Peter Obi is lying there? I want to get the facts.
Peter Obi claimed his account was frozen, which is a lie.
Peter Obi claimed that his account is frozen. Is it what you read there?
Well, that was what transpired at the time.
No, is that what you read on that paper?
All right.
I'm not sure. I've got one more.
No. I mean, I'm not sure.
I'm asking a simple question. Is that what you read on that paper?
Let me reread it. It says, the People's Democratic Party (PDP) on Saturday said the bank account of its vice presidential candidate Peter Obi had been frozen by the Buhari administration, saying the development followed relentless harassment of the politician's family members by supporters of the ruling All Progressive Congress (APC). But the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) and the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC), Nigeria's leading anti-graft department, denied freezing Mr. Obi's account, with the EFCC spokesperson telling correspondents on Saturday night that there was no truth to the claim. So unless, of course, you are saying that the PDP just made up an abstract story that Peter Obi did not tell them.
That's what I'm telling you, because you can't hold on that statement, and I don't have
you must be joking. You must be
joking. Sorry. Before I quickly go forward, Gajal Koko and Waman, before in this platform, I've called my late uncle and present uncle that is in PDP and APC, right? And I brought out names and fact to back it up, right?
You don't need to call anyone. I see the statement was not outrightly written.
Listen. What I'm saying, before you from the paper, I've said it before, we have said it before. He complained to when they asked him to bring money, he complained to the Atiku Cap and the PDP chairman that time that account was frozen.
That is your narrative.
Hold on.
No, one man, please, just ask me something.
Hold on.
I wouldn't want to address such things.
PDP has to take the case up, only for PDP to get food.
You are the one that is breaking that story. Oh, please, leave one man. Let me go to another story.
Now, you're not reading it here now.
You are reading something that is not addressed. So don't bring that story and say I should answer it.
I bet $1,000 to Saki father to produce the link that EFCC brought out that they are investigating Peter Obi's house in London. I'm still waiting for it.
Now we saw the paper. We saw the paper they presented online. That's what we used.
No, which paper? Which paper? Present it now. That EFCC invited Peter Obi for questioning in London.
But don't bring something that I don't know where you're getting it from. I'm presenting it. Telling me your uncle.
Just read you.
Is it uncle?
Okay, what's your point of argument here now? What's your point of argument? What's your point of argument?
The point of argument that one man is asking me why is Peter Obi lying about his account, whereas that PDP claimed that Peter Obi account was, and you are coming as your uncle saying.
No. Are you making sense of what you are saying? Are you making sense of what you are saying? That me now will say that I'm choosing your cousin, that your age certificate is wrong, then you will not say anything. Does that make sense?
I'm telling you the way you're taking it. You're telling me that
the way I'm taking it. Don't take something.
Now you're saying that your uncle said
PDP will make a case.
Is it why we are here for?
Not knowing.
Is it why we're here for?
No. Are you saying that PDP will make a case for Peter Obi that you don't know?
All right. Let's just move on, because I think that's been established. It's just ridiculous to say that.
Imagine.
Did they capture him on camera? Did they do lie detector test?
No, you could imagine the time that he's going to tell his uncle. You could imagine that kind of statement.
Don't worry about all that. To the expose on Peter Obi. So what are you making of it?
Well, one man. In fact, as far as I'm concerned, today plus some people have really annoyed me. I won't lie to you.
Right.
Because sometimes this starting from Kolata, they will go and dig something from the pit that I have the site that you cannot even view like a written paper, like it is so faint that you can't even read something. That's where they are digging something and they are tarnishing Obi image here. You go and dig something here. You cannot do something.
Tarnishing or exposing.
To me, it's tarnishing.
Right.
Because those articles, they are not substantiated, or there's no proof to back it up. Now, this guy now
has
came,
not stood in front of a camera to admit it, Abi.
Now this guy came now telling me that PDP said that his uncle said. Is it what we are here for? If people don't like Obi, fine. In fact, to me, self, I wish that Obi will not win. Let's even continue from where we are. To be honest with you, I wish the guy to not win so that we'll continue from where we are.
No, it's not going to win. It's not even whether you wish or not. We know that.
Not going to win.
I don't care. If it's not going to win, fine.
Iman, listen, you are being too emotional. What you would have
it's not emotional.
Hold on. What you would have proved to us it's alternative news that counter what we just presented. When we say orally and we back it up with physical evidence, you would have come up with your own that this is not true. Not you now using your emotion to suppress other people's view. That will never work.
I'm not using my emotion.
No, that's
you
what
can't
right now.
to me something.
I said it. You said I said it. But when man brought up information, of course, when the PDP have to stand with their members, to say that his account was frozen. Only for people to come out and say they didn't freeze the account. Then they started asking Mr. Obi, which of your account that was frozen? They couldn't provide the account. But that will not.
You never said your account was frozen. I have never heard that news of this that account was frozen.
You have never heard it. Does not mean it doesn't exist.
Let me restart. Where Obi said that his account was frozen.
Then
because
if the account was frozen,
it will be made publicly.
It was public now. Don't you see they're ready for you?
That is PDP telling you that, not Obi.
I cannot understand. So PDP will say,
all right, let's just move on from there. We're nearly 6 hours, but just give us your commentaries on that article, Emmanuel, please. Yeah.
That is the purported news that came out, right, from Sam.
Right. Carry on. Yes.
Okay. Yes. I did not expect anything good coming from that camp. That is article camp, and the man is article's puppet.
I thought it was Tinubu's puppet. Is it now?
Sorry. Is
all right. Tinubu, of course. Yes.
Yes.
No, carry on.
So he's working for Tinubu, and he's coming from Nation newspaper. So what do you expect? You understand? There's nothing to not tag Obi there. He said Obi is a gay. He said Obi is this, Obi is that, Obi is that. So, and when people try to reply him back, he now saying that they are threatening his life. But you tag somebody's image and selling it obituary. What does that say? You're wishing the person death. Now, when they now tag you, your image, and say the same obituary, you are now crying in the air. So, like Adeleko said, somebody like Obi will not come and say he's going to fight dirty with politicians. He has said he's not fighting dirty, but he will reply to them. That's why he told the supporters, leave anyone that attack me, let me reply to them. Obi will reply to them directly in a very, very a way that is just the way he dealt with one person. That Reno took it that Kwankwaso is insulting, Obi is insulting Kwankwaso. Just the way he replied to Atiku. So Obi cannot reply to Sam. I'm sure of that. It's only when Atiku made a statement that Obi will reply. But Obedience will reply to Sam. And that's what they have done. Now he's crying bitterly.
But should they threaten him, though, is the thing?
They did not threaten him. It's just like the picture that they tag his picture and they put obituary, putting cross, like image cross, like death. They were using.
They were not threatening him, though.
But that is the space he opened. He opened that space, and the obedient took the same direction that he took. He started crying foul. So So I don't expect much from. In fact, one man. To be honest with you, I'm even disappointed that you're bringing such thing to this place, like that kind of discussion. You're bringing it to this place for us to deliberate and
is the number one trending conversation on Twitter.
It can that such thing. You know that such thing is not right, and such thing is a lie, and you're bringing it to your space to be discussed. Why not discuss something trending in
that is
Nigeria?
a lie. What is a lie about it?
They're all lies. Is Obi a gay?
So I don't know about that one, no, but you know.
Yes, that is the one he said. I mean, he didn't read it.
No. That allegation was attributed to Nnamdi Kanu, who we know just throws all manners of insults.
He said it. He said that in his paper. Now I'm telling you. Tell me, we are discussing his that some paper here.
Yes.
All those lies
in that paper, he made that attribution to Nnamdi Kanu.
That I'm telling you now. All the attribution is not what people say that he's making attribution.
Did Nnamdi Kanu not say things like that about Peter Obi?
I'm telling you now. Why are we bringing such thing here that we know that it is not right, that is fake?
How would I know if it's fake or not? I don't know the guy personally. And neither do you.
Everything he mentioned there were all lies.
Really? On what authority are you saying that?
On what authority?
Yeah.
You don't need to tell me on what authority that I know that, because I know that he just wants to. Yes,
you know that you're telling somebody else that what he knows, he does not know it. You just start evidence that I'm not saying what that journalist did. I'm not saying what that journalist did was right. It was super wrong. I saw it and I just moved past it because it's election time. They will say rubbish.
Why will one man bring it that kind of thing here to be discussed?
It's the news now. It's news. It's election.
It's not a news.
Don't get carried away. But it was just here the other day. They said Dubai, they was killing killing. What did the one man say? Edo people. That I was start shooting. It's not the news. I would say don't say it. It's news. It's politics. I just said remove emotion from these things and counter fact with evidence. Don't just get emotional. Please, we are adults here now. We're just talking.
Warpies. I understand that I understand it's a season for politicking, but I cannot come here in the name of politics. I know there's the hoster in the. If I want to attack the hoster, I can go and say, "Oh, look at the kind of miracle he's doing," right? But if I come here now and start saying that it's like that man and Oba of Benin, it's like one person have bought other Oba of Benin, you start feeling some type of way, right or wrong?
Yeah, I'm not saying what you're saying was wrong. Like I said, that what that guy did is wrong. That politician was wrong.
The publication was wrong. So if you go out there,
what do you mean? Are you saying it's factually wrong? Or is
wrong? It's factually wrong.
Yeah, no, but you don't say it's factually wrong because you want to believe that it is.
It's a personal opinion based. It's a personal opinion based article, right? It's a personal opinion based article that he wrote, and that is okay. But what I'm just saying is this: you can put up the article. I'll be reading about this article. I'll be reading most of these guys, even this guy, Femi Adesina, when he was with the songs. But you cannot just come and just keep on make your opinion trying to degrade a group because you're in politics.
If I may get it right, what's your bone of contention right now? That one man present the case here or the journalist?
No. I'm not talking about one man presenting it here. I mean, whatever thing that is trending, he can put it up here, right? I'm just talking about the journalist himself.
And I've told you that is politics. That is journalists will do that. We'll see words from other groups that will attack Tinubu and Atiku when time comes.
I understand, but I am just saying that people are now looking at it like Ajilebo is talking about. People are looking at more as the responses from people, forgetting what he put out there is inciting. That's my point. So if you can give it, also take it. That is my point. So you cannot give it and not cry out and not say they're trying to kill you. Meanwhile, you put someone there and say it's obituary.
Exactly. That is my point. That is my point, that you try to threaten somebody's life by tagging the person name obituary and tagging the person picture and publishing rubbish in the air and in the open space, and you don't want people to do the same thing to you. That is not going to happen as far as Nigeria is concerned. So, One Piece, yeah, according to what you're telling me to respond, which is PDP said that Obi account was frozen or confiscated. I don't know how you put it, but there was no news that where Obi said that his account was confiscated. We can use that one.
If we dig even further, we'll find it, but it's not worth the effort. Yeah.
Well, let me finish. If you bring the file, I think I will arrest my case.
No,
but
sorry. Let him just because we're now 6 hours in. So if I go and dig even further, even if I find a video clip, you still
no one man. Find the video clip where Obi said that his account.
Why will I make the effort? I've already brought the article and you moved, but carry on with your commentaries.
See, one man, you know how I used to analyze case when it comes to Obi. I'm not that Obi or something, but when they begin to put salt, put lies on top of lies, I don't take it. Just like Joe used to say, I don't take it for a bit. But if you're bringing facts, I know where Obi has done wrong, and I know how to criticize Obi. You have seen me here said it severally when I criticize Obi here, but not when you go and dig something from the pit of somewhere I don't know, and you present here, and you tell me that I should believe that.
I will not take it somewhere.
Yes, just like somewhere. Just Colata digging data from nowhere. That's
from nowhere.
One man, Colata cannot use that data to do anything meaningful for himself as a researcher.
You know the case against Obi continues to pile up and pile up. You can't. How long will you duck and dive? You can't duck and dive. You are like Maradona, Messi. You are. How long could you continue to shimmy everything? The
only thing I find that Tinubu camp has nothing against this man, and that's why they are looking for. You could imagine him tagging Obi gay with all the stuff. Imagine
who tagged him? Who tagged him gay?
That is the article I saw that Sam presented.
Right.
Yes.
Sam didn't tag him gay. He referenced Nnamdi Kanu tagging him gay.
And such thing coming.
Yeah, Nnamdi Kanu said that his boyfriend in London, he said he will publish the hotel that Obi and his boyfriend.
So there it is. So why is Sam getting the blame? Why are you not flogging Nnamdi Kanu?
He said he will reveal to the world the hotel that Obi and his boyfriend, the hotel they used to go in London. That boy, that guy, the kind of that.
Look, this Obi is. How long can you cling on to this Obi?
If I say let's leave him in jail, now people will say that I'm not an Igbo man. Leave that way. Leave that way. If I don't say that, let him stay back in jail.
So Emmanuel, I'm inviting you now to slam Nnamdi Kanu. Who said
yes,
those words?
Of course. I've never been supporter of Nnamdi Kanu. I've not called him. I always call him a lousy, and when he was calling Buhari Jubiri, I called him a very useless man. So I never believe in him. I have been saying it here. He's a very lousy person, as far as I'm concerned. Some Igbo people say will go down and put their head on their feet. They say they are worshiping him. The guy disgusts me. So you know that you can't present such thing, and this guy came.
They are looking at your face, so they will attack you.
Who attack me?
You know those people now. When you are attacking their savior, holy savior, Nnamdi Kanu is that savior. They will attack you. They are seeing your face.
It seems like you don't know me. When somebody goes wrong, I know how I used to come. That's why I'm telling that guy they call Sam, that man, that he deserved, as in what he got, he deserved it. He deserved it 100%.
You know the last time I heard that it did it deserved it. that was at that Deborah incident in Sokoto. So that was what we heard. So is that not anyway? Let's.
One man, you're going far.
Is that not what you're saying? Are you not saying the same thing?
One man, you're going far. There was no killing. I mean the picture.
The death threats.
Wait, one man. The picture, they just replicate what he did to Obi. I say like he deserved that. That's what I mean. I didn't say that he deserved death.
Look at these people.
Get me right. One man. Don't put words in my mouth. And that's what you have been trying to. You're trying to put words in people's mouth when people are making some assertion, so that they'll make mistake. You will now categorize on it.
Oh, wow.
See, let me even discuss about Buhari, and that's even why I even came here. But you people don't.
We'll go to where you want to go.
Just came on Obi and that useless article.
Oh, all right, discuss the Buhari. Yeah. Go to Buhari so I can go on to Ola, because we're now 6 hours in.
Yes. One man. I don't know. I don't even know what is wrong with all of us Nigerians, that we are seeing something like this. Like, it's very, very clear to us what this man is doing to us, and we are keeping quiet. We saw how he is being allegiance to Niger people right from the inception this man was inaugurated, because I'm sure that they tried to hide this new event that took place, but God exposed them, because there is a lot that have been going on that we don't know. There is a lot. This man has been sending our money out of this country. Buhari has been sending our money out of this country to Niger secretly, and this woman is accomplice to that. He's aware of that. This Minister of Finance, they have been sending money, and you could imagine the statement they made, that this is not the first time that we are helping Niger. This is not the first time we are sending money to Niger. You see how God is exposing these people, and Nigerians are keeping quiet and looking at these people, looking at Buhari. It's high time that we, the youth, stood up to our toes to do something. Niger is not far from us. We can go there and get our property back. You can come heavily, or maybe on the street, to demand that, see, ASU is on strike. But federal government has been crying that there is no money to settle ASU for over 6 months. But this disgruntled element we call our president has the guts to send 1.4 billion worth of SDV car to Niger. How much is ASU demanding for? This is what we're supposed to be discussing here, not one nonsense thing that somebody published. We need to, most of us that are outside
and
and
Ngige is not resigning over the issue.
What?
Ngige is not resigning over the issue.
Ngige is not resigning.
Yeah, he's still there.
I don't know who is involved. I don't know who, that I said that's why that's Twitter. I tweeted out of that. My last statement said that the whole administration of this man it disgusts me. Like, I posted it on this. If you see comment that coming after it, all of them there. APC is a failure to Nigeria. Don't tell me that it's only because all of them, they are aware. And they are coming out to tell me that they are going to fight corruption. Who APC is going to fight? Are they going to fight PDP? They have been out of power for how many years? This has been a plan of Buhari for many years. Fight them? For many years that he has been vying for that post. This has been his plan to send money and property to his nephews, his uncles, to his cousins in Niger. And that's why he openly opened that border for them to come and destroy our country. People are not getting this thing right. Buhari is an agent. He's an agent that has sworn to destroy our country. And we are here discussing something different. This children has been out of school for over 6 months. Over 6 months. Such a disgruntled man will have a guts to carve out 1.4 billion naira and lashing it out to another country. Come on, I'm okay.
Unmute, 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 unmute.
One man, unmute yourself.
Unmute, unmute, unmute.
Oh, all right. Oh, all right. Sorry. Yeah, no, I was going on to Ola. I didn't know I was even muted. So yeah. So Ola, you're up next. Hopefully you're there. So your take on the conversation, especially this controversial article that seems to have gotten everybody up in arms.
To me personally, I would just say that everybody that is supporting Obi, let us calm down. Whatever Omochaye is saying is just a distraction. And the vexation and the way everybody has been adding the issue, the guy really got everybody's attention. And to me, once you start showing your anger and you start channeling energy towards the person that is writing against the person you are supporting, you easily lose focus. And I want to say something categorically. Even if you are supporting a politician, we don't need to really defend the dark side of that politician. We should know that these people, they are just men. They are men and they do what any man does. Nobody is clean, like I keep saying. See, if you are looking for a saint, because that's exactly what we're looking for, and we went to Buhari, and that is where we failed. Because I remember quite well that a person like me, I was telling people that time that, look, a coup plotter should not even be in the equation to start with. This is a criminal that you want to bring as a president. If he has done something less, maybe I will not even bother myself. But all this one that we spend all our energy to defend the dark side of Obi, it doesn't not go well. That means that when we are doing that, we are not being sincere. Yeah, has Obi committed some kind, allegedly, of some offenses? I would say yes. For example, if you are keeping money somewhere and the law in the country requires you to declare, and you've not declared, you violated. Everyone, one way or the other, we commit one offense or the other. It may not be a criminal offense, but we still find a way to commit offense. So when you did something wrong, if you are caught, don't be too defensive. If you need to engage lawyer to just clear your name, do that. Don't start trying to dribble around and try to mess yourself up. So whatever, because we know it is politics and these people will dig themselves out. But unfortunately, those people that we even try to dig Obi out, maybe they have their own. Why not focus on issues? To me, I prefer that by the time that they are throwing whatever they are throwing to obedience, to me, tactically avoid that. Don't make yourself the Anthony for that politician. The politicians can come out and defend himself. That's the way I see it. Focus on it. Yeah, has Obi done something wrong? Yes, he has done. As Tinubu, just you can let them know that, okay, your Tinubu, your Atiku, they've done something wrong. But we now have 3 choices. Out of these 3, where do we go? So to me personally, if I stay here, start defending a politician, now he has not been anything, then I will look somehow stupid. So that is what I will never do. It doesn't not go well because when you are accused first, I will even prefer that, okay, let's give this person a free trial. Don't let's start defending what we don't know. So let's Obi go and clear his name, but if I want to focus on this, okay, what is it that I've seen Obi done? And do I think it can replicate the same thing at the national level? Yes, someone with a background of technology. I know that when you want to resolve a problem, you start by having a very small prototype, then you start adding till you get to the large scale. That's the way it is done. So if you can make your state work that way, if you use the same format with some kind of tweaking, you can achieve whatever you want to achieve at the state, at the federal level. So please, don't let us defend Obi. You can't. There's something we cannot defend. Let us defend his program. Let Obi start speaking about his program. That's just the way I see. So all these guys, if you really want to try any of them, whether Obi, whether Atiku, whether Okowa, just if you really want to try all these people, you'll be shocked that some of them might not even escape J sentence. So don't let us go there, please. It's just for obedience. Don't let the life of Omoshaye just triggers you, because by the time he sees your response, he will keep doing the same thing. So to me, it's a non-issue. Omoshaye, maybe he may be stupid in some way, then there's tendency that it may be right in some ways, but that will not be what I want to spend my energy upon.
All right. And Ola, so to the narrative of Mallam Buhari robbing Esau to pay the Niger Republic, quick commentary on that. Peter, Mallam Buhari looting Nigerian coffers and gifting it to his family in Niger Republic.
A criminal is a criminal, and he's a criminal. You see what that guy has done, what that girl has done. Honestly, I don't know. I know that it's jailable. It's a jailable offense, but I don't know how far. You see, when you see America start fighting and want to know where you were born, things like this are the reasons. When you see some people, some people can even want to know your generation, the generation you belong to before you come to that country. And when they are telling you that, oh, a first generation person, they don't want them to become the president of that country, for example. Things like this is one of the reasons they don't want that. It has been clear, even right from when Buhari was even the military administrator of that country, he has always get his bias towards his people. All of us can be biased because when we trace our root, maybe probably we have one cousin somewhere outside the country, and if we start behaving that way, that okay, because we know someone somewhere now, you now rub it upon your people to now go and deal with some people somewhere. Even within a family, it is not right even for a father to even take something from from son that able body that can work, and you now say, okay, let me even work, because you are the elder son, for example, start working for everybody to eat. It's not good. So talk less of when you are now seeing a country when people are working, even in the country we have already, we don't even in a very poor country, you've not even attended to the history of that country, and you are now buying a very luxury car for some people somewhere, claiming that you are trying to fight insecurity. How do you use that type of Land Cruiser to fight insecurity? I look at that Land Cruiser, I can't see some kind of armor on it, you know. So very presidential, and you are saying you are using that thing to fight insecurity. We've always known Buhari not to be patriotic. It's on his record. You were supporting the Niger Republic man that was not even his cousin that time, because you were saying, oh, because his cousin, a Niger Republic man, you were the head of state. You know, to your countryman was contesting a position at the at OU, OU then, and you decided to support everything about Nigeria. You decided to use everything to support the candidates of a Nigerian against your fellow citizen. All those things were the signs that Nigeria should have seen and know that these guys, it's not even the type you should even allow near the power. I see the mess we had today. Oh, this guy is honest, this guy is honest. Someone can be honest and lack absolutely nothing upstairs. That's the type of person Buhari is. It's absolute korofu, and everything he can offer to you is any bigotry. Yeah, on that religious aspect, I won't even talk about. Let me just base it on ethnic. So this is what our honesty is doing. I don't want us to fall into this same mistake of saying, oh, this one is a thief, that one is a thief. No, there's no, I don't believe, except to prove it beyond reasonable doubt, I don't believe there's no thief in Nigeria today. Because is it in Nigeria, for example, that some we even see some software at Kenya, at computer this thing at Kenya, computer village, where you are buying fake software and you are installing that. You are not correct, because if the owner of that software should copy you, should get you, So to me, let us use logic and look at program, and let's forget about all these distractions, because all the three of those guys, they have questions to answer, all the candidates. So I don't want anybody to distract me. I focus.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola, and thank you, everyone. I want to shut it down now, and I am going to take. I was thinking not to take closing remarks, but I think people look forward to the closing remarks. But at very rapid speed, I want us to, because I think we might almost set a record, even when we were determined not to go past 5 hours. But for understandable reasons, we had that little session with Sally's friend, which I think everybody enjoyed. So now at rapid speed, the closing remarks, we kick it off with Thomas, of course, to land on Ajale Koko. So Ajale Koko, Thomas, with great haste, closing remarks.
Oh man, it has been a good, nice session. To me, Obi, it is well with Obi. Now I've substantiated something today, one man. If anybody comes on this platform and calls Tinubu a corrupt man, I will tell them, as they be confident in the court of law, as they prove for Obi as well. Obi has not been confident in the court of law. So no one is corrupt among them. They are just the same thing. Thank you, one man. May God bless you. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go to Saki. Saki, are you still there? Closing remarks.
Yeah. Oh, man, thanks for today. It has been a very wonderful session. My advice to everybody: vote anyone you want to vote for. Let us not keep flogging a lot of certain issues. And then, Thomas, it is time you have to think of how to send me some Australian dollars, at least about 200 Australian dollars, so that I will enjoy my life. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So brilliant. I was thinking you would say he should send you kangaroo meat, which is their specialism over there. Kangaroo. Can you imagine that those people are eating kangaroos? Unbelievable. But from Saki to War Peace, you came in lately, so closing remarks.
Yeah, I came in late, but it was okay. I enjoyed myself. Well, no need to flog that door. My people, we don't reach the end the hour. Look on our thumb up, click like and share, I thank one man, Jamikoko, and the rest people. Saki put up $1,000 because some people provide proof. Anyway, look at get a PVC. Put your PVC strong, not seller. Vote your conscience. Nobody did fair, nobody did right, nobody did wrong. Just vote who you want to vote for. And so we talk on our politics. See you again for tomorrow morning session. Peace.
Brilliant. Well put. So from War Peace to Ola, we're taking closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your time. Please log on. Please stumble. Like I said the other time, let us just focus on program. There's no seat anywhere. If anybody tells you that I'm a saint, I did this kind, that's even a red flag on its own. So please, let's just to the program. and let us be able to bear some of this verbal assault now during these politicking times, because we hear a lot. Some people will come to you with knuckles. So please let us know how to focus and not to get ourselves distracted on this OB. So let us accept every issue thrown at us and addressed and focus on the major issue. Other than that, thank you, everyone. See you later.
Thank you, Ola. So from Ola to Joel of Nashville, the man who calls a spade a farming implement. So Joel of Nashville, of course, one of your favorite voices. Joel of Nashville.
Thank you, everyone. At this juncture, we are calling it a day. The project called Nigeria is a serious project, and sometimes when I put in my emotions in it, I do not intend to be aggressive, as it were. But at the same time, is the emotion, is the drive to see Nigeria grow. And that's the reason why we come out here and we put in this time, to talk. But please, I would like it that we tone it down on the way we insult, or try to castigate, a group of people, as it were. Let's, focus on issues like the issue of Buhari and the Niger Republic. Is that not one too many? And that rail line was going to cost Nigeria over $3 billion. Now you're giving 1.4 billion. So who knows which other one have been going there? So these are the issues that we should be thinking of, and when someone is telling me about the Fulani coming to take over from Buhari, I still have, that goosebump, so we need to change hands in Nigeria. We need something new. And I believe that P2B offers that. Thank you very much, and God bless every one of you.
All right, brilliant. Joel of Nashville. So that's Joel of Nashville. So from Joel of Nashville, you know where we land. Ajanle Koko, Orode Hun. See, this is it. The final word.
All right, thank you, woman. Let me thank everybody that came on the platform. You all did good today. Today's session is very interactive, educative, informative, very engaging. So let me thank our sister from London, and thank Sally B for bringing her on this evening. Wish she will come back, and wish to be member of this platform as well. She did very, very good. And I'm not surprised when our brother Alessandra super chatted towards her. So that's encouraging. And, we have done it well again. So let us come back tomorrow and come and do it again. One man will never disappoint us. It will surely bring some new development to us tomorrow. So our nation, Nigeria, well, let us not, lose hope. Let us keep hope alive. Let us keep fighting. So let us keep up the struggle. What we are doing here is our own contribution towards the struggle to save that country from total collapse. So we don't want that to happen. So, but let us see ourselves as brothers. Let us, make our point, present our position in a clearly manner and without insult, or or putting the use of abusive language against each other. Let us avoid that. So, other than that, let me thank everybody at the commentary section, from our brother Alessandra Gomez, Chairman, Board of Trustee, one man went to Mo. Alessandra Akache, the Secretary, thank you. Ogadi Master, thank you. Flash Mankind, thank you. My sister Bonksma, thank you. Ortiz, thank you for your service for our great country. Thank you, Oladiti. Thank you, Fidel. Thank you, Ayo. everybody at the commentary section, you are all the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow and come and do it again. And to one man, thank you so much for spending all this hour, about 6 hours, 6.5 hours with us. You said you're never going to do it, but you see, when the engagement gets very interesting, you will want to leave yourself. So, but we thank you so much. We thank you so much for creating this platform and for devoting so much time, to drive the platform. And, we really appreciate you all the time. So bring it, whatever you have tomorrow, bring it on, one man, and we won't disappoint to join you as well. Thank you, the Eagle. See you tomorrow. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Brilliant, well put. So brilliant, well put. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that was Ajanle Koko, as you know, he runs off the session. So that has been the session. It's just a wild session today. It's been here, there, and everywhere. We kicked it off with Ayo, and that seemed to set the tone for the session. And it was just, well, hang on a minute and hang on a minute. You can't say that and you can't say this. Oh, you are a tribalist and you're a jingoist and you are a this, that, and the other. So just another typical day within the Nigerian paradigm. So that is how it flows. It was just a typically Nigerian session. So that is it. I'm not sure what we concluded, but I'm sure we must have concluded something. If you do know what we concluded, then let me know in the comment section where the conversation never stops. So I'll leave it here, carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here I say, peace.